end because find a pair there. We'll hop on over to Vert. But Pamstone, in fact, if you're seeing this zone, you're thinking connect and then turn and look.
It doesn't get any better for the high ground teams. The low ground squad start to force and mash their way in. They're running out of thin air there, essentially. Demonics and Nick, though, another set of elims. That's onto Accept. That's onto another pickup there of Flow on the backside of the zone. So big eliminations here. The zone's going up and over the mountain. Panther, in fact, may have just gotten gifted something special, but you still have to clutch up. Vert is not letting this go. Not here, not now. Muzz is going to find Nexi there. Narwhal still in this game as well. What can Vert do? Nicely done. Oh, one shot away, and it was close, but not enough.
But look at everyone. Everyone is desperately doing anything they can to find an angle, and this is the same thing we saw with Quad. These two are up here. Just chilling. Shots raining down. Literal fish in a barrel. But on the lower part of it, Muzz says, hey, give me a piece of that. They're all being funneled into him. They're racking up the points, and this is going to come down to a 2v2v2 to close it out. Muzz, Avery, Knifer, Okus, Pam Stoutbash. Somebody books a ticket right here.
I don't see the shots coming in from up above. They might just let a team actually reset here. Pam's on fast. Pam goes all the way back for material. Huge investment there. That could be... Muzz and Avery have enough to fight back here. What can they do? They're more focused on the low ground team. This is going down and off the cliff here. It's going to be all or nothing. And all in play now from Knifer on the other side. A big fight here. Muzz misses a shot. Very rarely you see that. And now the pressure starts to set in. Right camera peek is good. Nice material here. Muzz is looking strong. Avery is looking great. But Pamso and Fat still have material to work with. They actually allow the low ground team to go ahead and resplash up. The win condition, they're committing it here. They actually want to fight this one out.
They want to take the fight. You have the OCE plus the C9 player against the French Canadians. Monster just put both his hands together, looked to the sky, saying, if you're not going to get it now, then when? But Pamsto, in fact, 5 eliminations. Here comes the drop down. Can they do it?
They're waiting, though. They want to get the lead first. A huge shot. It gets broken down. A side whip. He doesn't miss. It's a 1v2, and no. Pamsto and Fats go down. Muzz and Avery, they are so good. I knew it. You cannot count them out. They clutch up in the end.
Vivid versus Monster on the predictions. OCE versus the French Canadians. And Muzz does what he does best. Back-to-back shots, the swap, the hip fire. It looks so good, but congratulations, PSG, TNA, Muzz, Cloud9, Avery. We'll see you in the finals, and honestly, watching Vivid celebrate, and then the foil there with just you kind of like, oh, it was so. How close can Pimso and Fatch get before they're gonna get there, man?
Man, listen, they're playing so well. They were in 16th coming into that second place, and a huge amount of eliminations is perfect. Vivid, I'm sure you are buzzing right now. So first of all, tell me how you're feeling, because that's a big W.
All right, I gotta do this. All hail the king of Fortnite. We are not worthy. We are not worthy. Beginning the show, Vivid comes out here saying, yo, Muzz and Avery, gonna win it in game 4. They've gone and done it. That is crazy. That's next. I mean, that is, we're all buzzing here, obviously. We see Pamsto and Patch again in another position where they're in second place, in this position, but they could have gone all the way and got the victory royale. This time around, Muzz and Avery, Vivid, you must be buzzing. That is crazy.
Listen, we're waiting on the stage. We're watching the game unfold, and I literally see the victory royale come in. I jump up. It felt like I won a game myself. This is absolutely absurd. Listen, Sundown giving me a little bit of flack. Talk about 5 hours of prep. Listen, I did so much that I called the game number 2. Let's go, SPG.
Hey, congratulations. And congratulations to Avery and Muzz. What a great game. And that was like the perfect antithesis of Fortnite. High ground versus low ground. 2 duos going at it. And we see the culmination coming in that last moment, the head-to-head. You can't ask for any better than that, because that was pure brilliance.
No game gets us as hyped as this. I mean, this is what we live for. Stuff like this in FNCS. The thing is, 2 teams as well here, 2 squads. We talked a lot about the fact that Muzz has come over from OCE. He's now, he's won that previous FNCS. Qualifying again for finals. GG to the fellas there. Incredible stuff. But again, we're seeing a lot of our top teams now starting to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. It's not a coincidence. Pamsto and Thatcher, as you mentioned as well, have done it again and almost gone all the way. It's going to give them some serious points going to the leaderboard in a second we'll go through. But these 4 teams now have qualified. They are definitely going through to next weekend's finals. You have 4 already. I cannot wait to see this leaderboard here. But another great game, SBG. Another lot of other teams as well. We saw Knifer and Okies again doing great stuff there. But the Storm is just not in the Southern team's favor right now. Again, we're in our mountains, and now we're going into like the snowy mountain tops. It doesn't get much more difficult for those south-based teams, does it?
Yeah, it seems like we're playing zones on repeat. Not only that, but we're playing teams on repeat. Every team that's won a match so far today played in yesterday's semifinals. So it is a huge advantage to have that experience, to play in the semifinals, get that under your belt, and then come back today so much stronger, so much more prepared than the 11 teams that had to, sit out yesterday and then come back today.
Yeah, listen, we talked about it, I believe, at the end of the show. We talked about how Pamston and Fat were defending that high ground. We were like, man, maybe they should just be a high ground team. And look at this. They come in, game number 4 on the day. They're playing high ground again very, very well. Obviously, at the end there, not cleaning it up so well to where they get the victory royale. But, I mean, a second place, you cannot complain because we see them in the 6th place position on the leaderboard, which, as we know, Adam, is a final spot as long as they hold it for the rest of the day.
It really is. And you can see SBG here as well. We see Pam Sofach on that high ground, maintaining so well. They can just, when you get to this position here and the Storm's in your favor and you manage to maintain from this height, it becomes a real simple process for the duo because they know that if they're in this position, they've got a few mats to their name as well, they can hold steady. And if you've got the accuracy these 2 players have as well, then everything is working in your favor.
Yeah, the key is to chip away from that high ground and then finally drop down. Muzz and Avery forced them by that pressure to drop down a little bit sooner, so they weren't comfortable when they had to drop down. There wasn't a huge HP advantage, and ultimately Muzz and Avery take that. But let's take a look at this leaderboard. Okis and Knifer, they're putting on a show today. 121 points, 14 elims. It seems like they're everywhere in endgame. We've seen them basically every time, Vivid.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Looking at this leaderboard makes it all so much more exciting. Look at this. Only a 29-point difference between 1st and 6th with 2 more games to go. That is a lot of points to still gather up. We saw Kaz and Hoofishy. They had a little bit of a struggle with Storm Surge, but their other games have been so well that they are actually still maintaining a top 6 position. So absolutely phenomenal performance out of them. It's also great to see Nick and Demonics up here in 2nd place, right? We were talking about how they were going to be contested today, and that is not phasing them at all.
It's not that you can see Voil and Accept has crept in here at 7th place as well. I mean, Crumbler and Mars keeping their position at 8th as well. It's all to play for. I mean, there's so many teams who are in contention here, which I love. That's why I love semifinals so much here, is we have this kind of format where ultimately you do have to be consistent. We know that first and foremost. But with 2 games to go now, it is, I mean, a team's kind of at the bottom. Do they have to go for the victory royale, or are they thinking, yeah, we can maybe scrim through on those points? I guess you kind of have to go for the VR, SPG.
You got to. You have no other choice. I mean, just simple math. You get 28 points for that 2nd place, so you're not winning and then still being on the placement. Plus the elims, I mean, unless you're putting up like a 50 elim game, but against these players, that is not happening. Really.
Yeah, probably not happening, but that's what we love so much about this format, is that these players, even though maybe the first 4 games aren't going so well, they can still fight all the way out to the end. And we saw that, right? DeQuinted, just in the last game, I believe they were around like the 20th position on the leaderboard, but no, they still got that victory royale, and that shoots them straight through to the finals. So 2 games left to play means 2 more teams going directly through to the finals, and it can be anybody on that leaderboard.
Okay, interesting question for you here with it as well. You've now got, I mean, he will never let us live this down, by the way. This is going to be something that goes on for the ages. We'll never forget the Mr. Fortnite moment. Now that your team's qualified, okay, who would you, right now, say could be the next team to get a VR? Just because your team have, who do you like the look of right now? And I'll ask the same to you, SBG, your team as well, Edison Jack. Could still happen.
I'm sticking with my guys, but what about you,
okay,
Vivid?
Okay.
Listen, I like Pamston and Fatch. This is the 2nd time over the last 2 days that they've gone on height. I'm going to say they're just going to run it back. They're going to get height again.
Okay, you heard it right there, guys. Heard it right there. Right, we're going to jump into the next game. We have 2 more coming your way. It is, I mean, the hype, the energy right now. We're feeling in the room. Who is going to go all the way in these next 2 positions on Victory Royale? So to find out, it is time for game number 5. Let's head over to Monster and to Sundown to bring us all the action.
Thank you so much. And like they said, 2 games to go. Everyone's pretty confident in your pick, Monster, so far. They've had a good showing. They're up there in the top 6 so far.
And the difference, Vivid just gave me the vouch. It might all come together now. I'm still heartbroken. What a phenomenal game. That's going to be one for the ages. It is very, very rare that we see such a clean 2v2. Let's get into game number 5, guys. Let's bring this home.
We got this one. We got one more after it. Two more teams will book a trip to the final. With the big dubs they're able to get. The question is which 6 will be joining them after the fact. We're hopping right on over. Best burgers in town. Most action off of the drop is none other than Greasy Grove. But also, I'm already keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner. Our boys Sprite and Nounsy, who got off to the hottest of starts, have just been dipped right on into the ice-cold water.
And it's crazy because you know it is going to happen. Like, when you are playing that type of drop, I'm going to land, I'm going to grab a weapon, I'm going to fight immediately. That is the riskiest way to play a drop. It's about as, you know, again, as coin flip as you can make it. For Shoney and Polo Capilot, you notice they decided, we don't want that coin flip. We're going to mix up our drop. Forget landing in the middle. You guys can have it. They give it to Aoxy and Swirl at the cost of letting them get to max HP, but at least they get to stay alive, get mats, because they know when they have the mats, they've managed to come out on top when they have actual weapons to work with.
Yeah, and I like this adaptation because as we saw in the early qualifiers, don't get me wrong, Greasy has just been almost exactly like, it's been greasy, it's been dirty. It's not these clean fights. We talk about the clean 2v2 we had last game. It's you're scraping for every extra material. You're hitting one extra wall to hopefully throw up a brick. And when Polo and Shoney slow that down, they've found more success so far, but they've also had a little bit of help from the top of the hill, and this time, not going to be a factor, as we're going to jump right into the fight.
Yeah, Aoxy looking to get it out the mud here. Swirl and Aoxy find the first one, and now the fight rages on. Oh, he slides in, though. Big punishments come through, but Swirl comes in and puts the dot at the end of the sentence there and cleans this one up. So they are now officially on top of Greasy Grove. Naturally, we know who's rotating on down. Probably Mason, probably Jackson, depending on their mood right now. And they've been doing this time and time again. This is their version of a surge. Could be Coney Crossroads here. Yup, I recognize the general area. Suskript and Haji have been here. They've also been fighting this one out for quite some time here.
And a nice little... They got some good shots, and I think it was just because he had the line of fire there, and you can see just how valuable it is getting the tags. Backing off, nice little upgrade there to his combat SMG, and that's not necessarily a bad spot, but one thing to note too, Monster, we're at Coney Crossroads, zone is to the south, so for the first time in a while, well, minus after that ridiculous game we had with Qua taking it home there, we're pulling back down to the south.
This is going to work against me, though, so I'm a little nervous here. Pam Smith, Batch of Heart, a northern team landers, right? They do go all the way up top, and then they come on to that southern portion. Only when they have to. This time, it is coming on here. But for Swirl and Aoxy, fights raging on. Aoxy is the only player on this team leading right here. Swirl's going to fall, so it's all going to come down to whether or not he can get the trade. He does get Mason. He looks for the finish, misses the first shocking shot. It's going to cost him SMG bullets. Will he regret it? Doesn't look like it. Already, though, misses the edit. Jackson playing aggressively. This is something professional players would do so well. They do not let having only white HP make them fear, right? They will take a fight. They will take a fight regardless of whatever health situation they're in.
Yeah, sometimes all it takes is that one quick edit to turn the tables, and some players really do get a little bit uncomfortable when they have the full shields. They immediately go like, hey, I'm gonna back off and make sure I get them right back up, and it sometimes lets you reset the fight, but it actually needs to be careful. Only 4 builds left, and then runs through all of them in Jackson. Very well played from him there.
Very, very well played. He had the slight lead there, not even a ton of material overcap, but enough to get that first wall down and go ahead and put Aoxy in a difficult position. And just like that, he's going to play for the quick pickup here. On the other side, Playify and TK, a team that's in 3rd place. Cannot believe that they've been able to play as aggressively as they have out of the far east side and continue to not only bulldoze through teams, but play for proper positioning. It is very impressive.
Great shots from TK there, showing the far east movement. It's not necessarily being as fly as possible, but it's about being aggressive and finding the shots, finding the pins. And right now, they got Bobby and Plur pinned away, investing into heavy mats. And if you see somebody investing into heavy mats that early, generally you want to get out of dodge. Like, you've won this trade, as far as I'm concerned. You are more central to the zone. You force them to burn things they don't want to burn. You've gotten some tags, and you don't need to stay here, right? At some point, they're going to have to come interior to you, and there's no real loot between them and the next POI.
And it wouldn't be a bad idea. Let them heal, tag them some more. Just keep getting Storm Surge. TK and Playerfy are tied for first in total elims with 16, just showing you that the only reason they're not in first is because they didn't get as much placement points, but the fact that they're in third means they're playing very, very well.
And we've seen some teams with just some bonkers placement points when you go and look at the leaderboard, just grinding those out, even with the +3 per each elimination coming through. Current leaders, though, Knifer and Okies, they're getting jumped on, and honestly, a really good insta floor and cone plays from Knifer, and he knows, no, we want none of that. They're trying to get out of dodge, but an even better reposition from the duo who's fighting that.
Very, very rarely you see them actually give up the high ground. Being bested this time around, someone might have just figured it all out. Nico in Polarized for the first time come through and find success. This could spell disaster for Knifer and Okies. You do not want to lose opportunities to make these end games. We saw what happened in EU. You needed 130, 40 plus points around that threshold, so this is an important game. You cannot walk out of here with nothing. Even if you are in first place, you can fall out.
But some of those numbers, right, depending on who got the victory round when and pull it out, we can see some very, very big shifts. And honestly, this is one of the tighter leaderboards we've seen because those teams who are putting up those big numbers, they're winning the games right away. Knifer and Okies get stalled. Elite Nico living up to his name, looking elite. Their first shot was huge, and then almost puts the shot into Polarized. He's saying, whoa, friendly fire, bro.
Okies has to disengage here. Love this play. Do not stay there. No reason to take a 2v1 at all. Just give them those points. Play for it later. And you know what? Okies knows how to stay in the zone here, and that's exactly what he's doing.
And the biggest thing is, I'm not sure, the fishing island down into his left, if they're okay on tags, he can go down there and just reset. He can come back into the cavern. Instead, he's going to rotate all the way around to the north. This is fine as well.
Launch pad?
Yeah, I was about to say, free launch pad on the rotation. Please make sure you pick that up. Thank you, Okies.
He's checking the area, though. You saw it. He's looking around like no one behind the rock real quick.
Nobody threw that or dropped that down there. This isn't a tease, but that little fishing island, that's my solo arena spot. Just nobody talk about it. But there is quite literally, I think it's between 12 and 18 fishing spots there. So if he just wants to chill, stall, go back through, kind of pick up the card, as long as they're okay on Storm Surge, they should be fine. One thing to note, though, as we're moving into game number 5, we're probably going to see a little bit of a slowdown in the pace. Going back to almost that first and second style game. Third and fourth get a little looser as people are in there saying, oh, we're on the leaderboard, we can push for the aggro. Now you've got to know what you're doing.
Nick and Demonics are that other team that is tied for first place in eliminations. They are the second place team currently on the standings. So our third and second place have the most eliminations the lobby has to offer, which means that Knifer and Okies are just playing that much more consistent, and they're at the top because of their placement points. So they have managed to do it so far. This is, again, that first time we've really seen a hiccup in their game plan.
Yeah, and I think it was something like 88 placement points in the first 2 games. So still, really backing it in between those placement points, the 16 elims. Don't forget, it's 3 point per elim. So if you're getting aggro in these lobbies, you can find success. Somebody who's been able to get aggro in these lobbies so far, Fishing and Kaz, currently sitting in 5th. And I mean, we've seen what they're able to do when they get rolling, but they weren't here yesterday. And so far, they're really kind of bucking that trend of being the first team coming in and having a little bit of success.
And Knifer and Okies, of course.
Yeah, that as well, you're right.
So yeah, those two are definitely the ones that are showing up and popping off right now. And that's a rarity, right? Teams show up, you know, statistically they just have much less odds. They miss all those games from that day one, 5 to be exact. And that's what's really cool about this format, guys. If you play consistent with your series points, you just have more of an opportunity when it comes down to queuing into these lobbies and getting that first chance as your opportunity in the semis. For Fishing and Kaz, though, right now that we're seeing our first iteration of a more southern or central zone. No, actually, this is southern. It's going down to the desert. Teams are going to be in much different places. It's like a new world of Fortnite here. For the first time, we get to try out and really simulate these end games. So how smart can you be now?
Yeah, it was very similar to that Game 2 zone we talked about, where it's a little bit awkward. You have those rough changes in verticality, they're not able to kind of cascade or waterfall off. I actually looked up what desert rock formations were called. I believe it was Hutus, but not sure if that's actually 100%, so don't quote me on that. But those things that are there, you know, they're smaller at the top, wider up there. Anybody who studied geology or they're smarter than me can look that up. You know what I mean. Those are really tough to build around, to navigate. It's very similar to the first time we saw that back in Chapter 1 with Polar Peak.
Yeah, I didn't study geology, but I watched cartoons, so, you know, I kind of got the image here.
Nailed it, yeah.
That'll be good enough for me. Hutus, ladies and gentlemen. Take that one and search it up. Let's see it here. For Pamson and Thatch, from 16th to 6th place after that huge last game. This is, of course, going to get me a little excited here to see them popping off and getting back into the conversation. This is my pick right now. Let's talk about this, though. This is the problem they had all day yesterday. Zone 2, Zone 3, they got tagged, they got held. They're so late with the rotate, and this is what really makes their games go south, that they get held out. But for the first time now, we're watching them play eastern side instead of going center. Can that make a difference?
And that's the reboot we talked about with all the excess heals coming through. Okies was able to pick those up, and the benefit is, too, with Command Cavern, and part of the reason why I can support so many teams. I mean, you're going to be able to find whatever you want in here. Something was left somewhere, I promise you.
And they are well below the surge. We were hoping they would have some tags to play with, but 1 minute, 40 seconds left for them to get from where they are directly to another team and fight officially right now, unless tons of players get eliminated right now in the lobby, which is mega unlikely. Bucky and Cam add to that chaos there. They end up finding 2. Fatch and Pam still on the prowl right now. 8 damage below. They need to find themselves some tags. There are some teams down low here. They can hear some shots in the distance, but they're thinking to themselves, can we find someone here first? We know there's a squad there.
But the reality of the situation is, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner and where the triangles are, this is their only real viable option. If they don't take this fight now, they're going to be rotating into teams who are already in the zone and then being forced to pressure. They're 22 below. That ticker is not going to stop climbing as other people do damage. And you can see Fatch and Pamso, they've decided on their target. They're trying to cut them off, not allow for this rotation. And luckily right now, Pamso is finding some shots on the side. He will trade it out. Fatch will trade it out as well, as they're just 17 above.
Pam found some very important tags. Fatch finds a couple extras and another one right through the trees. The razor blades, it just cuts directly down, and just like that, they find themselves above. And by an okay margin, it could have been worse. This is looking pretty decent. They see a team also getting tagged by Surge, and they recognize they can be a target for us. They start to push in. This aggression, though, is unwarranted, and it costs them so much now as they start to turn back and burn them. And all of a sudden, they're going to have to shut things down for a second, start to heal. Knifer and Okies find a player along the way. That's a quick 100 pickup. That's very impressive. And now, all of a sudden, they're only 88 below.
88 below, but 14 seconds. And realistically here, you cannon, you land on top of somebody, and you fight. Will they be able to pull it off?
Oh, no way.
Stick it through. He's looking for it. He sees the player step.
No way.
One of the players is down. They're going to send it.
No way. And the box is open. It doesn't get any better than that. It just, although Knifer falls here, Okis has a true chance to save his team, but no. Shots come in from another angle. What a play, though.
Honestly, that's when he got his hand caught in the cookie jar. He saw it. He saw cookie jars unguarded. Totally fine. Mom walks in from the kitchen. Hey, what are you doing there? And it's just like you managed to have a couple of bites real quick. He got the knocks. He got the points. But on the other end of it, somebody who's looking a little fishy monster, and they get all the loot. No points for them, but they're going to be happy with this.
Yeah, no milk with these cookies here. Just a whole bunch of crumbs, and they're starting to pick that up. And Fast and Pamps are happy to get a little something for the problems here. Aviv and Gold Elite here end up jumping on into the fight. They end up being the team that walks away with the bulk of the elims, but Donnie ends up also sniping up some here too. So can they actually find this player? No, they let Tabletop get away there ever so slightly. I don't even think they understand what's really happening here. There are so many bodies. They probably are assuming this is a solo, but that's a fresh duo. This is a scary fight to engage on.
And Fatch almost just edited Pamstow out. He reset that wall and then immediately brought it back. He's like, no, back up. And we've seen them be in this position before, where they end up getting exactly what they need, and then they overextend a little bit. But one thing to note, hey, there's still a duo being hit by Storm Surge right now. We're still at 72 players alive. Somebody is holding on to a whole bunch of excess shields to kind of keep this going.
What a play right now. Instead of sticking around here, they're going to go in and rotate on out. I like this. It's smart. And it's safe here. They do have to get to the zone. Demonics over peak, so he gets a huge shot. So does Fatch, though. Nick fires back. And these clapback shots here are definitely going to start to weigh in on the team, but they're so close to the Storm, they have plenty of time to work with. Voyo and XF are that one team below the Surge. They need to find one more tag. If they can actually get a tag, it'll jump over to another one.
And you can see they might just try and wait it out. The tag ends up going through it, will shift away. Trap Killed finds a pair, and he's going to help them out there a little bit as Storm Surge will turn off. We're not to our first placement point yet, but now Nexi and Narwhal, our 5th place duo, need to be careful. This is 5th for 7th.
Huge engagement right here. 5th for 7th, and 7th place is looking so worse for wears right now. They're hurt. They're desperate. They do have the high ground. Narwhal and Nexi are late on that rotate there around the outskirts. Pay very close attention. That should be a team that is going to clash against one another. And whoever gets that opening shot is going to be the most important. For Demonics and Nick, though, we saw how they were poised up here. They were actually just gunning down Pamso and Thatch, our #1 team in the lobby here, based off of the elimination and placement points as a holistically here, up against 6 who are just across from us. And also Bucky and Cam starting to poise up for high ground. Except does get taken out there by Mars. That's another team inside the top 10.
Yeah, putting pressure down on top of them. We saw 1, 7, and 11 all directly on top of each other. We'll swing back over to the other 7 on that side. That's Boyle. And Accept looking for a little bit of room. And Accept actually hasn't been confirmed yet. And you can see Boyle trying to see if he can't get just enough space to get him up. But if they get a beat on him, luckily he put a full box up there. And once you're able to kind of get that brick built, those burst rifles don't really chunk through them that hard.
And that's why you never give up, even if you're a down body. You want to just keep shuffling, keep on moving. That's what Accept did very well there. He wasn't just, okay, I'm down, I'm just going to wait here. No, he kept playing the game. He skated his way on over to his teammate, and that was the difference in allowing them to at least be alive right now. Because now they earn placement points. Even though it's a point, it's still a point. They are in 34th as far as the teams go right now. The next jump up will be around that, 25 marker or so. So it's quite a ways away, or 28, but you know, they gotta keep moving.
Yeah, next 1 point at 30, and then we get in the cascading points at the top 25. So it's kind of like, hey, you made it through the first third of the game, congratulations, here's a point. Hey, you made it to the halfway mark, and then you're into where the real points fall out. But you can see already somebody trying to poke a little bit, and when you replace a brick wall immediately with wood, everyone should have signal fires being like, yeah, let's shoot that guy.
Yeah, but that's a solo of Lawrence right now? No, there's definitely a player up above him. And yes, that is a true telltale sign that something can be going on there. Now, though, we're starting to look here at what's going on for Hoofishy and Kaz. They're starting to make their way in, currently in 4th place here. And they're doing so well, but this game is looking down and bad for them. They're starting to run out of material. Big fight here starts to break out, though. Hoofishy tracks her player right through there. Let's see some tragic slide on it.
And W Carry picks up Accept on the other side, but our first plays duo under a little bit of pressure here. You see Nick gets full confirmed. They are 472 below, and Demonics has found a nice little hidey hole for himself. OMG Me Too gets on the board. Bucky was the one who actually got the confirmation over to Nick, so a little bit of room for him there. We do have our 4th zone revealed, and pretty much everyone minus maybe 4 duos has already parked out their real estate on
onto Demonics. Demonics decides to turn tail and burn out the side here, even going as far as jumping straight into enemy territory here. This is a desperate play. Now he's got to be more careful than ever. Of course, he can always retreat back to his builds, but it'll take some time. He's going to wait for the storm to start to come in. I'm paying very close attention to the feed, though, because I know Bucky and Cam are sitting right next to Pamso and Thatch. Where are they? Narwhal, however, starts to put up a fight here. He's well above the surge, but this is a fight for elims here, and they're positioning of 4th. They're going up against Mars and Crumbler, who have now edged their way back into that top 10 after falling slightly early last game, but the back of the wall is open. Narwhal takes some punishment. It's just wood behind him. So it is still very risky here. Enemy build in front of him as well. Oh no, he doesn't have control of this situation. It's starting to slip away from him here.
Oh, 6 wooden builds, tries to push in and make a play there, but Mars, he knows when he has an advantage. Very well done cleaning that up, and goes straight 9th to 8th, and the zone drops pretty much on top of it, and we're getting very similar zone to what we saw in game number 2, Monster, and we talked about it. That's going to make high ground in second height, and how you utilize your utility so much more valuable, but look who's right on top of each other.
They're right there. They're right on top of each other. Demonic gets taken out by Bucky, so he is fully eliminated. First place is out, and they were down at around a 125 plus points or so. Thatch and Pamso start to make a mad dash here to the new zone. They get a little closer, but not before getting trapped behind here, and you can see enemies starting to control some builds. Pam gets a refresher along the way onto Aimred. That's actually so massive. Once again, Pamso and Fat start to fight their way into an endgame.
Aimred being the solo who was under pressure from Surge, zones on top of him, and it feels like at some point they're going to put it all together. Could this be it? We thought last game was it, but looking at the positioning right now, nobody really has taken away that dominant area that we saw Qua end up doing.
Fishy and Kaz still holding on to their spot. They do have a launch pad. That's so important here. We saw that no teams had launch pads when it went up and over that cliff, and that was the biggest mistake for the lobby right there, because there was no way, no chance for players to build up and over. Playerfy and TK mashed in between 4th and other players that desperately need a win right now. Zone's gonna pull back the way it came, straight north, cutting between the two valleys onto flat territory. This is honestly probably the best situation for the both of the lobby right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, you want to pull away from all those changes in verticality. Nobody wants to deal with that and trying to rotate around. And just because so much of this area has already been occupied, it makes it that much more difficult. And as we've been scrolling through, you talked about the lack of launch pads in all of these loadouts will make that hard. We will have the 6th zone begin to move now. Expect players to take to the sky if they're on the southern part of the zone. Everyone else is kind of need to get moving, and there they are. Launch pads taken to the sky. Everyone going up. Can they find one? Playify and TK, they're looking and they found it.
There it is. They take to the sky here. They start to rotate out. They're still in 3rd place. The team starts to crank up for high ground. Who is it? Mars falls. Crumbler's down. And that's because they had a bad flight path across the sky there. Weather was not looking too good for them. For Playify and TK, those shots coming in. Polarize actually trying to play for the elimination here. We see Nico and Polarize take out big teams before. TK gets hurt. Down to low ground they go. 1-2 chug splashes. They're down and out. Creo is down. Bucky and Blake are down now as well, so players are starting to fall here.
We do have Storm Surge, will turn on here in 10 seconds, but only 5 players will need to go down, potentially 3 duos, likely mostly solos as Tahi picks up yet another one. Way up on height, Av and Edan. You also have Trap killed as a solo just underneath with Vert. You can see he's got players all around him. Cease ends up going down. Nico finds one. TK going to get the confirmation there. Edan dropping back over, looking for that launch pad, but taking a little bit of extra time. You can see TK is down. Playify trying to run it out as we close in on our top 15.
Tragix falls there too. He had such a good Cease, but he is now officially down and out. I'm looking at names here in the mix. Bucky's back up. Cam is still here as well. Kaz and Fishy looking to edge their way towards a win potentially right now, and so are Pamsto and Fat. They have now fallen to 5th, but that's okay because they're still up. They're still in this end game. There's still a chance here. Fishy finds Verteed. He's gonna go down. Pamsto has to commit an armored wall here. High ground though. Just no one is currently just looking at them, pressuring them. They're allowing them to live rent-free right now.
If this pulls south, high ground wins, straight up. It's going to be so incredibly hard for everyone else to force them down. But as I say that, look at the loadout on Bucky and Cam. They have so many shields, they have so many heals, they have a decent amount of builds, and an armored wall.
That's actually a very important call right there. The fact that they have material, we can see Bucky and Cam start to look up and edge for height. Playify is a solo here, lurking in the build. Only target in front of him could be Pamsto and Thatcher, but no, the shots come in. He was spotted out, and down he goes. And just like that, Lauren snipes up another solo there. Pamsto and Thatch make a dash out the side of the zone there. They actually commit. AV starting to run out of material.
And Bucky and Cam chop them. Bucky and Cam were looking to the back of zone. They're saying, hey, they've been up there a minute. What can we do to drop them down? And look how much he still has.
They have so many mats here. Oh. Cam gets shot. That's so important. They're going to have to stop here. The more splashes they use, the win condition starts to slip away here. 12 players alive, 17's up. Nets, one of the only solos in this game here. Now going his way down to low ground. Cam finally breaks it, but no, lets his guard down, and it's Pamsto who takes him out. Bucky's now by himself. Pam is gonna find so much material off of Cam's body because they split the material before it all happened here. They have a chance now. Avi and Edan start to look up. They bring down Bucky. The fight is breaking out. Of course, the low ground teams recognize what is happening here. There's a true opportunity for anyone to go back up to height, and Edan climbs his way back up, but he is out of material. That is it.
Pamsto is down. It's all on the Thatch as well. 2v2.
That's fine.
V1.
Can he do the rest here? Now comes the refresh here. He got to get some material. That's a good farm back. Clue's a solo there. Clue gets hurt. Aviv, Elite, Gold, still alive there on the low ground. Eden and AV on height here, but no material, so they are going to have to commit on in. AV still has a little bit to work with, tries to reconnect there, but now the build fight goes out here. This is a perfect case scenario. The high ground teams are going head-to-head. What happens here? Elite Gold comes out on top. Down goes Eden, and the story starts to change, and another exchange there. Bam! AV is on top here, but no finisher for him, and all of a sudden, we're left for Clue, so left for Thatch here.
This is a 1v1, and there's so many fishes who are down the zone. You can see Aviv went back. He tries to find the fish, and he tries to find the zone, but Clue, what looked like an absolutely hopeless situation, he now has the opportunity. However, win condition is in Aviv's hand. What can Clue do?
Good shot right there by Aviv. Down onto low ground. If Aviv takes this home, so do all the points. That's going to open up a placement spot within the top 6. That's the ideal situation, but Clue needs this if he wants to go to finals. He may not get a chance like this again. It's only going to become more and more difficult, though. More and more materials start to get invested. Clue doesn't have much to work with. He loses a little bit more HP.
And we're going underneath the bridge,
Oh,
so
look at
pretty
this
much.
find.
Oh, this is almost all full built metal. He's gonna get some more materials, but most importantly, he has no heals. The longer he waits, bottom right-hand corner, 15 seconds to full close. We're going off the bridge, and while he can recycle, this is going to give Aviv a window to just say, I don't need to go down. I can pop the flop and chill. Clue has to force something, but instead, Aviv finds the angle, and he says, I'll do it myself. HP lead turns back, and we have our 5th Victor Royale from today. Congratulations
And
to AV.
They did it so well, too.
That was
They did it
brilliant.
with, like, so much comfortability. The high ground, a little bit more material. Elite Golden Aviv played exceptional there. Shout out to Matrix now. They get to close out with 9 eliminations in a Victor Royale, and they do it in fashion. A couple extra heals there, the flop or 2. What a win. We'll see you guys in the finals.
And if you're the rest of the lobby, you're incredibly happy with the result. If
Oh,
you're
yes.
not the one getting the W, you see somebody who is really firmly in the top 5 catch a dub in the final. That's great.
And it means so much. Those points are now officially not a non-factor. 128 points is perfect, and that is what we like to see.
It really is. It really is. Yeah, Aviv and gold there. Thank you, boys. Incredible victory royale there. Exactly. It does really change things up on the leaderboard. We're going to see that in a few minutes' time. But, you know, look at Aviv, the setup there, the high ground. You have med mist, you had floppers, you had minis if necessary. When you have those heals, you have the high ground as well. It is the classic way to win out and get the victory royale SBG.
Yeah, it definitely is. When we talked about them at the top of the show, I experienced what they were doing in the early game, in the mid game. They've qualified and made cash in multiple duos cash cups this season, so I expected them to continue to play well and just continuing that momentum right into finals, Vivid.
Yeah, absolutely great. And I love Sundown pointing out kind of his win condition right there. We saw him with the med mist, 2 floppers in hand. Basically, all he has to do is kind of use all of his mats that he has remaining to try to stay in the zone for as long as he possibly can. And then when it starts to get a little bit sketchy, he can just make that run back all the way into the zone, which is when he will finally use that med mist and those floppers, being very, very confident that he has way more heals than the person on the low ground, so that way he can win ultimately through that little bit of a heal off.
That made me so nervous when he was going up to high ground with no mats, but to get that last shot, the refreshing was just enough for him to take that game. It was huge. Well done by those two. And oh, we have so much more space in the finals now because, like they just said, a top team, now the points don't matter.
Yeah, one of those teams you actually highlight at the beginning of the show as well, Cam and Bucky as well, are managing to be consistent as well. Obviously, we knew they had that conflict of Bugle there with Donnie and Mac. With these guys definitely coming out on top today with a lot of eliminations. And I think we keep talking about consistency. It's always consistency, because when you have that in this kind of format and you can kind of, regardless of the Victory Royale, manage to always be considered in the top kind of few, you're going to go a long way with it.
Yeah, and taking a look at their games from yesterday, it was always, like I said, they were making it to the end game, but not far enough to get past like top 18. So they were never in a good position when they got to the end game. But today we saw, specifically in this game, they found an early elimination and they just ran with it, right? They had so many heals from that. They got their Storm Surge. I think they were like 700 above at one point. So they were absolutely chilling, and they played the rest of the game so well, which is why we saw them all the way through the end game.
And I think it's that little adjustment. We knew them as a high ground team. We've talked about it multiple times, but today in multiple games, they're playing that mid ground. They're slaying out in the mid ground. And it's that little adjustment to go for the consistency that is mid ground. We saw them make a play for the height. Ultimately, they go down, but you got to make a play to try and win the game eventually. You can't just sit there the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely right. You can see her as well. We haven't highlighted Pam Stonefetch in this particular moment, but Monster must be very excited right now because they're looking good in second position here as well. Vivid, walk us through the leaderboard here because it is mighty tight at the top.
Yeah, you said it. You know, Pam Stonefetch, we kind of little prediction last game. Right? I was like, listen, I think Pam Stonefetch are going to take it again. Ultimately, didn't take it, but making it to the end game, ultimately putting them in second place. So very, very good. It's also awesome to see Kaz and Hoofishy holding their position in fifth. Did not move at all. 113 points right now for sixth place, though.
Yeah, and that's what we're looking for. It's been back and forth all day. Teams going up and down the leaderboard. Nyx and Nick trying to claim their top spot. 131. That was enough on EU to qualify, but we don't know here. Just look, 90th 90 points for 10th place. They could have one big game, grab like 5 elims, and then shoot all the way up to the top if they fall early. It'll be really interesting to see how this final game plays out because all these teams are so close. It's going to be a battle.
The interesting thing is with this last game, because this is the very last game now we have going into this one of the day 2 here. Obviously, 12 teams in total qualified today, 12 new ones coming tomorrow. If you've already been in semifinals in day 1 and it doesn't happen in day 2, there is that element of pressure on day 3 that you must qualify. And I think now as well, in this very last game, are we going to see a team that is around the top 6 go through? Or are we going to see one of our teams towards the bottom just pop off, frag out, and go all the way through on that Victory Royale rule here in semifinals and go all the way? It's exciting stuff, SPG.
Yeah, it definitely is. And we saw our first team that is starting off in day 2 win a match and move through. I'm not sure who is going to take it. I'm going with one of the vets in the final game, much like I would go with the veteran Prediction King right here.
Thank you. But yeah, I love the point that you made. You know, kind of being in here already for 2 days, 2 sessions, ultimately that leaderboard is looking almost locked in at this point. So one Victory Royale left, right? Top of that leaderboard is kind of locked in. And then also session 3 tomorrow, you have 12 new teams who are hungry coming in. You really don't want to put yourself in that position to go against them.
Exactly right there. Okay, this is it, guys. The very last game of day 2 here on NAE. Who will qualify? Again, as I keep saying, let us know online who you think is going to go all the way here. It's the last time we're boarding the bus today here on NAE. Let's head over to Sundown to MDF to bring us all the action. It's game time, baby.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SPG. And this is the last chance before the last chance. We will have one more Victory Royale go through, and then it's all about the top 6 in tomorrow.
That's right. It will come down to just that. The wire is literally here for NA East. One more chance. That leaderboard, talk about it being close. We haven't seen it that close in quite some time. Again, what you're hoping, if you're one of those teams down low, is that the guys up top take it. But we'll see it here. And now we're jumping on into the last game of NA East today.
The wires are stretched and held tight. The tension could not be any higher. Our heroes will look to tempt the fates. The question is, who will stand strong against the snip, the edge that is that top 6? Who will claim the Victory Royale, and who will get snuffed out for one more chance tomorrow? Sprite announced that they got off to a hot start, and now they're trying to get a piece of it. Plague loses the weapon to the drop, has an HP, and it's not much of a dream. It's more than a nightmare, and brilliant by Sprite to about face and immediately cover the chest, saying, where you going, pal?
Playing smart, protecting one another, and just like that, with every team that falls now, their chance at the finals is over for today.
And you want, Vivid, Prediction King, all of that. I will Babe Ruth it right now, point to the outfield fence. I'm going to say Sprite announce you're going to win this game.
It can be just that. They've sat out for 2 games, though. Are they cool, or are they still on fire? We'll see if they can actually put it all together for Polo and Shoney. I mean, they finally win Greasy Grove in a big contested fight for them. I mean, it's been back and forth here. Talk about a story of a quick start for Polo and Shoney, and then all of a sudden have to really claw their way back, where Aoxy and crew were just playing so consistent. These are the kind of contested battles that we've had all day here today.
But we do need to talk about the experience gained from the team on the left. Yes, we're going to be jumping around and looking at these additional fights, watching the contests that go down, because again, hey, if you're out, good luck. If you're in the top 5, you can hold on like we saw yesterday, but otherwise, reset a little bit, go back, watch your VODs, hop in the shower, like do whatever you need to do, because tomorrow is your last chance to keep playing competitive Fortnite. And that's what it's all about for these guys. Last chance for this season.
I was gonna say for the season.
For the season, and don't forget, we got NA West after this too. Like we got plenty to go.
Yeah, much more Fortnite in front of us for the evening, and of course here today, Rahaji and Suscript. Man, these are all our teams that are middling in the competition. Yesterday we saw teams well outside that top 15, top 18 opportunity go ahead and snipe up a Victory Royale in the final moments. We also saw teams that were up top take a win and edge out the guys who would have otherwise punched their way on through. So anything can truly happen here. And this is the excitement that the FNCS stage brings, especially these semifinals.
So in this game in particular, we're going to jump around. We're going to try and find all of the early fights. If you're just watching, if you're just tuning in, welcome. How you doing? I hope you've had a fantastic evening, day, wherever it is. This is the final game in NA East. Right after this, we'll roll into NA West for their day 2. What is on the line here is we're going to peek back and see how that elim went down. The winner goes through, right? And then we're going to be spending a ton of time looking at the yellow point totals next to Accept's name. So as soon as we cut back here, you can see it down the bottom. He's currently sitting at 91. The things you care about is what does that yellow number say? And then the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, team number blank tells you roughly where they are in the leaderboard. They want to end in the top 6. Top 6, ticket to the dance, you don't have to play tomorrow. If you're not in there, then you're into what might be the most stressful day of your entire season.
Yeah, like, so for Bucky and Cam, pressure is so intense right now. They're in 7th here. They're that one team looking behind the glass window saying, I hope I got enough money to pick up this item because I want it right now. And that is what kind of pressure they're facing. I mean, they have to literally outperform some of the other greats on the region. And that is no easy ask and an even tougher task to go ahead and commit.
But I do love that they're continuing the trend of getting the initial loot over in Bugle.
Yes.
And then getting out, because we saw what happened in Qualifier 3 and yesterday. We're getting bogged down in that fight against Macwood and Donnie was awful for everyone involved.
Yeah, and, you know, we also saw Macwood and Donnie winning most times as well. So they kind of understand, like, hey, yeah, you know, we can fight this team, but, hey, we sometimes lose this battle, so it's not in our best favor to actually stick around. And that's why I respect the fact that they get out. Maybe they trade some tags there, they get into a little fight, but they never overcommit. It's not worth it at all. For Boxer and Convicted here, this is a fight that's going to mean everything for them. Both these teams literally hovering around the same overall mark for points, so they've kind of had the same all-in-all competition flow today. This is the Fortress. This is another fight that's going down on the outer edge, right? So they want to finish this up, you know, maybe play for a better spot, play for some high ground, and wait this one out. A victory royale can punch out any of these teams to finals today.
Yeah, and they're getting out of dodge, and honestly, I'm a huge fan of that. I despise fighting out of the Fortress. I think it's one of, like, the biggest trap POIs to get cut down in, because basically everywhere that rotates around this side of the map gets a great line of sight on you. It's very similar to the Gorgeous Gorge in Chapter 2, where you go anywhere near that, you jump off of the side, basically everyone on the map can see you.
Yeah, you get super exposed there. And you already know if the teams decide to kind of jump the gun, play for a high ground position, pretty much wraps, so you get punished up. Kind of like what we saw for some teams yesterday who rotated late. Hoofissy and Cash for the first time getting shot early before they get to mountaintop. And this is super hopeful for that team because they're up in the stands right now. For Knifer and Okies, I mean, luckily they have a little too much on the line to overcommit right now because that could have been it for any of these teams right here.
Nah, send it. I wanted to see Knifer hop in that cannon and just throw himself towards that. Granted, not actually the smart play. He did the smart play, just back up, hold the angle, especially because, yet again, Monster, where are we? We're over at Command Cavern. Where's that white circle? Well, it is inside Command Cavern. We're going pretty much north-central. Flo getting a knock in the feed there, gonna get the confirmation onto Golden with some help from Blake. My prediction struggling today, but maybe they can pick up a VR here in the game. I mean, like I said, I think we got a little bit of flack for it yesterday. Broken clock is right twice, so might have used up my goodwill there.
Yeah, could have been, but hey, if you wait long enough, eventually that clock would be correct.
Hey, it'll come back around. You know, occasionally I get things right. It's not...
Hoofissy and Kaz, it looks like Bert actually sniped up their mountain. That's why they were swinging back to Okies and Knifer's position. But, you know, they never leave there, so it does punish them.
And they have tons of room right now, and I'm just looking at the amount of utility. If they're able to top out on those chug splashes, they could end up in a great spot. Though one thing to note...
What?
Maybe just a little bit...
Oh, hello?
Wait, what?
Let's try this again.
Yeah, let's get a better angle here, gentlemen. There we go. Gonna be able to get the straight line. They don't want to go too vertically and expose themselves to some of the billy goats up on the mountains there, but if they're able to top out on the chug splashes, they'll be in a great spot. One thing important to note, they left the flopper on the ground. Seems like a very tiny thing, but we've seen so many of these victory royales come down to who has one extra med miss, who has one extra flopper, who can hang in the zone for a little bit longer. And now we're going to do a nice little tour of all our teams who are inside of that top 6. You probably wonder, why aren't you showing us any fights? Well, one, really aren't any right now. If you're still up on your feet, you don't want to full send for an early game. We'll get a little bit when you go and poke for Storm Surge, but otherwise right now, we're just getting a tour of what everyone looks like, what they have in their inventory, and where they're positioned.
The standings are so close that there is not a single team in the lobby that can say, oh, let's just get 2 elims and we're good. We're going through. There are about 10 points separating our top 10, which is ridiculous. Like, that is not much. Any team that falls in the top 10 quite literally see themselves playing again tomorrow another set of 6 games.
Yeah, if you fall outside of that, even the first placement point, you might think, well, it's just 1 point sundown. How much can that ask? No, you might as well go play tomorrow, because as we've seen, somebody is going to win the game and get pulled out, and somebody is going to get just that 1 extra elimination, the extra 3 points chipping through.
And the crazy part about it is top 6 move on for consistency. So if that top 6 is in the player or team that wins the game, you are getting pushed down. They're going to take a spot.
And that's literally what we saw yesterday, where we said, oh no, it might be over for Melito and Ignite. But then in the final moments, when this team who was already up there got pushed out, and they stole away the spot from Shadow and Me Too.
That's right, because those points do start to add up. Let's see here for Playify and TK right now, who are playing defense, as we need to catch up, because there's a lot of time in front of us.
Quickly, just wanted to let you guys know, kind of show you why Command Cavern is so good and why Knifer has been doing so well out of it. So he kind of hangs up here, he uses that scanner to get a ping on players, gives information of where all those players are at because the POI is crazy. Then he has those cannons right next to him to rotate out and make a clean rotation to the next zone.
Love being able to utilize the map. It's who can min-max the hardest, who can get a rotation for free, who can find an extra tag, who can manufacture that 1 elimination that gives you the extra 3 points. And honestly, if there was ever a team who's in tournament management mode out of this entire group who can just kind of hold on, maybe it's Demonics and Nick, but hold the phone! Knifer down! Oki's 35 HP monster!
It's not looking good. 124 points as well. Remember, that number 1 team was 6 points ahead of them, so that is how close 2 eliminations separate them. And for 1 team to be down, Oki's has to go so deep into the storm right now. Command Cavern has fallen, and finally, Avi and Eden are the team to do it. They tried to do it before. They've managed to find themselves up in 14 somehow, so they can actually jump up.
Yeah, Sin and Aqua rotating past them, though, and now potentially challenging up towards the cavern as Jock does get the knock onto Flow. So we're seeing some of our bigger teams fighting here, and this is what we saw last game where Okis tried to dip out in the zone. The difference is he didn't really break line of sight well this time, and now he has no white heals. The time is ticking, 20 seconds to find something. There is a campfire up here, though. If he can get to it in time, I don't think he can.
You got to dig deep into that brain right now. This is Camp Cuddle. There are so many campfires, but where? He is just looking around. Where's the closest one? Nothing. Is there anything? And there is nothing before him. And just like that, Okis and Knifer are down in out 3rd place. Cross off of the standings here. Will 124 points hold up? It's gonna be very close.
We're gonna be watching those yellow numbers the entire time in the end game, and we won't be the only one. We hyped him up as being one of the new duos. Well, Monster, we talked about 124. This is our 9th place team sitting at 101. That is nothing.
So close. We already know, like, placement points. A top 5 is already gonna surpass that.
And particularly, too, we talk about the 3-5-7 rule when it comes to Storm Surge. Look at the top left-hand corner. 70-16. This is the fastest of the lobbies we've played so far. Yes, there are less teams in it because they get removed and going, but everybody needs to be going.
We already see another team fall there. A-List is down. Will he get finished here? Pamson and Fatch have a gift rotating straight towards them. They are going to need some tags here at the Sleepy Sound. A huge, and I mean huge risk that they're taking right now to play this northern side here and play defensively. As we know, their opportunities to find tags will become more and more limited as the lobby goes on. They have luckily found plenty here, and their loadout's looking exceptional. Now they start to dip back in.
And one of the important things here to note, again, we talked about it. Everybody, while it is a fast-paced lobby, it wasn't fast enough to not give everyone kind of a temperature check on the Storm Surge, right? So while there's 73 players up, you at least see the ticker on the side so you know, hey, am I a couple hundred above or am I like right on that line? Because once you get in that fifth zone half and half out, that Storm Surge is going to be so incredibly important. And right now we're looking at one of the two duos who's potentially underneath a monster, bottom left-hand corner. They're in top 8.
That's right, it gets to reactivate here. So a top 8 team eyeballing up a team above them. It's Tieko and NQs. They start to go all in. This is it. This is everything. Pam's doing fast shooting from behind. They're not making it easy. Nets has to full commit here. He finds one tag, but that's not enough. NQs now gets shot from the distance as well. So there are two teams effectively looking in here. You have the Pam and Fat Squad potentially on the outskirts. Another team at the base of the mountain looking up. Tieko and NQs have to play defense here as Nets and Hide and Seek need to fully commit here. If they find these, that's 6 points. That will put them up at 115, and there will be a little bit of placement as well. Luckily, things start to even out here, and the surge turns off. So that pressure is going to be alleviated for now.
And again, they were just 86 above, so that's going to be ticking in the back of their mind as they get into these late games. Another important thing to note, we got one of those north-central zones where this mountain is in play. The big mountain we see directly in front of us is pretty much smack dab in the middle. So this changes of verticality and positioning. Where you get now is so important.
Not only that, Narwhal and Nexi were not looking good there. They were actually super tagged up, kind of below the halfway mark. Could be a sign of no shield, could be a sign of just a really tough rotate that's going to dig into their material count. Either way, it's not ideal. OMG Me Too now just below that mountain's edge here, getting focused onto by Hoofishy and Cass potentially as their next target. This zone is going right directly on top of a mountain. It's definitely going to have its part in it.
See, everyone's just trying to position around it, picking which side they're going to be on. We've got to check in with 5th right there. Through fishing cast, now we'll scoop back on over to 7th, and man, they're separated. It's barely even a stone's throw. Might as well be even, given how Fortnite points work. And now you can see here, it's 3 points per elim. We have our first placement point given out. Now, if you are in the top 6, every time a placement threshold ticks over, that's so valuable to you because the players who are trying to play catch-up, they don't gain that point. It means they have to put a little bit more pressure on it and keeping an eye. Demonics finds the confirmation on the Kyoto.
So huge because Demonic and Nyx went down in that last game, and they were in first place in Game 5. And they fall in the mid-game, really opening up the standings. So although they're still up inside the conversation, they are playing catch-up here.
And a very interesting loadout from Cam. This loadout, to me, screams that Bucky told him, hey, grab whatever you need to make sure we're okay on Surge and play the end game, and that's it. No shotgun, rocking the harpoon, rocking double shield kegs. You don't generally see that, but that screams like, let's make it to half in and half out and play the late game. I like that a lot.
They're willing to sit there, take damage, take trades, and play for that end game. That is definitely a loadout that tells us a full story. Voyle and X up there in 10th place with a couple of elims. Demonics, of course, though, we need to continue to keep up with them. #1 team in the lobby currently, even after being #1 in Game 5, they're still showing us why they're up at the top.
And it shows how particular, like we saw during the qualifiers and in the round 4, how you can kind of have like 2 throwaway-ish games. And look at that zone. We talked about the 2 power positions being the mountain in the northeast and the mountain pretty much on that like south, central, west, whatever. That was a bunch of directions at once, and it drops right on top of the highest points. You can see the pings going out. So if you're already on that mountain, fine. Billy goat up, create a little bit of space. If you're not, you're gonna figure out how to get there.
Yeah, time to get a move on it, maybe slide down this hill that you're on. I'm already seeing fresh bases start to be thrown up here. Metal walls beginning to open up as well, so the clock is ticking. There's no shot. Nick and Demonics decide that they want to take that zip line. They thought about it for a second. Take a look at the options here. They could go right or they can go left. They're going to follow the pack here and actually take their way into these enemy builds here because of the extra line of cover, right? There's some line of blocking there from the tree as well, so it actually ends up working out.
Yeah, a little bit of a line of a sight blocker there, and the fact that there are still a couple trees and a player broken off the right-hand side. I was looking to maybe loop back through shifty shafts. However, you get that kind of scarecrow attitude that we talked about earlier where you're passing builds and you have no clue if somebody's just kind of ratting around a corner just waiting for you, like I would be to manufacture one of those eliminations because I can't win a fair fight. But somebody who's won plenty of fair fights, Nick and Demonics, there again, we talked about it. They just want to hold on. You can see that in their strategy as well, investing very heavily into shields.
Just a couple eliminations away from punching their way to the finals there. They are so close to doing it. Carrie and Coop Bear are the team holding on to 6 currently, so that is the number in threshold to crossover. Playify and TK edge their way on up to 127 points after picking up eliminations so far, and the surge finally turns on here.
4 duos who will be under pressure, and there is only 2 solos who are running around, so it could be upwards of 5 if both the solos are on it. And one of those is our current 4th place team,
oh no,
Kaz and Who Fishy.
This is not looking good here. They have to really open up these boxes here. Other teams are shooting in as well, though. This is perfect. They can get a lobby focus and crush Void and Xcep's dreams here. An opportunity at the finals. This could be sending them back to tomorrow. Huge white tag there. They're still below, though. Surge is going to be active any second now. 15 seconds until things get crazy, and there it is. They throw down that Chug's barrel because they have to. They have to get these heals going, and still, they're below. They need a couple more tags.
Shield K going up. I almost panicked for a second. I was like, wait, was that their cone? Did somebody buy them? But Void and Xcep pinned to the side. And the 10th place team. And the tags on the down is huge, even if it isn't their Elam coming through. It will put them 59 above. Kaz ends up getting one coming through. OMG Me Too gets the knock on Foil on the side, and they will end up finding the other one as well. So good job for them. Kaz getting the confirmation on it, but we swing on over. Bucky and Cam, they're under Storm Surge, 7th place team. They gotta go. 2 huge tags. Can he find more?
These tags mean everything there. They find a couple. Pamster finds Tieko with a knock there as well. All these teams are fighting right now. Everyone needs to continue to push through. 2 players are underneath, and it's Bucky and Cam, the only players in the lobby who are underneath the surge here. Our 7th place team is underneath the surge. 1 single tag is all they need, but they have the half in and half out, so they do not want to move too far. The clock is ticking. Now, a few more builds left over. 30 below here, Sundown.
30 below. They do still have the chug splashes, but in the bottom right-hand corner, the team they were shooting at was the only team in zone, but they've shifted it over. They're trying to see everyone rotating past it, but because they were able to get in, they took too long. And as you said, the only team, they'll flip it over to somebody else, but they're not safe yet.
They finally find some tags here. At least it alleviates some pressure. There's just 4 above. That means the other team that's below is also trading back and forth. 1 player goes down, another now as well, and things finally settle for TNA's Cam and Bucky here. And just like that, it was almost all over, but they managed to hold on.
And we're into the top 25, so each throw that drops is an additional placement point, and this is where we're going to be paying attention to which one of those teams, because basically, if you got a 15 or lower in your name, you're in contention even without the win. A 2nd place could push you up. Next, he picks up Plur, and we have a team drop. That's another +1 going through. And TK, who's currently in 4th, is all by his lonesome. Can he have one of those NAE signature individual efforts that we saw? My boy Trap Kills is going to have to do it because Flo gets confirmed from Tahi, and Monster, look where we're pulling. We're going back over to the east, back over towards that first round of high ground.
And a couple players did have some bases over there, so we're going to see some recycling going on, but it's not going to be easy for players like TK here, who only have a launch pad. Armored wall. They lose the wall to, oh my gosh, OMG Me Too and Shadow, one of the scariest younger duos on the scene. We saw them punch their way through last year, or last season, straight to the finals off the win. So they have been here before. They know how to take a victory out of semis, and that's the scariest part about it. And now, look at this. Surge is turned on again here for Pam and Thatch.
And they love the late game dramatics, whether it's going through in that final qualifier, whether it was in the round 4 trying to push the way through. Can they do it in the final games? 46 below for Pam and Thatch.
This is not looking good. They're going to have to touch down and get active ASAP. 15 players have to fall here. There's players in between them as well. Do they double back? Do they get center point? We're going to find out here. It's all or nothing right here and now. Play hip to hip and make this end game. It's so important. Polarized and Nico are up on the high ground here. Donnie's still in this game. Kaz and Who Fishy alive and also not looking too well as they are below, but the textbook plays start to come in. Kaz protecting his 6 here. Play it smart. Play it steady. You still have 8 seconds before you need some pressure to be alleviated here and get those tags to come through.
Pam's coming fast, find another one. Nico and Polarized up on the high ground, but there's so much surge.
Oh no, Coop's down. Carries honestly back against the wall right now. They're looking healthy. If they can bounce back here and hold on just a little bit more, 122, that's actually edge right there. Bucky could overpass him.
And now Shadow and Me Too who took them down, but Macwood and Donnie still on the low ground, and they're tearing through everyone as the zone pulls out and away. But look at the right-hand side, 15 below. Cam and Bucky, and Cam finds the tags, he finds the spray. The player's lost, he said, let me give you a map. Polo takes him down there, but Bucky goes down, and it's all on the back of the young Lord. PSG, TNA, Cam. Can he take his team to the finals? 122 points. They are the 6th place mark, and it was Fat who rips Bucky away.
And they have to be careful because he's still in that layer with them as well. This is going up and over the mountain. It's only going to get more and more difficult now. For Polarized and Nico, I mean, it's easy streak for them. They're in 29th. They need the win. There's no other way around it. For Kaz and Fishy, they're trying to just rack up these points because we've seen how close it can be. Players like Bucky are edging their way and catching up to the heels of these players right now. Pamstel and Fat are now in the #1 seeded spot. A huge shot there, and that cuts down onto Kaz, the 2nd place team. They got a little too close to the sun, and they burn. For Cam now on the other side, another Elim off the Fishy. He jumps on up. Bucky and Cam are in the conversation. 133 now. They have pushed someone out of their spot. It is going to come down to the standings now. Bucky and Cam have definitely done something exceptional, but it's not over yet. Narwhal's still alive. Nexi is still here, and Elim comes through. They are 5 points away from the 3rd place team, and all of a sudden now they are inside the top 6. There's still other players here that can definitely toss some upsets.
1, 4, 5, 6, all still on the board, but it doesn't matter where you are. If you get the W, Nick and Demonic, they put a stamp on it, and he did it emphatically. Mason gets taken down. We'll be seeing them in the finals. They continue to run through, and a great effort from them. The question is who joins them? Is Narwhal and Nexi currently sitting in 5th? They close out Teed there, looking for every point possible because they are right on that line.
They're starting to jump up here, and don't forget that win. Again, the win is what the players want as well. That will undoubtedly push you to finals here. They're being held out. The wall is strong. They slip in. The drum comes out. And oh my gosh, a hero's effort. An SMG to the face from AKA. Shut down 2. But OMG comes in the end there. It closes out. Pamsel and Fatch now fighting for the final moments. Nick FN's in the storm. Also held out a taste of his own medicine for a moment there. And it was disgusting. For Pam and Famsu now, what can they do? Pam and Fatch here are looking solid, but Nico and Polarized are on top.
2v2, V2. Pamso and Fax will 100% go through, but Clue and Danny looking to do everything they can. Fax is down, Pamso, he's fine, he's through it. It's gonna come down. Polaroids and Nico versus Clue and Danny. Who will take the final moment? Pamso will look to throw a wrench in, but he's already got the 169 points. He's calling nice, he's qualified through. He'll get ticked over here in just a second, and here it goes. Polaroids versus Nico, Clue versus Danny. No leaderboards in action. It's all about the win.
This is the win right here. Who can take it home here in the end? Both sides have just a little bit material to work with here. Both sides are really starting to dig deep now, and they have to perform. It's now or never. Polarized and Nico have definitely clutched up some big games today. Nico jumps straight down. Nico win. Polarized with a huge shot, and he closes out with the follow-up SMG. And just like that, a 6 Elim dub will send them to the finals.
Polarized with the polarizing performance there. It was a tough day overall. They were hanging around the middle of the pack. They couldn't get it going off a drop, but sometimes all you need is the one shot, and they're able to grab it. Elite Nico and Polarized with one ticket left on the table. They reach down, they say, yoink, give me that. Straight to the finals they go. But man, Monster, that was leaderboard impact on leaderboard impact, and what a way to close that
It does not get any better than that. Seeing 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th all alive, and then you actively see the points straight back and forth. It really makes it that close. But that is what we love about the semifinal stage.
It's just nuts going all the way through, and you saw us trying to keep track of who was there. We have no idea. Thank you so much for the 6 matches, but to close it out and let us know who else is going to find them. Adam, Vivid, SVG, it's all you.
2 words. Absolutely extraordinary. That's what we wanted to see in this final game. We got that. I mean, this is the crazy thing about this particular format as well, and this region as well. There are so many top teams, and a team in this final game, we said it before we all kicked off here, could come through the rankings and get there. You saw they were 22nd place before that final, and they got there. They're going through the finals. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff, Vivid.
Yeah, really, really good there. And that's, what we were talking about. They were in like 29th or something like that.
Oh,
way
crazy.
down on the leaderboard, not doing too good on the consistency factor, but they still have a chance. The victory royale is there. They take the high ground, and as MDF and Thunder were saying, they were just coasting, right? They were letting all the low ground action happen. And then that play at the end there, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, SBG, we've got to talk as well about some of the other teams that were in the vicinity when this happened. I mean, consistency-wise as well today, we had Demonics, we had Nick, we also had Pamsto and Thatch as well. Our boy MDF's pick today.
Oh, he's got to be loving it.
Oh, he's dancing in the background. I mean, this is it. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, what did they do so right today? I mean, they were obviously, the high ground seemed to be the play for them, and they got it time and time again.
Yeah, they seem to be playing more aggressive. It seemed like yesterday they were kind of just letting things come to them and then taking whatever they could get. Today, they're like, I'm putting my own qualification in my own hands. I'm grabbing high ground. I'm going for these elims. I'm getting every refresh necessary. And they had all the zones yesterday. They all pulled north. Basically all pulled north again today. So once again, favorable for those two, and the consistency is beautiful. That's what I expected out of them. They can win games, Vivid, but not necessarily the team that wins every game. It's been beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and lucky for the format, you do not need to win every game. If you do, you go to finals. But the consistency leaderboard is there for a reason, and that just proves Thatch and Pamsto, one of the teams that deserve to be in the finals.
Yeah, doing the maths, I think there could be a potential second place for them, but third place could be Kaz and Fishy as well. Another team consistent today as well. We've seen some great highlights from them earlier on, but again, they've come into the competition, they've done superbly well, and it looks like they could be going all the way as well to finals via the points as well, SVG.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff.
Yeah, you see it right here. The veterans taking this one home, and it was like a battle. We saw second place, we saw third place, fifth place, seventh go up to fourth. It's been such a back and forth, and I have no idea what this is going to look like. I'm excited to see that later on. But Kaz and Fishy, tip of the cap to them. The veterans come through. They do exactly what they need to. Kaz going likely to his 11th FNCS final, and it's been a wonderful performance to watch.
I mean,
11.
This is it. I mean, should we take a look now as well before we kind of go through the actual final boards with the guys and say, let's take a look at the final moments of that victory royale in Game 6. So let's see it again. It was incredible to see. I mean, you always hope there's two teams who won't necessarily go through on point. One of them has to take it to get to finals, and Nico and Polarized did exactly that, David.
Yeah, listen, guess what this is? This is another Command Cavern team. We saw Muzz and Avery go through earlier today. Obviously, my prediction, they went through. Command Cavern team. Man Cavern, it just pumps out Victory Royales.
Stats don't lie. Another one coming through, and beautifully done by these guys. This has to be so stressful in the moment, knowing you have to win this game in order to qualify, and we do see them go and grab that Victory Royale, leaving nothing up to a heel off. They're like, I'm taking all the elims. We're going to finals.
You see that again? Like, Vivid had to bring it up one more time. That he picked Muzz and Avery. This is the beginning. It's going to go on for years to come. Trust us. But very, very exciting stuff indeed. Obviously, we've seen some of the teams here. We're going to head over to Sundown and MDF to bring us all the final leaderboards as well and confirm exactly who went through via Victory Royale today as well.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SVG. And let's be honest, if I'm Vivid, I'm probably doing a little peacocking out there. I called my shot. I got it in there. You want to know? I mean, can look here. He said, hey, Game 4, top of show. Muzz and Avery are going to win it. And they took it home in a fantastic fashion.
Huge games, man. It all kicked off in game number 1. Nazin and Bryce with that big win, followed by Qual and Tajji, the vets that come through in the end. Super clutch. Pamsul and Fatch had me at the edge of their seats when they lost to the Quentin and Sphinx, and it was just back-to-back. And then, of course, that ridiculous head-to-head. TNA's Muzz versus C9 Avery in Game 4. I mean, Sundown, we all almost lost it here when Vivid's team ended up besting me right there.
Well, you definitely lost it. That was for sure. Vivid was celebrating. Then we saw it just recently. Game 5, you had Aviv and Gold take down Av and his duo, and then Nico and Polarized closed it out in a must-win situation.
Just like that, guys. And that was, of course, the winners of the semifinals. Those games, they will go straight to finals. But, of course, we have consistency as well. In the end, that last game, there was a reason why we were hyping it all up, because there were still many, many teams who were on the line there.
It was, I mean, this was a great semi-final day too. Like, I think we all kind of...
So much fun.
I think for all of us as well, like for us behind the scenes watching you guys all cast the action, because we can all feel it in the air that anything is actually possible. In this region in particular, there are so many duos who just seem capable of going all the way. It's never a done deal. We never know what's going to happen. Let's go through the leaderboards here as well and see exactly who is on the final standings and see who has gone through to finals. We can see here on the boards, topping it is Demonics and Nick FN here. SBG, I mean, consistency has indeed paid off today.
That is no surprise. Those top three, they were so consistent. What is somewhat of a surprise is Bucky and Cam shooting up the leaderboard towards the back half of this tournament. Last season was a coming out party for Cam. This season is him confirming he belongs here. He's going back to another FNCS final.
Yeah, love to see it. And listen, we saw actually Bucky go down when Bucky and Cam were in 7th position right there.
Oh,
so Cam did that all by himself. He got up there in top 6, solo clutch.
Yeah, that was actually so scary. We were commentating over like, wait a second, we might actually not see them do it. And then all of a sudden they spring right back into the action. And that's the thing about these players. You never really know. And this is one of the cooler graphics here, of course. You get to see that overarching story there.
Yeah, we do. Sundown is what we can see on screen right now. These are the official qualified players going through the finals, already confirmed with 1 day left to play. Some massive teams, some big ones we cannot wait to see in finals next weekend.
Yeah, we've seen the players end up going through in just the final moments. There were so many just late dramatics, whether it was during the qualifying rounds or now here in the semifinals. But like we talked about, we still have one more day. And if you were playing through yesterday and getting all the way, the pressure tomorrow to either win a game or push in the top 6 is going to be immense.
Yeah, you can see here as well, there are the remaining places there yet to be filled. Those will come your way tomorrow. 12 more teams to be confirmed for finals here. I mean, Monster as well. Some big teams on the board again here. We saw these are the ones that kind of went through today. But I'm looking forward to seeing what happens tomorrow because 12 new teams will come through as well.
And what today has shown is that new teams will come in and they'll pop off. Like, no one, just because you have more chances to go, and play because you played yesterday, that doesn't mean anything. Okus and I have proved that today. I mean, Muzz and Avery definitely show up and proves that. And we just continue to see the story develop. So tomorrow's roster, I mean, we all have to think long and hard. We might have to pull a Vivid here. Spend a couple hours.
Yeah. I think one of the biggest things, we don't even have to look at the whole map tomorrow to be confused. Command Cavern is going to be a massive question mark because we saw 2 teams qualify out of there today. There's a big space in one of the strongest POIs on the map.
Yeah, we saw, I mean, I called them yesterday, Season Tragedy didn't go through, but I said last season, day 3 they came in, they clutched up, they got through. It is definitely possible. This is a bit I know that Vivid's going to relish now as well. We go through our predictions and see exactly how we got on here. All right, Vivid, let's have a look. Here we go. Here we can see I did not have a good day. My team did not have a good day today. OMG, Me Too, and Shadow did not quite. I mean, obviously the zone pulled very north today again, but commiserations those two. But maybe tomorrow it might happen for them. Vivid, let's talk about it. Muzz and Avery, game 4. You called it. It happened. You're officially the king. You must be feeling like a ray of sunshine right now.
Listen, all the props to go to the boys. They are convincing enough for me to predict them. Game 4 just sounding right. Kind of threw it together. Nothing special, but very, very proud of them. Super cool clutch, too. In a 2v2v2 situation, nonetheless, when they have the low ground. Like, come on, you don't see that every day.
You don't see that. I mean, we love this. Watching your 2 duos go head-to-head in the last.
That was so cool.
We get a buzz out. We love that. We love that happening. And you guys, I'm sure, love it, too. SBG, let's talk about your pick as well today. Jacques and Illist as well. Had a couple of good games at the start there, but didn't quite work out.
Yeah, it's similar to what we saw yesterday. They started off hot and then unfortunately not able to continue that. I wish they could, and I'm sure they do. They have the ability. We all know this team is deserving to be in finals. I'll probably have to stick with my boys tomorrow, but nonetheless, I got a lot of homework to do.
Do we? I mean, Sundown, do you stick with your pick tomorrow as well?
We're not going to talk about it. We'll go next.
They were all in the feed.
Yeah, they got in there a couple times, but we'll go next. We'll take a look at the list. It's okay. We got one more.
Is it my turn to gloat?
Yeah, okay. Let's celebrate. MDF, have
I got one on the board. I needed it, and you know what? I played the save yesterday. It was super close. Shout out to Pimp. Sorry. All right. This is why you don't do high fives on live. Things like that happen. But listen, I'm happy Pam Swim Fast gets to pull through. And shout out to Pam, man. He hit me up on Twitter. He was like, dude, I'm so sorry. I was like, nah, you got this. Tomorrow's your day. And today was explosive. It was exciting.
It was great.
Apology last season. Sheesh.
Yeah, it was an amazing day, and tomorrow is going to be equally so, if not more so, because it's the final day tomorrow of semifinals. The last 12 teams to be confirmed for finals next weekend. So do make sure to come back, tune in for that. Do not miss it. It is going to be electric in here. Fireworks trust us. You have NA West coming your way very soon. Make sure to stick around for that. For us, though, NAE, we will see you tomorrow for day 3 of semifinals with FNCS NAE. Do not miss it. We'll see you then. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? We have a little challenge here for the NA West players. They have to choose between Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale who they're going to duo with, revive, and ultimately send back to the lobby. Let's get started.
Epic Whale.
Epic Whale?
I wouldn't have any problems with playing with him, and I think he'd just be a great player. I think definitely winning FNCS.
He's won like 6 FNCSs. It's too many to count, so I definitely duo with him.
I think I'm gonna have to duo with Epic Whale though. 3rd place World Cup.
Duo because he's a 6-time FNCS winner and 3rd in World Cup, I believe.
For duos, it's pretty easy for me, obviously. I duo with my man Rex.
To revive, I'm picking Arkham.
It would definitely be Arkham because he's a really good leader.
Because he's got the craziest aim. If I need to clutch up a fight, he's gonna get the best elimination we need to win the game.
I'm reviving my man Arkham.
Revive.
I'm gonna have to play with Rex, so I'm gonna revive him.
I'd revive Arkham because, you know, he is an IGL, but Epic Whale, I've just got to say Epic Whale is better than him, so.
Rex, not because of his skill, I think he's super talented and he's definitely one of the best players in the region, but I don't think he's the best fit for me personally.
I'm picking Rex.
And then Rex.
I'm gonna choose this. Me and Arkham are both IGLs.
Because he's not really been playing the game a lot recently.
Only because the last couple of seasons hasn't played as much, so I think he needs to go back to the lobby, learn his lesson a little bit.
Rex, Epic Whale, not so much. So me and Arkham kind of, it's hard for us to play with each other.
We're sending Whale back to the lobby. Reason being, the last true FNCS, me and Ark kind of carried Whale, so, you know, gotta revive my man Ark and send Whale to the lobby.
What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate and often targeting. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, and the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, burst assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending. The first assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG, meaning that in this role you'll hold 2 weapons designed exclusively for close-range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different
Let's get it started. Welcome back, everyone. I know it feels like it's been so long since I've seen you, but we have 6 amazing games from the best NA West teams that we have to offer. Guys, we have 11 new teams that are going to be joining us today and 12 teams that are going to punch their ticket to the finals next week. Of course, I'm your host, Hello Kelly Link, and I cannot be doing this alone, so why don't I bring out 2 of my favorite people in the world. It's Play Staling and Life with Panda.
What is up, Kelly? What is up? How you doing?
Guys, I am still reeling from the last game of NA West, where it was Arkram versus Epic Whale versus my team of Jack Beer and Chris in the final. But you know what? That was yesterday. Today is a new day.
It is. But you got to talk about it, right? All the games today have been hype. NA West yesterday was hype. I can't wait, Panda.
No, I can't wait. Obviously, I got to take a quick shout out for NA East. Pam's doing fast. Great job, boys. But look, NA West is here, and it's going to be exciting, right? We talked about this a little bit off screen. There are some really, really solid teams that didn't necessarily perform yesterday, but they've changed it up. And there's a lot of potential today.
Also, we had some super solid teams yesterday qualify through, leaving up their POIs. But we're going to be talking about those matchups later. I do want to give a shout out, though. Aiden tweeted out before the tournament, hey, if I get first place in the first game, I'm going to donate or give everyone $1. Or if he didn't get first place, I'm going to give everyone $1. And sure enough, getting first place in the first game. So again, shout outs to Aiden there. Is there another team you think that could do that today?
Today, I don't know. We got a lot of good teams. Maybe we have to wait for predictions for that one.
Well, listen, you know what? Vivid did this. He predicted his team to qualify in Game 4 and Muzz and Avery, so I'm going to do the same, right? Defiable Quinn. Game 3, they're going to take it. Watch, they're going to walk away with a VR. So I'm making that early prediction now here.
I like it. And we'll go into the predictions later on as well. But for right now, maybe you guys are just joining us for the first time and you want to know how the schedule is run. Well, as you can see up here, guys, those qualifiers, they are done and out. Those 3 qualifiers where 15 teams move forward. But we're here for this. It's the semifinals. This is day 2 out of 3 days. And of course, all of that leads into the finals Saturday and Sunday next week. Put that in your calendar because you're not going to want to miss it. But Panda, to even be able to make it into the finals, they're going to have to play the format correctly.
Well, you're absolutely correct, Kelly. Look, here it is. Now, if you're wondering, right, obviously there was a qualifier process to get to here. But that's all done. Now we are on session 2 here of the semifinals. Now, today is a little bit different than yesterday. It was 5 VRs got these teams over to the finals, but today is actually 6. So 6 teams will make it through that victory royale spot, and 6 teams will make it through consistency. So it's going to be super important for these teams to make sure that they are balancing these 2 things. However, you may be wondering at home, how are they consistent? How can they be consistent? Well, Clay has got you covered.
I do. Take a look right here. Victory Royale is going to be worth 1,000 points. That's for those auto qualifications right through the finals. You're carrying about 22nd or second place for 28 points, all the way down to 35th for 1 point, and then of course, each elimination worth 3 points, and we saw that be a really big difference maker yesterday.
I mean, we saw Arkram and Epic Well grab 12 eliminations, 6 each, so we know that we're definitely going to be seeing some W keying, but they're no longer in the competition. But of course, we have 11 new teams joining us today, and you and Panda got us covered.
Yeah, listen, some incredible teams like we talked about before, but one team I got to spotlight early. I talked about them walking away with that, my prediction at least. They're going to walk away with the VR in game number 3. It is Defiable and Quinn. Now, they've actually switched up the drop spots today, and they've actually gotten a little bit of assistance from Reet. Yes, that is correct. Qualifier 1, top spot, Reet has actually decided to help out Defiable and Quinn get through the semifinals. They're prepping them from Greasy Grove. Definitely a huge change here for this team, but I believe that if any team's going to be able to kind of switch it up and be successful, it's Quinn and Defiable.
You know what? That's a good point, but I'm going a little bit different route. Another newer team here coming for me, but I'm looking right here, Keto and Russo. They are, again, newly formed in the scheme of things, but they've got great play style. Let's take a look at some of their gameplay here. Just look, above surge, always consistently fighting together, not afraid to take fights when they need to. And Panda, I mean, in the semifinals, that's really what they need to do.
It really is, right? Semifinals, this is their chance, their moment to make it to the finals. And it's not easy to get to this point.
Oh, no.
So for this team to do it is big. But look, they're not the only teams we're going to be focusing on. We got to talk about it. It's actually Kelly's prediction from yesterday. Jagveer and Chris. We saw them finish off the day with that second place game meaning to me that, listen, the team that took them out, they're no longer in it, right? So that means it's more likely they can walk away with a VR. So Jagveer and Chris is going to be the next team we really focus on. And look at this. They are really good at understanding what they need to do in the early and mid game so that they can be successful in the end game, Clay.
And we saw them adapt just a little bit better towards those last couple games, right? They didn't really have the best start off, and then all of a sudden, those last sort of games, they kind of surged up to the top of the leaderboard, and it really gave Kelly some hope there. But, you know, this is a team that has the opportunity to win games. They just have to make sure that they're doing it right, Panda.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, look, so many incredible teams, Clay. Who are you rooting for here on this?
Ooh, it's a good question. It's going to be Nico. It's going to be Tavern. We all know Turtle Tavern is an amazing player, but that's my last pick right there on duos to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, so many incredible players, so many incredible things going on. But Kelly, I believe you got some special stuff going on over there.
Well, actually, Clay said it best that Nico and Turtle Tavern are an incredible team they're going to be competing today. And Turtle Tavern has been a pivotal part of the NA West scene for so long. So we actually had him during our media day and got a quick interview with him. So let's see what he had to say.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? We're out here with a veteran of the NA West region, Turtle Tavern. What's going on, my guy?
Nothing much, Panda. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. I'm so excited. We're obviously here for Media Day. How are you enjoying it so far?
It's fun. It's definitely a new experience, all the cameras. I'm really happy to be invited to this. It's awesome.
When did you start playing Fortnite?
I pre-ordered Save the World, and I remember I stayed up till 5 a.m. to play Save the World. And then when the Battle Royale came out, I've been playing since, honestly, the release.
You've been, again, in the scene for a while. You've been competing for a while. You're at that top tier level when it comes to the West region. How did you get there?
I started just playing a lot of like normal games, just going for high kill games, like back in the old squad days. I met Sened, and me and Sened became really good friends back then, and we had no like intent with anything. We just ended up like getting good, and we started getting into like the pro discords. And then after like a few months, that's when like the open tourneys started happening. Winter Royale, all the Lux Cups.
Of all the tournaments that are going on in Chapter 3 Season 2, which one's your favorite? Cash Cup, Lightning Round, Zero Build?
I think I'm a Cash Cup guy. I like the plain default competitive game mode. That's my favorite one.
What are you doing this season to prepare for this FNCS?
Lots of scrimmages, a lot of scrims, Cash Cups, using them as practice, especially now that they're 2-round Cash Cups. You treat those more, those second rounds are a lot more stacked, a lot more players, a lot more similar to FNCS, unlike previous seasons, previous chapters where the Cash were just 1 round.
Obviously, we're playing duos this season, and in that, there's a few different roles you can play. IGL, Fragger, whatever the case may be. What role are you and why?
I'm in IGL. I've been in IGL almost ever since I started competing. Honestly, I'm not sure what got me into it. I think I just play the game a lot. I have some of the most hours on the game than all my friends. I might have the most.
We know that Chapter 3 Season 2 has changed a few things. What's your favorite item this season and why?
Ooh, favorite item? Splashes.
Okay.
Splashes are, it's a healing item, but like there's some like brain to it. It's not just like, oh, you have a mini, you pop by yourself. Like Splash, you kind of have to think about it. Oh, should I save him for white health? Should I wait for my teammate to go lower until I pop a splash and not waste it and be effective with it?
We have Mantling, you have tactical sprinting, and then obviously last season we had the addition of sliding. Out of those 3 mechanics, which one's your favorite?
I think the Mantling is really cool. I think nobody's really like explored its potential yet. It's definitely like set a new like skill gap in the game, and not many people are like. It's gonna take a long time for people to get good at.
Appreciate you. Tell the people at home where they can find you.
You guys can find me on Twitter, which is Turtle Tavern TV. You can find me on Twitch, which is just Turtle Tavern, and YouTube. It's also Turtle Tavern.
And until next time, we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
I love hearing from these NA West players, especially one as veteran as Turtle Tavern there. And you heard him, guys, scrimmaging and playing in all the tournaments you can is a pivotal part of being a pro. Speaking of pros, let's take a focus on some of the duos that we're going to be watching. And how about we start off with Angel and Nigel?
Yeah, Angel and Nigel are a great duo. I almost picked them yesterday, but I was feeling confident in my pick. But let's take a look at their overall. They have 700 series points. They've been to round 4 a couple times. Again, we see them a lot in the Duo Cash Cup, but they're going to land a little bit above Shifty right here. It's one of my favorite spots to land this season. It's because you got access to that mountain and so much loot, Panda.
Yeah, it's amazing, right? We got to see the addition of this POI in Chapter 3, Season 1. And actually, the original edition was obviously Chapter 1. It was my favorite POI on the map at that time. So it's really exciting to see the new additions to Shifty Shaft. And there's a lot that can be utilized there. And honestly, one thing I really want to point out, they made 2 out of the 3 round 4s. This is very significant because it shows that they know how to make it to those set lobbies, which is what the finals is. So I'm excited to see how they're going to be able to do. But Nigel, Angel, this is your moment. Semifinals are here.
They got to perform. They got to perform. But not the only duo we're taking a look at. We got Leo and Creep right here. One of your almost predictions there.
Yeah.
You're pointing out a little bit on the social medias like, hey, maybe I'll pick them. But they're going a little bit different. They only had 1 round 4 trip. But yesterday they impressed us.
They really did. So obviously, Leo and Creep, they are one of those teams that they're newly formed here in Chapter 3, Season 2, and they're actually going to be utilizing the Butter Barn. This is not necessarily the normal POI we've seen a ton of success from. However, this is probably the first time we've seen actually utilize this space really effectively. And that stat there where it says 1 round 4 trip is a bit misleading because they really have what it takes to walk away on top today.
They do, but last duo we're going to take a look at here, it's going to be, of course, Wavy Jacob and Vanillas. Now, Wavy Jacob may have a different name in game. Keep your eye on him, but a veteran nonetheless. 4 round 2 trips, or 2 round 4 trips, my apologies there, and coming out of Sleepy Sound, Panda.
Yeah, look, Sleepy Sound, I talk about this time and time again. This is an interesting POI. It is quite large. It can be split amongst 2 duos. However, we've seen a lot of duos struggle when it comes to fighting in this area because there's very, very open in the center. So you have to be careful if you do end up in an engagement, how you take that fight. Because if you don't take it really well, you could easily go down there.
We actually have 4 duos landing there this time around, so it'll be very interesting to see how these players react. But I think we got to take a look at some other drop spots, Kelly. What do you think?
Oh, that's right. When you look at the competition and the success factor, you have to look to drop spots because that's where it all begins. And the first one we're going to be looking at is Greasy Grove with Reform and Trolling and Quinn and Defiable. And the most interesting thing about this is that this is actually where Evil and Oni, or I'm sorry, Ark and Whale landed there?
No, it's actually going to be where Wheat and Rex landed in the qualifiers. But now, hey, Quinn Reshaw said, hey, I need some tips. They got him. Greasy Grove's a great POI. If you don't know how to fight it, though, it is going to be hard.
You know, it's funny. I checked in with this team here going into today because they didn't necessarily have the best day 1 in semifinals, but they assured me that this change to Greasy Grove with the addition of having that assistance from Reed is going to be what it takes for them to qualify onto the finals. And you know what? Listen, Quinn is probably one of the best players when it comes to adapting to situations. His mindset is so strong on NA West, and that's why I have confidence that they're going to be doing well today.
He is. He's very, very adaptable, very smart. But, I mean, let's just take a look at the points. He's got double the round 4 trips, double the Cash Cup finals, almost double the series points. So, hey, maybe they get it, Kelly.
We saw both of these teams compete yesterday, and although their performance wasn't exactly what they wanted, clearly they were able to learn from their mistakes yesterday. And in a new POI going up against each other, I'm interested to see, is this going to be kind of an issue where they're going to run into the same problems, or are they going to have a new story to tell?
I think they're going to have a new story to tell, Panda. I'm on board with it. You know, Quinn is a very smart player. He's very good at adapting, like we just said moments ago. But it's Greasy Grove, right? It's been there since Chapter 1. I'm excited to see how they do.
Yeah, and one thing I will want to add, we don't want to count out Reform's team quite yet. They do know that it's like
don't know what's going to happen, especially for two teams that are joining this POI for the first time today. They really don't know how each other fights. They don't know how each other rotates. So it's definitely going to be a struggle, at least in the beginning. But if they are going to win a game today, it's going to happen in the second half for sure.
I mean, you guys are just giving me so much information now, and I'm sure there's so many people watching that are learning from this. But you know what the best way to learn about being a pro is from hearing from the pros. So let's see what they had to say.
Mantling is used for just climbing over random stuff to get unexpected shots on players.
Like if there's a wall and I don't want to place a stair, or like going for height, for example, it's super useful.
Useful to use endgame when you have like very low mats, and also being able to sneak up on your opponent.
And also in-game, if you run out of mats, you can still move around different layers really easily, and it's actually really nice to have.
You're in a stacked lobby and you're solo and you don't have materials and you need to mantle up, then you can do that.
I thought the jump shotgun was going to be too powerful, but after watching the top pros like Arkham use it as an IGL, it's really good to like claim layers endgame.
Shotguns in general, I think the striker is the best one.
Best way to use the drum is like the combat SMG and just to get in.
My duo uses it.
I think the thermal scope is cool, and I think it'd be really solid in a trios or squads format.
Tactical sprint is really useful when hitting rotates because you can just go faster all the time. It's like an infinite rotate, so I think it's like one of the best features that Epic has ever added.
Speeds up so much stuff, especially when you're looting early game, just running around building the building. You just sprint a little bit, it's super nice.
I think people can use the tactical sprint in various ways, like if you need to rotate to a certain spot quickly, you can do it.
So the combat SMG is honestly my favorite SMG. We have that and the striker SMG.
I think the best way to use both of these SMGs is just to completely W key whoever you see.
Sometimes I die to like little Timmy 1-2-3s that just run in my face with the combat SMG.
Whenever we find a combat SMG, at least one of us carries it.
Some methods to rotate can be obviously sprinting, and then it's just mostly launch pads.
If you tactical sprint and then slide at the same time, you go super fast, and it's really good for rotations. I heard it's the same speed as the pepper, so it's really useful in all aspects of the game.
I just love these media day pieces.
Me too.
Just hearing from these pros and them breaking down the mechanics, and it gives you an opportunity to become a pro because, guys, who doesn't want to be an FNCS champ?
Oh, I do. I want that pickaxe. Listen, I know Monster Defense was talking about it, how some of these players are like not as excited about the money as they are that pickaxe. That'd be me. Hey, I take the pickaxe any day.
Listen, I'm in the same boat, right? Listen, forget the prize pool. Give me that pickaxe running around in game. Listen, and especially the Axe of Champions, right? This is a new season, potentially a new Axe. So,
all right, well, you guys can take the axe. I'll take the money. But guys, obviously, this is day number 2 of the semifinals. We have 11 new teams joining us today, but instead of 5 games like what we had yesterday, it's going to be 6 games, which means that 12 teams are going to be moving forward. But which teams do we think is going to be moving forward? We kind of teased it a little bit about the predictions, but before we get into our own chat, I know that you love our open chat right now. I want you to post who you think is going to make it through in the NA West today. And if your favorite team doesn't make it through, well, don't worry, because we have 12 more teams moving forward tomorrow. With that all being said, we can't do our predictions alone. No, we got to bring Jacob and Takata onto the stage.
Well, there they are.
No C. How's
Guys,
it going?
you had the best prediction yesterday, so I'm feeling like you have, a lot to live up to right now.
They do. I mean, surprisingly, they're from Jacob. Let's talk about that.
I mean, he gave me a huge boost of confidence. Like I said, it wasn't predictions yesterday. I scrapped that one out the window. It was a huge redemption story. And not only getting first place through the 6 games, but getting that last victory royale, that gave me a huge boost of confidence coming in today.
I love that you picked them in Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, Qualifier 3. You picked them for day 1, and then you made a joke that you were going to pick them again today. But
Who knows?
we don't have to deal with that anymore. Arkham and Epic Whale are moving to the finals, everyone. But who do I think is going to be winning? Well, I'm going to go with my same pick because they literally got that second place in the last game. Going on height, they held it for so long. Unfortunately, what was waiting for them at the very end was Arkham and Epic Whale. But I think Jack, Bear, and Chris have a great opportunity into making it into the finals.
They do, and I surprised Panda here, going with the same pick he did, Defiable and Quinn. I was talking to them. I was like, maybe I go Bolts and Kruger again, but I snuck it at the last minute. What do you think, Panda?
Listen, Quinn, Defiable, an incredible team. I've been talking about it like up until this point, right? Obviously, I'm a big Reed fan. I can't even lie. So to see them get help and assistance from Reed coming out of Greasy Grove, this is going to be their day.
So I got to ask you, though, yes, they're going to be being coached by Reed, one of the best volatile players in NA West, but yesterday they kind of had a bit of an underperformance. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that had a lot to do with their POI. We talked about it before. Daily Bugle was heavily contested, and unfortunately, a drop like that, when it is contested, there's a lot of angles that you can end up getting tagged from, and it's really easy to third party from around that POI. So I think that was part of their struggles from yesterday, and that's why I think the switch up to Greasy Grove is going to be the day that they truly need.
Dakota, you already got one win on the board. Who's your next pick?
Look, day 1, we got the combo, we got Arkham Epic, but we decided to split it up this time, okay? I'm going to go with Snacky and Favs, okay? I believe that they're not going to go through by consistency, but they're going to get a VR.
I mean, they almost made it through consistency yesterday. They got 13th place overall, so that means that they were in 9th place, I believe, or 8th, so just out of contention there. But I really like your pick.
I mean, from one bold statement to another, you know, talking to Bolts, it was incredible to see how he handled yesterday's performance, saying, but we have it. We have it in the bag. 2nd place, 3rd place. We just need to play our game. And I gave him a little words of advice. You know, it's not all down to one game. We've seen players qualify in 3, and as long as they stay positive, I think they got it.
And I'm going to add, yesterday they also had a great performance. They got 1 2nd and 3rd place finish. So again, so close to being able to reach that VR. But even if they can't grab that VR, they definitely have an opportunity for consistency there at least.
Yep, I'm telling you, Panda yesterday, his predictions are rubbing off on me. I saw Clay's confidence yesterday as well. I had to grab a couple of it. And I was going to go Favs and Snacky, but there was just too many Favs and Snackies on that desk, and I just wanted to stay away from it.
I bet you we're seeing a lot of Favs and Snackies in chat right now. Though, again, guys, let us know who you think is going to be making it through. But with all that being said, I think we should stop talking and we should start playing, everyone. Game number 1 of NA West FNCS qualifier is going to be starting right now.
I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. After yesterday, I don't know how we can top that. There was such exciting day, and honestly, going down to the wire in that final game, seeing 5 teams, and every single one of those 5 teams were a complete duo.
You know, I know how we can top that, Jacob. Snacky and Favs winning game 1. I'm calling it right now. The battle bus will be getting ready shortly, but this is game 1 of day 2 of the semifinals, Jacob. We saw the qualifiers. We saw day 1 of semis, and now there's the second chance for some duos to get that qual.
Man, everybody's calling which of their predictions and which game they're going to get it in. You say game 1. Panda says game 4. The battle bus is ready. Let's go and figure it out now.
Game 1 of the day. The battle bus is still getting warmed up. The engine is just getting started, and the players are getting ready here. Jacob, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling fantastic, but I'm not playing. I don't have that pressure of having to qualify for the finals underneath me. But Defiable and Quinn, you heard the analysts talk about it. A huge switch up of spots going towards Greasy Grove, and I like it because it forces them to get aggressive right out of the gate. Something they weren't banking on over towards Daily Bugle, and you see Defiable immediately grabbing those combat SMGs and trying to put them to use.
Looking to see if he can just scout out the area. And as a reminder, Clay and Panda said, Reet are going to be actually coaching Defiable and Quinn in today's matches. So I'm excited to see how their strategy changes up. I mean, we already know how powerful of an IGL Rich Homie Quinn is, but now with that boost, that assistance from Reet, I mean, I can't wait to see how they do it.
Yeah, you can already see it. Probably this is exactly the path I do see Reet doing. He lands on this made building. He works his way from the top down, grabs everything that he can, and then they work together as a team, trying to figure out who needs shields, who doesn't. But this is a off-spawn fight that we've seen so much yesterday, and it's already with Noah plays and typical gamer edging out at least one elimination, 3 points so far, which is fantastic.
I mean, I love this duo, right? They played so aggressive in day one and with so much confidence. I mean, you can see it. They're going into day two as well with just the same amount here, kind of taking a peek at the opposite side of Sleepy. I want to see a shout out to the people in the chat rooting for Noah and Typical Gamer. I know they got a lot of fans here watching them today, and with already one elimination on the board, I mean, they're looking to make something happen.
Yeah, and I like the awareness and kind of the smarts. You know, after performing and playing all day yesterday, they're making those adjustments, and they're making the adjustments quick. They're not letting these teams, you see Echo is already taken down, Duo is going to be Western hiding in the bush. They're not afraid to go ahead and get a little aggressive, get their hands dirty, because they know once it's the early game, if you can get a fight away from everybody else in the lobby, you got to take what you can get while you can, because we saw it. There's still two more teams, the north sides of Sleepy Sounds. There's one towards the right, one towards the left. So the longer they take, the more chances of getting third parties going to be there.
I mean, I'm loving this, though. The play from West, Jacob, hiding in the bush, just not moving at all. I mean, I don't think they know. Typical Gamer and Noah, they're looting, they're farming, but they're not looking at that bush, and West can't really move because it's a little risky. But let's see how they secure that first elimination.
Oh, wow. Now, that looked a little too good to be true. Hopefully Noah Plays is ready for a little bit more difficult times in that one, because you cannot expect that to happen again. But Western is going to go ahead and stay alive thanks to a little bush camping. Honestly, I can't say I would do any different. I'd be a little scared after I saw that one right out of the gates. My teammate going down. You see Lizard and Squid. We talked about him taking over that Coney Crossroads spot against B-Dog and Cheaters with the high ground. They're shooting from above, dropping these players down, and there goes a full-on team elimination.
Well, a little dance, too. Just a reminder, I mean, this is where Arkham and Epic were landing yesterday, and now seeing that they already qualified, Coney was open. And then we saw these two duos say, okay, Coney Crossroads open. Let's see how it's, let's see how it is. We'll take it over. Two duos now contested at this drop spot, and it looks like Lizard and Squid are going to be the duo that comes out on top here in the first match.
Yep. See Blizzard and his duo going against Pone and Yisu. Blizzard taking over his former duo spot, Victor V, who qualified with 9 eliminations or something like that. That kid is absolutely insane. He definitely ate yesterday night, but Blizzard, he's going to have to do it as a solo. Losing Winter early on, that's not something you want to have happen, but you can see what that's doing. They're hunting him down. They're not wanting to let 3 more points escape them.
Seeing if they can make that player advantage. Good use here as Clone goes down. Looking to see if he can secure this elimination. Gets cracked, though. Has to be careful as a duo partner with that assistance. Going to secure that elimination. Great job from the duo. Playing it safe, not getting too aggressive.
Yeah, and I like that bait and switch. You know, as soon as Blizzard did take the damage or put the damage on, they just kind of peeked out the window. Clone went in, and they trusted each other to kind of finish that one off, which is a great way to really start the game. Once you get your teamwork flowing and things like that, that's just as important as hitting the shots. As we jump on board Landjock in Punisher, I got to think they're one of our longest standing duo teams, you know, competing as far back as the World Cup. And this is one of the things I was talking to you about, you know, the Greasy Grove drop with Quinn and Defiable slowing things down. This side of the map, there's, I think, the least amount of players on. So you got to think they have to be going for those surge tags very, very early on, because you're not going to get the fight that you want.
I mean, I feel like Landjock, Punisher, they've been landing at that side of the map for so long. I feel like it's theirs almost, right? I mean, you got Greasy where Reet lands, you got Coney Crossroads where Arc Epic lands, and I think that south part of the map, I mean, that's Landjock and Punisher.
Real estate over there, probably got a nice house. It's by the beach, so it probably cost a ton. You see Snacky and Fabs quickly trying to rotate out of the glider. Fabs was there miles ago by himself, but Snacky, just in the nick of time, able to get the saving play, but Complomp is there next to his duo just a bit quicker. That's going to force Snacky to get aggressive, not allow the revive to get off, and as soon as he's in there to disrupt it, the fire's going back and forth, but he's getting chipped down low. This is not the game number 1 he was looking to have, but he found enough time to separate from him and Seer to get the shields and HP back up, but this is the same amount of time he's given for him to possibly get a revive on Pompolon.
Now Seer has to make that decision, right? Does he go for the pickup on his duo partner, or does he just battle Snacky here? Other question is Snacky actually going to want to go for this engagement, or does he have the reboot card of Fabs? If he does have that reboot card, which I believe he does now, he can just disengage here, but we know Snacky's confidence. We know how mechanically powerful he is, and I mean, I think he's going to go for that Elim.
Wayne, I do believe he didn't get the reboot up. You saw that third party coming in, forcing him to build and kind of watch his own back, but a great peek at the right time. He's going to put a lot of damage onto Snacky, once again forcing him back, but because he found Fabs' loot, he has so many shields, so many chug splashes, he's able to once again take that moment. I like the way he's articulating and thinking about the fight as it's going on and adapting on the fly, but that third party has finally come in. They want what's theirs, that down player.
Ooh, and this is getting dangerous, not just for Snacky, but also for Seer. Both players are in a sticky situation here, but it almost looks like there's two 1v1s going on. The opponents actually might think that this is a duo, as they're both still up and going, and Snacky now choosing to play it a little slow as Kompalump has been fully eliminated.
Yep. I think that's exactly what you said is going to be the biggest thing for Snacky right now, is him kind of... His teammate went down to somebody else, essentially. So they don't know he's a duo, but they did take out Kompalump, so they know Seer is by himself. But they are going to go ahead and take some time here. They've taken it one step at a time at that, and it was actually somebody else who probably third-party that one in, as Miles and Gord are still trying to chase down that lone player. And that's where Snacky, I think he performs the best, is he's waiting in the wings, waiting to strike towards the outside. But it looks like Gord and Miles, they're just going to continue on. They got the damage they wanted. They got the surge, and still very early game.
And we've seen that happen a lot, right? Especially in the semifinals, where Storm Surge is so strong, right? You see these duos get the damage they need, but they don't want to play it too risky. They don't want to go all in for those eliminations. Once they have their damage, the next important thing to do is positioning. Get your rotate on. Get a good position in zone, and prepare yourself for the upcoming ones.
Yep. And with Fab's early elimination before he went down, Snacky's won there. They got 6 total points off eliminations, as Defiable and Quinn seem to be in a rough spot here, but not too rough, as Quinn does look like he's going to be able to get the revive off, get his teammate back into the fray, but you see them still on the left of Greasy Grove. Not much traveling and rotating done up until this point. I'm just hoping that that sacrifice for not going ahead and rotating to a better spot is they were able to get the surge tags that they want.
Defiable now, healing up, does have the big shields, has the chug splashes, but with 30 HP, I don't think you want to use those chug splashes to recuperate your HP, as they're so strong in the late game. So maybe they'll try and find a med kit lying around, some bandages, med mist, possibly even a campfire, as we just switch over to typical gamer here with Noah. They still have that one elimination, so they did not find West. And it's actually possible that West, I mean, he might have rebooted Echo, right? They could be back in the game.
They definitely could have. Dropping the crown. Typical game wants to earn it. He wants to earn it by getting a victory royale here, so he can have that custom crown fitted to his head as he qualifies directly to the finals. But he has to win this game. He has to go big, and already Zone's going to pull. That's going to be zone number 2. They go ahead and get a good spot yet again, Takata. And this is where I ask you, only one elimination. You already traveled from Sleepy Sound. You got the next zone as well. What is your game plan?
I mean, stay put and look for tags, right? You already have one elimination, but that's not going to be enough later. And if you have that free positioning where you don't have to worry about rotating, you're already in a position which is semi-highly elevated. I mean, if they want, they can go even higher up to the hill and kind of predict the next zone. But if not, you can go for some tags, play it safe, get the damage when you don't have to put yourself in a risky situation to get that damage. As we switch over to Slick and CZR, which might be doing just that. CZR now down to 39 HP, but it looks like the opposing duo does not want to take an engagement here.
Yep, I like CZR, just spreading the med mist around, saving as much time as possible. Slick's going to go ahead and use the shield, and he's just going ahead and lending that helping hand. You got to get him back up to 200 HP and shields as fast as possible so they can go right back into this exchange. And it does look like if they are trying to go ahead and take this exchange, they want to get it done early before teams rotate right beneath them, above them, all around, because as this one converges and gets smaller and smaller, they're going to get packed like sardines.
Looking here at Landjock again, kind of looks like he's maybe looking for some tags, right? Running around on a higher elevated position, have those assault rifles in hand, jumping around saying, don't want to get hit here, but I do want to do some damage. Taking shots now to opponents in a vehicle here as Punisher. Trying to stay grouped together, right? They want to be close. They do not want to split up in situations like this, but Punisher might want to do just that. He's going to land on top of the billboard here and maybe just secure a position.
Going for those tags immediately, and you can see the thought process in mind. Instead of rotating with the guys who gets the high ground and continues to not only look for the information, but the tags that you're talking about. But Russo, Kido, going ahead and joining this fight against Slick, CZR, Clone, Yisu. Almost a triple threat match here for position for the eliminations, and Yisu's just going to drop down low. And what they're doing here is they're just getting in that box, forcing players to come to them, especially over 400 above the damage threshold. They don't have to make those risky moves, those risky peaks that could result in them actually getting taken down.
They don't have to, and they don't want to, Jacob. I mean, when they're already that much above Storm Surge, they are just going to play it slow, play for that positioning, play for the rotates. But a duo which might have to do some damage here is actually going to be Slick and CZR, but let's switch over to Snacky Fabs here that are actually in an engagement and not in the zone.
Luckily for them, they don't need to do damage. They can take what they can get, but Zuko is going to go down. That's going to be a big elimination going over to Fabs because they definitely needed the Siphon, forcing that reboot out, which obviously came through. Digital, with the high ground that he has, still trying to put that pressure down, but he has a tough decision. Do I continue to hold on, put the pressure, hopefully take this 2v1, or get out exactly what you're seeing? Hopefully he was able to get that reboot, but either way, he's going to get that med miss, which is going to be impactful for him staying in the zone. Another med kit there. So I do think that's going to be the play. Got the reboot.
What's good here is it is second zone, right? So he has the time to use the med kits, stay in zone a little bit, heal himself up, and he can wait it out. Go for the reboot later and make the rotate in. The problem is if he doesn't have enough damage, then getting Storm Surge tags while you're just rotating into the zone is very risky. So we'll have to see if he's able to make it here as we switch over to Haritos and Kytrex, who are only 47 below. So they just need a bit more damage, and there it is, 10 above.
It's not something you can really feel comfortable about, but when you're rotating in zone, it's something that can at least allow you to get a couple steps forward. But just like that, in the blink of an eye, they drop 2 below. On the other side, though, Slick and CZR barely above. And that's going to allow them to pick and choose the fights that they want. You see Bo Crows, he's forced to do it by himself. His teammate went down early on. There's still so many teams in this exchange wanting a piece of that pie, and Slick and CZR are feeling the brunt force of it as they get aggressive and get taken out by Russo and Keto. And that's basically going to allow Bo Crows to possibly get the revive off, as there's still so many teams go ahead clumped up in small position.
I mean, Slick and CZR, they even had the advantage in the engagement they took. They knocked down one player, but the issue is there's just so many duos close to them that third party comes in, fourth party comes in. You have to be very aware of your surroundings before taking an engagement like that. It's just a little too risky.
Nope. See Bo Crows and Sweat going down. Combat and Echo also getting taken down. Storm Surge taken in on Haritos and Kytrex, who are looking for now to try to out-heal it. 9 players need to go down, make it 8 now. Takata, do you agree with this play?
I mean, they're doing what they have to do, right? They were looking for tags from afar, but they quickly realized that they're just a little bit below. They want to take the riskier route, get close to a duo here, and even if it's just one striker pump shot, that's all they need. They can back up with that, or even just one shot with the AR. I mean, they're just getting a little nervous here. You can tell, starting to move around more. They're out of minis, out of shields, and they really have to do damage, but Kytrex is doing exactly that.
Now he's forced into exchange here. 22 above, but he knows that can easily turn to 22 below or so, as 2 more players still need to go down. But you said it perfectly. Not a ton of shields to go around. Kytrex is possibly going to use the last one, while another shot's going to come in. You see Fizzy trying to stay alive. Use it as a distraction. A big amount of damage being dished out by Haritos as they go 139 above the Storm Surge threshold, and that's going to give him a boost of confidence. Kytrex knows the player's down. He knows it's only a solo, so they're trying to get aggressive to get more surge, to get more points and eliminations here, and they're not going to give up. They're finally going to be able to get through the same box, but it's a great defensive play from NG. He's continuously holding him out, and he gets the elims. What craziness are we already witnessing?
I mean, NG really played that flawlessly there. He knew his opponents were getting aggressive. They were stressed out already because of the Storm Surge, and they were just going in. That one little mistake from Kytrex or Haritos could just give NG that advantage to come out on top, and that's exactly what he did.
Panda, I see you have something for us. What did you see that I might have missed?
Well, don't worry. Panda's got you covered with a quick little Panda tip here. Landjug and Punisher, they've been landing in this nice little discrete area on the southwest side of the map. Now, what they do really well here is they actually scout for Surge. You saw the impact of Surge there just in those plays previously. Fortunately for Landjug and Punisher, they didn't have to worry about it as much because they did a really good job of getting up on these high ground levels, scouting ahead, and getting tags.
I mean, that's what you love to see, right, Jacob? That's what I was saying. Landjug and Punisher, they've been landing that drop spot for so long that they really have their game plan mapped out perfectly. They know how to get tags in the early game, how to get tags in the mid game, how to get tags if they don't have enough damage and they have to do something more risky. So you can tell they've been practicing, and it might just pay off here if they can make it into zone. Landjock has been cracked though, so this could get a little dangerous, especially if they start getting focused from other duos. But you can see in the minimap the zone has closed a bit far away, so they're gonna have to make a rotate here, and they are the duo with the highest position currently.
You see, that's almost a double-edged sword, because that's a long way down and a long way over if they're going to find their way in towards the zone. As Fabs and Snacky, 3 eliminations between the two. Wonders that Snacky's been able to do from last season to this. Getting that reboot onto Fabs is going to be absolutely massive in their game overall. Whether they get the victory royale or not, you got to imagine if they both would have went down early, what that would have done to their morale as Digital's trying to make it into the storm. He's getting shot from all sides, being in and out of covers, and sometimes too much is too much. Too many players made him a target, and they took him out.
Not only that, I believe Fabs actually has been knocked down as well, so we'll see if Snacky can pick him up here in a bit, but so far, we've got Nico, we've got Tavern. They're feeling pretty good here in that #1 spot with 14 points, 4 eliminations, 1 more than Snacky and Fabs. I mean, I've talked about it before. This first game is so important, Jacob. It really just sets the momentum up for the upcoming matches.
Yep. As you can see, you called it out in the elimination feed. Players going down, and that goes a full fan favorite back to the lobby. And the woes continue, but you know, I have faith in them. They were kind of my pick, even though I did switch it up. I have faith in them to kind of play the long game. Even our analysts are thinking they're going to win via VR, not necessarily through consistency, so that's going to be a big one. There's Tavern and Nico rotating in, trying to find that sweet spot in the zone, but it's going to cost them a launch pad to do so, but it's going to gain them some height. Those are the trade-offs that these players are forced with throughout the course of the game.
263 above. Those 2 eliminations from Fabs, well, onto Fabs and Snacky are really coming in handy now. They don't have to risk anything for damage in this 4th zone, but on the contrary, we have Punisher and Landjock here rotating in with a launch pad, almost getting taken out in the sky. As you can see, Landjock does not have any shield anymore. Punisher might even be split up from Landjock, so they really have to group up here, but the question is when are they going to be able to do it?
And I like Landjock, sporting a new name, switching it up a little bit. It's like a new number on your jersey of sorts. He's hoping that's a little bit of a mental thing. It's not something that's really going to make or break you in an event, but sometimes that little bit of a switch up is just enough. You know, you don't have that same mindset. You're able to change it up, and they're able to get in the zone for a moment, but now it's pulling. They're forced to travel yet again. Not a lot of ticks left on the med mist. In fact, it's only 5 HP, and that's why you see Landjock trying to take these pieces, get themselves a safe spot, because 237 above, especially at this zone, only 6 players needed to go down. I think they feel like they're safe.
Here we're just over to Ghosty and Flameback, who aren't as safe with 19 below the Storm Surge threshold. Do have the shields. Tank it for a little bit, but for how long? As still 4 players need to be eliminated here. And tick by tick, they're using mini after mini here. There is a duo close by, and it looks like they're going to get aggressive.
Yep, only one duo was granted zone with this pull. A couple of them close by. But everybody's really going to be forced to travel as Flameback does go down. Ghosty still getting ticked by Storm Surge, and other teams wanting to get that elimination as Trolling still moving in. Sees the Storm Surge ticking, wants to get it while the iron's hot, but you can see 3 more players do need to go down. Ghosty out of shields, out of minis, but he still has the floppers. Once it ticks again, his HP is going to start going down, but he goes 24 above just in the nick of time. Being able to save those floppers is huge.
Just the perfect timing going above, but is he going to be able to make use of it here as he looks for an elimination, trying to just connect that one striker pump shot to make it happen. Misses the first one, but has a little bit of time to pop the flopper. He's going to tank zone here, Jacob.
Saving those floppers, like I said, is going to be one of the biggest things for Ghosty right now, but 21 HP. Finally, he's going to go down. Floppers up for grabs. Everybody wants to grab him. Bolt's looking good there with Krior sitting in 10th place. Trey right behind him. He qualified through consistency last season. Looking to do it again here as the zone forces everybody once again closer together. This is where it's going to get chaotic in 5 seconds when we get that pool.
That first moving zone pull, and if it pulls east, Jacob, let's see. Okay, they got saved a little bit. You can see all of the duos here on the west side of that zone. So if it ended up pulling east, that would have been a crazy rotate. But now, I mean, on the contrary, we have a little bit of a beneficial zone, right, for a majority of these players. It pulls towards their side, so they should be able to get a pretty relaxed start to the rotate here as Sloan, though, and his duo partner. They have 5 eliminations, so they're feeling good. But it looks like they might get into a risky situation here as they keep looking for more.
Did see Dom take down Trior. Yagbeer's going down as well. Yisu trying to get aggressive on Abuzo, was unable to get the edits in time. I do believe he actually went down there underneath that cover. They're unable to get the refresh just yet, and it'll actually be risky for them to do so. So they're going to go ahead and move on with their travels here. Go on to the next position. You see players jump padding, recycling those launch pads, using the builds, just trying to get ahead of these troubles that is the zone, because if this pulls up the hill just a little bit, a lot of these duos will find themselves concerned.
Typical gamer and nowhere. They had some troubles in the early game in day one of semis, but now we see them game one in the late game with 2 eliminations already. I'm excited to see what they can pull off as Landjog here is getting taken down to 12 HP. He's gonna have to separate himself from his duo partner Punisher, and now they're both gonna have to play it out as a solo, as no, Landjog gets knocked down. Now it's all the Punisher, no materials though, and he's gonna get taken out as well.
The elimination does go over to Defiable and Rich Homie Twins. 6 more points for them. The coaching of Reet, allowing them to get aggressive right out of the gates, could be the difference maker. It gets you pumped up, gets you warmed up even faster. You see Exy and Ben, a little bit of the high ground going over. The only thing that worries me just a little bit is how much ammunition throughout the variations do they have to continue to put the pressure down from above.
Quinn here, trying to do what he can. Does not have shield, but he's got that confidence. Got a nice shot onto Poppy Blast, but he has to continuous rotate here with 0 builds. Jacob, he really has to get a Siphon refresh here, but no, he goes down. It's all to Defiable now, playing it as a solo.
Being forced to go back in the zone, taking some of that storm. He's going down almost. It's looking like he goes back, almost tries to grab what heals is there, puts himself in the cone rather quickly, but Storm still pushing him forward, trying to make a sneaky play, sneaking up on somebody towards the backside, but not finding any luck, not finding any shots, but still finding his way in towards the zone, looking back just in the nick of time, guarding himself, firing those shots, ends up going up against another team that was waiting right around that corner. They take him down, send him back to the lobby, and continue their own journey.
But we're getting to the last moments now, Jacob. Typical gamer, nowhere. They're still up. They have 4 eliminations. We got Talking Ben, EXE on that high ground. They're feeling confident, raining down from above. So many duos, so many solos, seeing what they can do to make it happen.
Typical gamer loses Noah, but still trying to use the large blades of grass, has some cover, bouncing around. The drum shot's not going to be able to connect. He goes down. Typical gamer as well. Nico's going to fall. So many players getting cleaned up in the elimination feed as Jeffers trying to stagger himself back, but he has 2 extra med miss plus the one he's using.
We might just see a heal off like we did yesterday. We switch over to Dom and Trey. Dom with the med miss, trying to save it for those last moments. But the problem with the materials, these players do not have that much build to work with. But Exo is going to take out Decoy, and now that pushes him up to 6 eliminations here. He has the materials. He has the opportunity to clutch this up.
Yeah, 41 points so far. Dom, Trey towards the low ground. Not a lot of builds onto Dom. That's why Trey's leading the way, trying to find him that spot that is the sweet spot in towards zone. But they're still putting that pressure on from below, which is huge. And you can see the bandages, the med miss, just in case they need to sit back, stagger themselves. But the high ground pressure is too much as they fall down. Ben might have made a mistake going in towards the zone. He doesn't get the Siphon. He goes down. Trey and Dom, this is your time to take over as they get the high ground and they get the victory royale.
4 eliminations for Trey and Dom, but they're not looking at the elims. They're looking at the victory royale and that golden ticket, which is going to send them straight to the final.
What big games. I said it throughout the course of that one. Trey, during last season, qualified during consistency, and he qualified in the top half of that top 6. And the strange thing is we didn't see a ton of them. I think we at FNCS, we learned our lesson. We gave Trey the spotlight he deserves.
And he took it. You can even see the reaction here, how hyped up he was getting that victory royale. Even his duo partner was feeling it, Jacob.
Better watch out. You slam that desk too hard, you might need to get a new one. But luckily for them, they got time, because now they can watch the rest of the games today, watch the rest of the semifinals tomorrow, and then really plan out what they're going to do for the finals.
I mean, it's all about planning, right? Planning ahead, seeing what your opponents are going to do, and stay one step ahead of them. But speaking about staying one step ahead, I want to see what our analysts have to say, Jacob. Let's throw.
Thank you so much, Dakota and Jacob. And I'm sure if he did ruin that desk right there, that by making it into the finals, they're going to earn some cash. So maybe they'll use that for a new desk. But obviously, we have to give shout-outs to the VR winner there. An incredible performance to Dom and Trey. I always love it when kind of these newer teams are able to showcase themselves and earn that spot into the finals.
Oh, you love to see it. Let's take a look at how they did it, right? On low ground, 2 elims, not a lot of builds. So they have to be hyper aware. They saw it go on to Etzo there, but the immediate denial there with the armored wall. Still,
not phased, still standing hip to hip, looking for an opportunity, and that's when they're gonna find it there. As you saw Dom go up, said, you know what, no, I'm gonna mantle my way up. Meanwhile, Trey, fighting on the low ground, takes down Keto, and then Dom from above says, don't worry, you may be 6 HP, but I got you.
Hey, and they had him indeed. Look, Trey was confident going into this, right? Yesterday, they tweeted out that they were sure that they were going to qualify, and sure enough, in game number 1 on the day, they do it. So it'll be interesting.
How much of their success, though, was because of the misplay from Ben dropping down a little too early? They held height pretty long, and then he dropped down just a second, putting himself into a 1v2 situation, Panda.
Well, I mean, we saw it actually happen a couple times on NAEs with Pam Sue and Fatch over the last 2 days. They literally, they had a great position. It looked like they were going to take the game, and then they fell to second place because they just kind of misplayed in those final moments. You can't be too confident in a situation like this, or unfortunately, you're going to go down, and that just happened to happen to the other team. But for Dom and Trey, they're heading to the finals.
They are, and it's all about just that experience. Like, sometimes you have it, and sometimes you just try to be a little bit more aggressive, Kelly, and it's the semifinals, of course.
Speaking of aggression, we have to look to Tavern and Nico then. I think at Zone 5, they already had 5 eliminations, so although they may not have been a top 3 team, they're definitely getting those placement points and those elimination points.
Yeah, just, I mean, look at it right here, right? 4 eliminations already, half and half out just started. They're fighting together, and it didn't matter that there's someone on the other side. Look at that. They wanted more eliminations. That's Elam number 6, I believe, coming on over there for them. So great play all around, and even into the final zones, they're still looking, Panda.
Absolutely, and it's really good to obviously highlight the players that do get that VR, but we have to highlight teams like Tavern, like Nico, who are playing very well and getting a lot of points through consistency, because again, it's not only the VR that grants you that spot in the finals, and for Tavern and Nico, it looks like they're going to be focusing on this, because look at that, elimination after elimination coming through. 10 eliminations, 11 eliminations. I mean, look, Tavern right there in that moment looked unstoppable.
I mean, look at them right now. Of course, they're going to be taking that first place spot with 53 points after just 1 game. But King Keto and Russo are going to be right behind them with 44 points. We got Etzo and Monk going to be at 42 points. 2 points behind that, it's going to be Ben and EXE, the team that was holding height right there, got that second place. Sedna and Physics are going to be in 5th. And then Zavras and Fikoi, finally seeing them in our top 10. Panda, I mean, this is our top 6. That's what they are fighting for right now.
They are, but I want to talk about another special team here in the top 10. It's Noah Plays and Typical Gamer. They had a really solid day yesterday, but it didn't quite work out for them. But today, it's a different story. Change of pace here already, starting off with a really solid game.
And obviously, we have to look to Clone and Monkey there, because being in 7th place, that's a pretty good spot, but you want to be in 6th place, of course.
You do. And but look, take a look, 5 Elams again before half in, half out started moving. They end up almost taking down Saul there for elimination number 6. They find Buzzo. They're gonna get another one right after. Like, we talk about high Elam aggressive play. This is a team to also take a look at.
It definitely is. And I think as far as consistency goes, this is good. But I also want to see a bit more balance. You saw them drop there because they were a little too focused on the elimination. That was what Tavern and Nico actually did very well. Despite them getting a ton of eliminations, they were never too aggressive until those final moments. And they already knew at that point they had 11 elims. If they go down here, it's all right.
So how much of it is, though, being aggressive and just going with that W key play style, and more so kind of having that situational awareness, knowing where all of the opponents are so that you can get those easy elims?
It's got to be a 70-30, right? 70, you got to know exactly where everybody is. 30%, just go. Just get aggressive. Get in boxes. Hop in players' area. Because, I mean, it's semifinals. You only got one more shot after today.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
So if you're in this position right now where you're not in the top 10, you're below them right now, clearly you need to be in the top 6 to be even able to make it into the placements. Panda, what are you doing right now to change up your play style to confirm that spot?
Look, I talked about it there when we got to jump in here in game number 1, and it's about positioning, right? Positioning is super important, and Landjog Punisher, what they did in game number 1 was solid for positioning. They got great tags for Surge, and that's what we need to see from more of these teams, because a lot of teams were struggling with Surge. When Surge presented itself and that threshold appeared on the screen, it was 89 players remaining in the game.
Ooh, that's not unlike NA West, though. We've seen that many times. NA West likes to be Surge heavy and wait for that chaos to get aggressive. So I'm expecting it again today, Kelly.
I mean, I can definitely understand, though. Typically, West is a pretty W key, you know, W for West. But in these semifinals where there's only one more opportunity tomorrow, they have to play a little passively. We've even seen, you know, aggressive teams like Fabs and Snacky play pretty passively.
They do. They do right now. Coming into game number 3, game number 4, number 5, go for it. Just let it go. You got one more opportunity tomorrow. And hey, again, a victory royale could come on the back of just a bunch of elims.
Yeah, listen, if there's one note to leave it on, it's calculated aggression, right? You want those eliminations. It's super important to be consistent with those. However, it does need to be calculated. You cannot overextend because the last thing you want to do is go down before it is your time to shine.
I mean, if it's a calculated aggression, then we have to look to Tavern and Nico, but they are obviously in our first place spot right now. Can they do it again in game number 2? Well, let's find out.
Let's find out indeed. And I loved what Panda was saying there, Jacob. Calculated aggression. We saw Snacky Favs. They had a good amount of eliminations off the start, but they got a little too aggressive later on. They ended up getting eliminated. You have to know when to stop.
Yeah, that's what I always said. You can have all the confidence in the world that your mechanics and backup taking on the best and the best at any moment, but you need that brain to back it up, knowing when to take the fights, when to rotate, when to play for high ground. There's so much thinking involved that you can tell that these players are some of the most skilled players in the world.
And now we have the first game down, but remember, it's not like yesterday, Jacob, where we only had 5 games. We have 6 games today, and the battle bus is ready. We're going to get into match 2.
Match number 2, like you said, out of 6 this time around. And hopefully, you know, they can make those quick adjustments from 5 games yesterday, 6 games today. An extra chance to qualify, extra team getting in. Favs and Snacky, though, not necessarily having the best, most calculated game, but yeah, I'm not worried either. I'm not worried either.
Don't worry about it, Jacob. They have everything under control. They're playing for that victory royale. We saw what Arkham and Epic did yesterday, securing that VR in the last match of the day. And I mean, Snacky and Fabs, you can do it in match 2, match 3, match 4, even match 6, which is the last one of the day. So, I mean, you always have that opportunity to qualify.
Especially, like you said, Qualifier 1, they started off with a big victory royale. Qualifier 2, they didn't get that victory royale, but they set the record in that qualifier. Snacky did, specifically as an individual with the most eliminations. So they have what it takes to kind of hit it out of the park rather early and start the game off hot. But after that last game, I think there's some adjustments that need to be made. So I'm interested to see how those adjustments are going to be made.
And I feel like with this new POI, this new drop spot, it has a lot of loot, Jacob. And Snacky Favs, I don't know if they like playing the early game aggressively or they like just looting up, because I believe they will have enough loot without taking an engagement on their opposing duo, which is contesting them here at the Collider. But I mean, some extra eliminations never hurt, right? And that might be exactly what Notorious and Coxie are looking to do here, as they already have one.
Yeah, but even though there's another team contesting the Daily Bugle, it seems like the overall play of it is kind of the same. Coxie, Notorious, under siege from the high ground. Kika and Kika together, but it looks like Coxie wants to get aggressive. He knows they're separated, and they're trying to strike while the iron's hot.
Coxie here playing that positional advantage up top, trying to see if he can land a shot onto Kika here. Has only 3 minis, so 1 tag, and he'll have to use 2 of them here. But Kika might actually be trying to disengage here, going in the sky like a bird, taking shots from above, Jacob. But is it the right play?
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Kika flying through the sky, and that's something right there. You can really keep some people on their toes, keep them guessing as he's continuously trying to run, and it makes me ask the question, did he get the reboot? Because that's probably why we haven't seen him try to leave the Daily Bugle just yet. He tried to run back, get what he can, and now, hopefully, he does have the card, and now he's trying to make a rotation out. But even if he doesn't, there's still a ton of time, and what makes me happy is those 3 medkits are going to grant him that time.
I mean, they got the time. We'll have to see how it ends up there, but listen to that replay of how Coxie did secure that first elimination. I mean, it was just straight into the box with that combat SMG, Jacob.
Yeah, CQC style of weapons. We talked about the loadouts that we're going to see as they finally take down Kika. Him and his duo are going to be one of the first ones out, having to watch this one, but that allows you to really watch the entirety of the game, take a deep breath, figure out what went wrong, what are you doing right, how to mix it together and fix it. going on for the next games, because this isn't just qualification through points. You can win with a victory royale. You can win through that top 6 consistency after 6 games.
And I mean, your play style can change throughout the tournament, right? At the start of the tournament, you might not even know what you want to do yet, and that's fine. But maybe game 5, you're right on that cutoff for the top 6, and you just want to play for the late game, play for that consistency. Or maybe you're a bit behind and you need the VR, so you just want to play maybe for that high ground, maybe for a duo on low ground, maybe even the heel-off. We saw some crazy heel-off matches yesterday, Jacob. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if these teams kind of switch it up as the day goes on.
Yep. See, typical gamer. He knows an exchange is imminent, so he's just trying to get the resources. Mad up. He knows teams land towards the north side of Sleepy Sound. They get directly contested by Echo and Western that they fought early on, not having that same type of tags to start the game off, but Noah plays still finding the damage needed for the first Storm Surge at the very minimum, because you know you cannot stop. You can't get content throughout the course of the game. You need to continuously find the tags that you need.
That's exactly what Noah Plays is doing here. Taking tags from the duos that are far away, not even the ones that are up close, right? Always looking around, seeing who is close by, who is directly contesting you, and what's the best option, right? Do you go for that aggressive player, or do you just sit back and wait to see if you get some shots in?
Decision is definitely yours, but not too far of a pull. We're going to get a little bit of a Western pull for first circle. So a lot of these Eastern teams, you know, those Daily Bugle, the Joneses, Sanctuary, some of our Southern teams are going to have to rotate rather quickly to get themselves a good spot, or at least rotate ahead of the rest of the teams to get themselves the surge. But oh my gosh, the amount of damage coming out from Tavern and Nico. This is the calculated aggression that Panda was talking about.
And they're doing it perfectly, right? They have that elimination, they have that damage, but they're not getting too aggressive. Just like you said, calculated aggression. Right now, they could jump in that cannon, they could go right to the opponent, but no, they're building around it. They're going to hold this position and use it to rotate later on. But speaking about holding positions, we have Buzo and his duo partner Sal here, and they're just waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
Yeah, I like minimizing the amount of footsteps they're taking, weapon switches, to try to minimize the audio that they're giving off, and that would be a big opportunity if they can pick up this elimination here towards Command Cavern. But it doesn't look like they're going to get what they want, and I like how they immediately change it up. They're not going to go forward. They're not going to continue to force any bad plays. They're going to go back, get the scraps that they want, get the resources, because they're really light when it comes to wood, when it comes to brick. 348 for metal. That's something good, but you definitely want more, especially when you're in one of the most contested drops in the game.
And it could work out in their favor, or it couldn't, right? If they're playing the waiting game, going for that refresh, going for those eliminations, playing it sneaky, if they end up getting them, they could just be full materials, and they even got the Elim points alongside it. But if you end up not getting those eliminations, and now you used up your time where you could have been farming, and you don't have enough materials, and you have to rotate, and you might not have that much loot, it's kind of a sticky situation to be in, right? So it's kind of risky to do a play like that. But if it ends up turning out well, which it might, but no, I mean, not looking too good here as Buzo has been knocked down. I'm curious to see why they're not getting pushed right now. I wonder what took him out.
I just hope it's not fall damage. I hope it's not. Seeing Epic Well go down yesterday, my own life flashed before my eyes, along with my predictions. That was the redemption run that we needed. A Saul Goodman putting shots along with a couple other players still at Command Cavern. He was able to get that revive off. And the shield's up for his duo, but Buzo still lacking that HP. But like I said, you know, you go ahead and take note of everything that you pass in Command Cavern, so that way when the dust settles, you can go ahead and collect all the scraps.
Sal here. Looks like they're still kind of lurking around at the Command Cavern. Seems like they really want these eliminations. Buzo sitting close by as well, just really waiting for that opportunity to strike. But Buzo is actually going to choose to break some builds. Now Reeks knows that he has opponents close by. Engie even building up a wall, and now they're both sort of playing the waiting game here.
Yep. Saul Goodman with the legendary striker pump, just waiting. Really just waiting with a cheesy smile, I bet, to catch somebody off guard, especially through this window. Definitely be a cheeky play if he can get it off. Engie looking like he might take the bait. That's going to be a big giveaway, putting the ramp there, especially back-to-back along with the walls. You know, they're flirting with the idea of going ahead and entering that vault.
Just staying put, right, Jacob? I mean, it's what you got to do sometimes. Stay put, wait it out. Let the game speak for itself as Reeks and Engie gone to some complications here. Engie actually being fully cracked here now. Has to duo pushing him. It's Sal. It's Buzo. They're going for that aggression.
Yeah, they either got the tag themselves or heard it from afar. Saul's going to get the one onto Engie. Gets aggressed on, but his teammate's there to save the day. you know as well as I do, teamwork really makes the dream work. And for Buzzo and Saul Goodman, they're trying to make their dreams come true, whether if it's consistency, a victory royale in this game. They want nothing more than to reach the finals and a chance, and not only the Axe of Champions, but all that sweet prize money.
I mean, and look, it paid off, right? They did a risky play. They waited it out even until the second zone appeared, but they ended up getting both eliminations, refreshing their materials, finishing off with a bunch of loot from their opponents there. And now they can rotate pretty freely, but the team that doesn't have to do too much rotating here is Snacky and Favs, as the zone has closed in their favor.
See a couple of other players, Nigel, Angel towards the outskirts, Typical Gamer, Noah barely getting in to the zone. Almost guaranteed they have some sort of heals left, but you see the shots raining in, trying to take advantage. Med kits all around. You get one, I get one. We all get 100 HP. But still, 4 teams there towards Shifty Shafts. This one could turn in a blink of an eye if somebody missteps. As we see Wavy Jacob in his new name. You know which one it is. Vanilla's and Wavy Jacob. He's trying to give love to Foxity there. And honestly, I know Foxy's doing the viewing party. He got to feel the love.
You know, he's got to be feeling good, right? And, you know, these players, they be changing names all the time, right, Jacob? Sometimes you see Nico here, and the next day you don't even know what his name is, right? But you do have the veterans of Fortnite competitive. They've been here for a while, you know. They've been through a fair share of their names. And now looking at Tavern here, which is actually Tavern Desu, with 1 elimination. And they're in the same position, Jacob. We talked about knowing when to play aggressively and when to stay back. They have done a bunch of damage, but they're safe here. They have a good position. They have materials. They really have everything they need to make it into the late game. So they're going to play calm. They're going to play collected. And they're just going to really wait it out until they have to rotate and do what they have to do. Yeah,
Tavern this season is looking like a much better version of himself. We know he's a very, very talented individual. Last season, he was over-contested through both days of finals. In order to get to finals, it took the very last game, just like Fabs and Snacky at one point. This time around, though, he's looking good. He's setting himself up with early surge. He's able to progress through the game and then kind of control his own destiny.
And a quick reminder for those of you who don't really know what Storm Surge is. It's that minimal damage threshold, the minimum damage threshold needed to not start losing HP consistently. And you can even see it pop up on the screen now on the right side. This player, Squid, is 73 above, so he does not have to do more damage, but what he does have to do here is stay up, stay alive, as he is an opponent here, playing aggressive and looking to take him out.
Yeah, I'm a little worried because of how separated they are, but he's going in towards the Storm to try to go and hunt that player down along with his duo. They want that 3 points. They don't want to let it escape. Go over towards the Storm. Squid getting aggressive, but a little too aggressive. That's Western out of nowhere, able to take him down. It's all up to Lizard with the pressure on his shoulders. He gets the elimination and a chance to save Squid.
Squid, Lizard. I'm loving the names, right? Pulling the animals here. They finish this off on top with 2 eliminations now, putting them in the 15th spot. Remember, it's top 6 to qualify through consistency, so they got a ways to go, but this is just the start of the game. They've got Storm Surge now, 121 damage above the threshold here. Gonna pick up Squid, and I didn't see their loot exactly, but I'm sure after those 2 eliminations, they're probably feeling pretty good.
Yep, definitely theirs for the picking. As Rich, Homie Quinn, and Defiable, 11th place, 31 below the damage threshold. With no eliminations so far, you got to imagine that contested Greasy Grove didn't yield much in terms of Storm Surge. Now they're forced to look for it elsewhere, just shortly right outside Greasy Grove as well. So not a lot of rotations being forced out, but you see there's 3 teams directly in that position, 2 more towards the outskirts, 2 more outside of that. And if you look at the top left, there's 2 more outside of that one. So they got to be careful because this one can turn ugly quick, but they get the pre-edit in, they get the piece control. They're going ahead and editing it back to play defensive all at the same time. Creep is taking a lot of that fire, and that's a whole new duo that wasn't even involved at the very beginning.
They're doing so well here with the amount of duos that are around, but you have to be careful, Jacob. You talked about it. The 3rd party might come in, the 4th, the 5th party, as Rich Homie Quinn and Defiable are here now with 1 elimination, but they're looking to make it more, as Creep has already been cracked. Now his duo partner cracked as well. Leo Creep are just 1 shot away to going back to that lobby.
Like the bait and switch. Homie Quinn's going ahead and reloading. Defiable's getting aggressive. He takes the damage, and they switch once more. So they can go ahead and keep putting that pressure on that team, not allowing to regenerate the health and shield that they desperately need at this point in time. But I like it. Rich Homie Quinn not getting over aggressive. He's not tunnel visioning on this one play because he realizes how contested, how congested this side of the map actually is.
Switching over to Poppy Blast to show here. We're feeling good on damage, but just popped their last minis. I mean, they do have the chug splashes, but you really want to save those for later in the match. On the feet as well, Typical Gamer and Noah have gone down here in the third zone. 45 seconds left until it starts to close.
Luckily for them, they're far ahead of the rotation in terms of a lot of the other teams on that side. Looking to go north, though, seeing a bunch of teams boxed up, including the Fire that is directly onto them. That's going to force the builds out, but using their wood to conserve the hard map, so when they finally get later on in the game, it's going to be easier. But Vibes, goes down early. Slicksy is soon to follow. That's Buzzo and Saul Goodman continuing on their terror from early on.
I mean, Buzzo and Saul, they're feeling good from the 2 early eliminations in command. Cavern to continuing their wrath here in the third zone while rotating, getting another 2. I mean, they're starting off this game incredibly strong, but looking back at Show and Blast here, I mean, their loot is not looking too great. They do have a decent amount of damage, but it could be more. Hopefully they can pick it up a bit now as the zone starts closing.
See Storm Surge ticking. Look on the minimap, another duo slowly but surely creeping up right behind. And if they're not taking Surge, I can see them trying to go ahead and interrupt or at least take the spoils of the fallen foes that are just unlucky enough to not be able to get the damage. Short pad coming out, but 251 below the damage threshold. He's going to get saved by a couple other players, including his teammate going down.
I mean, Shantexer now is put in a situation you really don't want to be in, playing as a solo, but surrounded by duos, having to make that rotate, just like Tavern is going to do it. Nico here. You can see Nico rotated first, so he can kind of help Tavern out, but wasn't the correct play as now Nico is getting pushed here, and he might be put into too much of a risky situation if Tavern cannot come and help him out in time.
Yep, I think Clay sees something here. Through all this rotation and madness, Clay, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I actually wanted to talk about Tavern and Nico myself here because they've been set up in the same spot for 3 zones. That's what happens when you have good positioning, good rotation, and good Storm Surge tags. So while they did have a little bit of a risky rotate there, they are chilling for the rest of this game.
I like it. I like it. They're chilling, just going ahead and playing their game. He said 3 straight zones. He's getting rewarded there for his patient play. But Tavern is like an OG. He's been here for a while. He's one of the prominent names in the Western region. And he's looking to qualify for another finals here in FNCS.
And you can even see next zone has closed and Tavern. Nico, I don't know how they're doing it, Jacob. I don't know if they've got a different map than the one I'm looking at, but they're inside of the zone again. They're in 4th zone, and if they pull 5th zone, Jacob, I think I don't even know what I'll do at that point.
Bro, if they pull 5th zone, I might have to make a cast by yourself. And I have to go find the map that they're using because I need to bring it home with me so I can get all the zones because I need help. And you know I need help. I played with you. We need help. I don't know who our trio is going to be, but make sure you guys hit up Takata if you guys want to try out.
Try out. See what we can make happen. See if we can do what Snacking Faz are going to do in this game. I'm calling it, Jacob. This is the one. 12 points on the board, but soon going to be over 1,000 when they secure that victory royale here. 78 builds, has the shields, has that epic loot. And I mean, their positioning is looking just as good as Tavern and Nico's. They've got the high elevated location here. They can look for the tags, but they also don't have to do anything too aggressive.
I will say this zone is kind of saving the majority of teams from getting too deep, right? Because now everybody's kind of forced on the outskirts, on the land that is left. Otherwise, they're going to end up in the lonely Gilligan's Island like one duo's team is. But the thing is here for a lot of these teams is if they don't get that pull, they're going to have to travel through waters. They're going to have to travel through madness here to try to figure out what the play is going to be. But for Tavern and Co., you know, they're in that same spot positioned up. Buzzo saw Goodman close by. I'm trying to count the duos. 5. That's 5 straight duos on that side of the map with 6-1 rotating in. It's crazy.
I mean, I don't know if you saw that mini-map, but I think there's even a duo directly in the center of zone on the lake. So, I mean, they are one step ahead of the game here. Wherever that zone closed, they'll have to rotate, but they won't have to rotate too far. As Zayrez here, 4 above alongside Fico, who just got cracked here. They have to make a rotation, and having to rotate and also being below Storm Surge is one of the worst situations you could be in, but they might just be able to clutch it up with that damage.
2 straight tags from X-Rays. But as soon as he goes above the damage threshold, you can see the numbers dropping, going lower from 38 to 31. You can see since he's above, he's able to play patient, recycle launch pads, do exactly what he wants to get towards the zone and get a better spot here. With 10 seconds left, he might have gone a little bit too early, but he's just trying to take a little bit of that high ground, get towards a couple of these other teams so he can get distracted or at least distract others so they don't know he's a solo.
Now, landed 139 metal to work with, just above 10 bills, makes the double box thing. It's a great mean, great option when you're playing as a solo. Make 2 boxes, and then your opponents won't know if you're a solo or you're a duo. You can tell the experience these players have as Miles and Gord. They're in a situation I really wouldn't want to be in. Getting ticked by Storm Surge, also being in the middle of the map, so you know any edit they open, Jacob, if a duo starts looking at them, they might just get shot and they might just get focused by half the players.
This was my worst case scenario when thinking they're in the middle. If they don't have the damage for Surge, everybody's going to see it tick. Everybody's going to stay away from that side and even try to make it a play for their own and pick up those eliminations. As you see, they're trying to out-heal it. 6 more players do need to go down, so I don't think that's going to be a viable play. So they're going to launch pad over towards another team, try to get in the box. But with that launch pad, you see players making them a target. Gord's going to go down. It's all up to Miles, who doesn't have a chance there as he gets taken down by the entire lobby.
And not just him, Quinn and the Fireball also getting taken out. I mean, Storm Surge is just going through duos after duo as Delta on the bottom rotating through the water. Meanwhile, a majority of these duos do use a launch pad. I mean, it is a hard zone to rotate through, but Sweat and his duo partner might be looking for the high ground here. Building above Snacky and Fav. In the meantime, Snacky, Fav, they getting the edits they need to get that damage done, maybe even secure a knockdown here, which would be a great time to get a refresh.
I like what they're doing though. They're not forcing these plays. That's something I think they do pretty well when it does end up in 5th zone, 6th zone. They don't try to force too many plays. They get damage, they keep it moving. Unless it's something they know they have no choice, they have to do. And looking at their materials, they probably be looking for some sort of a refresh here. Waiting for a team to kind of get lost behind, straggle too far behind, or get separated. As you see them peeking through, they know somebody is on that side. And as soon as they make a target, you see the pre-edits coming out from Snacky. They know exactly what they want to do. They're just waiting for the opportunity to strike.
Actually, I believe they were looking for that aggressive play, but unfortunately enough, right as they were looking for it, the pre-edits didn't come in handy as they started getting sprayed and had to cover themselves. But now their opposing duo that did crack Favs here are playing fully aggressive, but luckily enough, Snacky hits the shots that he needs to hit to stop that aggression from his opposing duo. Now they will have the time to heal up, pop that big pot, and make this rotate happen.
First, I think it's 6th zone moving. Low Crow, Sweat going to try to hold on to it for now. Some may say that's a little too early, but if you play your cards right, you can hold on to it if you have enough mats, especially if you're able to put the pressure down. As Tavern, all that time spent in the boxes. Look at his ammo. Look at a little thing when it comes to that medium, that range, so it's going to be all up to the drum shotgun, that CQC, which shouldn't be too much of a problem as everybody's getting congested closer and closer together. The piece control is going over. He's still going in once after another. He's not slowing down, not stopping until he forces that player low.
That close quarter combat that we love to see from these players. But look at the high ground, Jacob. We have Kytrex, we have Horitos, but be careful. There is a duo up front that might be taking peeks at them. You can even hear the launch pad. Players now might want to take that. They know how important it is to have high ground if you're going for that victory royale. But Kytrex and Horitos right now are the ones holding it down. Yeah, they did a good job holding on to it. For a couple of times, I do believe it was yesterday at a couple of moments, unable to really execute and get the victory royale at the end. You see Vanilla's 40-hour storm. 2 more players going down as Saul Goodman and Buzzo going to use that launch pad and try to make a play for the hider as high layer as possible. Maybe looking to sneak it later, but they're not going to go ahead and take it as they get shot down. They're going to go ahead and take the next half, and that's your Seer going down. Kevin forced to go ahead and abandon the play. He's stuck as a solo here, but the aggression is still going to continue until the armored wall comes down. I like that play because they're not tunneling. They're not forcing any plays. They're playing for the victory royale. I mean, they're playing flawlessly right now, Jacob. Buzzo and Saul already have 6 eliminations. They're just getting elim after elim without losing like anything. They don't lose materials. They don't lose HP. They're doing it so perfectly as Snacky is looking to do the same here. Gets a shot into his opponent and has 2 eliminations, but once they keep it going, he only has 14 builds left. He needs a refresh. He needs those materials, and it looks like they're going to do so from the low ground.
Good job for Kytrex and Rito, still holding on to it, but the resources looking thin, especially on the Kytrex. 2 builds to his name, forced to drop down low. Probably looking for a refresh on the Bo Crows, who lost his teammate early on. He's trying to do it as a solo. Buzzo, Saul Goodman, just 1 more layer below. Possible target, but you got to watch out because they're a full duo waiting to strike if somebody gets too close. Tavern first place, right below them. Everybody close together. 1 wrong move could be disastrous.
1 wrong move could be the end as Kytrex and Ritos have held the high ground for so long, but look at this opposing duo. It's Landjock, it's Punisher. They want it. They want this positional advantage, and they might just have it if they've taken down Kytrex and Horitos.
I wanted to hit him with the Clay Classic, take him off of the high ground, launch him front side of zone as the new name, making wonders happen for Landjock and Punisher. 8th place, 5 eliminations, armored wall, minis, everything that they need as they now have the high ground and putting pressure from above. Final 10 teams remain. That's 16 players exact.
Could this be it? Nico right now using the med mist to stay inside of the zone as long as he can, but now he's just up to 5 HP and almost getting ticked down to zone there, but opposing player's gonna take him out. Nigel, Angel, almost double-digit elims here, currently with 9.
Tavern Show with Nico has come to an end. Back to the lobby, but got enough points to hold on to first place for now. I say for now because third place, Solid Squid and Buzzo, 6 eliminations to their name, doing a good job, especially with the legendary striker pump shotgun. That's going to do a ton of damage as Chris waiting for somebody to fall into his lap, picking up the elimination onto Broco. Siphon coming in, but he gets eliminated shortly after. Snacky now joining the fight along with Fab. That's another elimination for them. 4 teams remain and they're all full.
Snacky now with 5 eliminations. Favs has 1, but Landjock Punisher, they took the high ground at the perfect moment now in this last moving zone. They still have it. There's only 3 duos up. That's 6 players. These are all duos, Jacob, and one of them is going to get the VR.
The high ground going to the duo. Dating back as long as the World Cup, and that's the chemistry that you can't buy no matter how many V-Bucks you have on your account. As Snacky under siege, drops to 3 HP, not going to stop him from finding the shots, but he's going to go down. It's all up to Fab, staggering himself in towards zone. He doesn't get the siphon though. That goes over to Landjock and Punisher, and they go elimination after elimination to get to Victory Royale and advance to the finals.
Landjock and Punisher, one of the most veteran duos in today's semifinals, showing what they can do, getting that VR with double-digit eliminations. I mean, you know just from that they're feeling happy, and not only that, that means one more spot is open up on the map, Jacob.
You have some OGs in the game from EU, Benji Fish, Savage, you have Bizzle, and now you have Landjock and Punisher. These World Cup players really coming out and striking and really showing that, hey, we might be old, but it's still
the positioning. I mean, I love how they took high ground. They didn't take it zone 1 moving. They didn't take it second moving. They waited for the perfect moment to strike. And there was still a full duo on high ground. They just battled it. They went for the full 2 versus 2, came out on top and got that high ground.
Yep, Landjock and Punisher, they took that high ground at the perfect moment, and they still had a ton of ammo to put the pressure on from above and hold it into the very last moment. We know they advanced to the finals, but who is inching themselves closer? Only the great analyst of the West region can break that down.
Well, thank you, Jacob and Takata. You guys are pretty great yourselves. And you know what? It looked like Kytrex and Jartrex had an opportunity there from height, doing pretty well themselves. But when you have Landjock and Punisher knocking on your door, there's very little that you can do. So congratulations to Punisher and Landjock there, grabbing game number 2's Victory Royale. But Panda stealing height from Zone 8 seems to be like the perfect play.
Well, absolutely. You're correct, right? We watched in game number 1 how they were setting themselves up in rotation, how they were getting their surge tags, and now we get to watch them in the end game. And boy, was it an end game. They were able to secure high ground here pretty effectively in the final zone. And all you see from this point on is control. They were able to utilize their loadouts. They had a really set loadout here for the high ground, and they were able to control every player down below. And there were quite a few heavy hitters there too. You saw Snacky Fabs in those final moments. You saw Baka and Co in those final moments. So definitely it could have gone either way. However, Landjock Punisher, the veteran duo, they walk away with the VR.
Yeah, and honestly, we saw a lot of their materials not being used on that zone. Right? They recycled, they used that harpoon, they got elims that were close, so they could keep those materials up. And we've talked about this before. When you're on high ground, you really need to make sure you have a lot of materials.
And, you know, obviously these are veteran players, and I actually want to shift our focus to another set of veteran players. You guys might know them as the reigning champs, Snacky and Favs, grabbing a good set of eliminations in that game right there, but still not able to end it out in a VR, Clay.
Yeah, I think that's just due to where the zone was. Wasn't that advantageous for low ground. We saw them get a lot of eliminations here, right? But eventually it came to the point where they just ran out of room. Playing really well up into that point though, Panda. They were hip to hip, box to box, but when it got into that night zone and it's all water, what can you do?
Yeah, it's definitely a tough zone to fight for. Despite them being the champions, I couldn't see many players be able to really be successful with what they had to work with in this moment. Obviously, they could have maybe changed some things leading up to here. However, they got to this point, and they're being consistent. It looked like they were going to be in the top 5 following this game, but we won't know for sure until that leaderboard shows itself.
And speaking of top 5, Nico and Tavern obviously came out of game number 1 in first place, double-digit eliminations, and we saw them again make it to the end game, but they didn't have as many eliminations as they had before. So what exactly happened there, Clay?
Well, again, I came in and I talked about how their positioning was really great throughout the game. And that was essentially why, right? They're not going after elims. They're not getting these mid-game elims because they're set up all the way into a force zone. They didn't have to move from their POI at all. So they were chilling, right? Even into half in, half out. This is where they sat the entire game. So when you don't have to move, you're not going to get a lot of elims.
No, you're absolutely right, Clay, and it was a really good spot for them to be in as well. Obviously, the zones blessed them quite a bit. It kept pulling towards where they were at, and then they let the eliminations come to them. We talked about it before we went into this game, calculated aggression, and we saw a lot of that here from Tavern and Nico. So props to them, and hopefully that consistency keeps up. Or, you know, they walk away with a VR, but you already know game number 3. I predicted it earlier. It's going to Defiable and Quinn. I'm just saying.
Hey, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I picked them too.
I mean, we're going to have to wait and see what happens in the next game. But of course, we have to take a quick look at our top 10 leaderboard. Was Tavern's team still able to hold up in that first place spot after such a great performance in game number 1? And yes, they are. 81 points, still such a great lead. But look at that jump right there. Saul Goodman, oh, the name, with Buzzo right there, jumping up 12 points. Nigel and Angel jumping up 24 points. And yes, Clay, you pointed it out, a 3-way tie between 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But what we're looking for is that 6th place spot. Keto and Russo right now, 51 points. That's the mark that all 50 teams are fighting, or I should say 49 teams, since one's already gone, are going to be fighting for.
And I want to point out, on that leaderboard there, 3 triple or double place jumps up into the top 10. Even down here, take a look. 31 placement points up from the 17-point team of, we've got Bo and Sweat. This is great to see, right? It means we're trending upwards. Points are going to be a little bit harder to get this time around.
But this is still just game number 2. It's still pretty early on. That's why the top 10 leaderboard is so volatile. But it's definitely a good lead into what is going to be happening for the rest of the competition. And guys, there's only 4 more games to go. But with that being said, there is still day 3 of the semifinals, everyone. 12 new teams are going to be joining us tomorrow, and 12 more teams are going to be making their way into the finals. But any other teams you want to shout out there?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Angel and Nico, or Nigel. Nigel there. I want to see them perform really well. I want to see them on top.
I mean, we saw that jump up there. If anything, they're showing us right now that they deserve to be in the finals.
You're absolutely correct. Another team I want to talk about, I know I've been talking about them a lot, Defiable and Quinn. Clay actually mentioned this as we were about to come back on. If you don't know, Landjock and Punisher were actually kind of causing some issues for them. So now that they've qualified on, that's one less team they have to worry about to get that VR. And game number 3 presented itself as the perfect opportunity.
I mean, there's so many great duos, but you know who the best duo is? Well, that's our 2 commentators, everyone. It's Takata and Jacob, and they're taking it away with game number 3.
Best duo?
Too kind.
Best duo?
I love it. I mean, it's game 3, Jacob. We have 2 games down, and in that last match, I wasn't even sure who was going to take it. Landjock Punisher had the high ground, but there was still 2 duos, one mid ground and one low ground, and they were all doing incredibly that match. So I really did not know who was going to take it, and seeing that that's just game 2 and we still have so much more to go, I mean, it's just getting started.
Yeah, just like Aiden and Moose yesterday, Landjock and Punisher, they waited at a high layer for high ground to either get distracted. I don't know what happened to Bo Crows and Sweat, but you saw them drop down low. And see who else is going to be able to take advantage just like that as game number 3 starts right now.
Game number 3, almost at that halfway point of today's tournament. We have some duos coming in from yesterday, the first session of semifinals, playing again today, seeing if they can take home a spot in the finals. And one of the duos which is looking to do just that. It's Snacky, it's Favs, down in that new POI, the Collider.
Yep, getting split. It looks like at least one other team around there trying to take advantage of the immediate slurp trucks that could be on that side as Favs just kind of brushing past a lot, exactly where the chests are at, because this is what you do. You drop into the spot, you practice every bit, every nook and cranny, and that's where you see Noah plays yet again from game number 1 to game number 3, getting aggressive right out of the gates, taking down Echo, leaving Western all by himself. And the difference is, though, Western doesn't have that bush to hide in. He's going to have to go through covers. He's going to have to go through all this madness to try to stay alive, but the piece control, the defensive play looking good for now as he's going to get out the door, but his run will continue. Great shots on the Noah plays, but 2 versus 1, those are odds I'd take any day.
Doing a little dance action, having a bit of fun there. I mean, Noah and Typical Gamer, they're playing it so well in this early game. We can even see how Noah got that first elimination, making use of these new mechanics in Fortnite, getting that slide in, getting that elim, and now just putting them in that player advantage of the 1 versus 2. I mean, I'm loving what we're seeing from this duo.
If anybody at home doesn't know Fortnite, maybe you're just joining the competitive scene, you're like, what's a 50-50? What's a 50? That is a 50-50, where you put everything on the line for a chest or that floor loot spawn, hoping that it's going to work out for you. And it's like the coin flip. You lose it and you go back to the lobby. That's something I don't think they're going to try again, but it's definitely going to be up to them to see how they want to play the rest of their games as they sit on the sidelines and watch out the rest of game number 3.
Here you can see on the minimap that there's just 2 duos here, and they're battling it out as Fikoi, Zayresh going against their opponents who are down below. And actually looking at physics here, I mean, he's got the harpoon, Jacob. I mean, wouldn't be too bad to see a Clay Classic come in here, maybe pull down one of his opponents, but it's a bit risky, so we'll see what they can do here. Fikoi is in the 8th place spot with his duo, so they're getting close to that cutoff for consistency, and that might be why they don't want to play too aggressive. They might even have the effective HP advantage here, but even if they have it, they don't want to get too risky, right? Because if they get eliminated here, they're losing a lot of placement points, so I think they're just kind of waiting to see if they have a very, very clear advantage and kind of take that. Because if not, they might just want to play for that late game.
Yeah, I was thinking they had the advantageous position towards the low ground because of the armored walls. But as soon as that thought popped in my head, you see X-Rays trying to put the shots from above, taking out the top armored wall, but Fikoi trying to move down low, and immediately that third party from Condo Canyon beginning to take those shots for the surge of their own, but they're going to be forced to make a decision as a couple players going down. 1v1 for the game. Whoever goes down is going to go back to the lobby trying to figure out what went wrong as Blizzard trying to get the splashes onto his teammate. Give him some extra time for the revive to come through.
Clone here now with 18 effective HP, gonna use the floppers to quickly get that back up, and now instead of going for his partner, looked like he was gonna get right back into the action, but he realized there's another duo close by. The third party is coming in, so they have to play this slow and maybe even disengage here.
Immediately popping the big pot along with the splashes. Looked like he never went down in the first place with some low ground. Imagine if the resources and the piece control is there as Russo. I like it. He didn't like what he saw, so he's just going to go ahead and back out, realize there's still a few teams left around, and this is one thing they can do. Now they can rotate ahead of the Joneses, they can rotate ahead of both of these teams, and still look back and take shots. And if they land the shots, they can begin to get aggressive yet again. Once again, thanks to Panda for letting me know what calculated aggression is.
I mean, that's a great way to do it, right? They're already in the 4th place spot. They don't want to risk it all in this early game engagement, so they're going to go for the Storm Surge tags in the safer route, right? Going for the shots from afar as Blizzard, though, once they get that Storm Surge up close and personal here as he's going for that CQC close quarter combat here. They already have 20 points, but they want to make it more with these couple eliminations.
Yeah, like I said, that team rotating out Keto and Russo still putting damage while on rotation. That's something you need to really watch out for here as you take these prolonged initial fights, but you can see everybody really forced to rotate outside of the Joneses because these teams did get a little bit of a far pull. It's going to be a little bit of a northern but western circle here for this one, so it's going to be interesting to see how they play this rotation out, if anybody stops and tries to storm hold them out.
Taking a look, though, at Tilted Towers, we got 4DR, we got Caden. Speaking about veterans from Landjock Punisher getting the victory royale last game, we got some more veterans here. Taking some time, playing it slow, right? Farming up the builds, waiting for that angle, because it kind of looks like they almost want to get aggressive here. They know they have a duo close by, and they know that it's very beneficial to get those early game eliminations, but it's also risky. So taking the disengagement here could just be the exact play that they're looking for as the opponents start taking shots, and not just from one angle. You got another duo on the hill taking more shots, and now they're gonna have to slow it down and back it up.
Forcing out a lot of those resources, which they already don't have a lot of, just to stay alive here. but they know their rotation is not done just yet. Sooner or later, the Storm's going to force everybody in. But you see that stat. Game 2 winners, Landjock and Punisher, have now advanced through semis in consecutive seasons. From World Cup to here, I like how they just not have lost their mojo.
I mean, they made that comeback, right? When you put in the time, when you put in the effort, you can really make it happen. And what I think is interesting here is looking at Tavern and Nico. It looks like they've kind of got a game plan, just like Landjock and Punisher. I mean, this is the second time they've been positioned up here in this location, looking for tags from afar, and I mean, it worked out incredibly well last game. They're in first place still with that consistency, so if they even end up pulling second or possibly third zone, this could be kind of the key to their success.
See Splash going out. Making sure they have 6 at least, saving one more just in case. Dropping the shield keg just so they can trade with shots. And trade indeed. Yagvir's going to get knocked, and this is going to play. They see it as a green light. Nico's going to go. He's going to be the first one there, just like last time, leading the charge along with Tavern. And they're going to go directly into the box. Perfect cannon, as now he's putting shots from above. The revive is going to come out. Nico not wanting to let the aggressive play stop. So he's going to hold on to the high ground, continue putting pressure from above. Tavern is there, so the duo will be complete. But it's looking like they're going to slow it down for now as they change positions now. They're going to gather the information around before they realize, do we continue to play aggressive? Do we stay on the high ground and go for surge? But it looks like they're just going to go back to their other position.
And I want to take a note of this. Even though Tavern and Nico originally went for the push and went for that aggression, they after realized that Chris, they had the shield keg. They already picked up his duo partner, Jagvir, and that engagement wasn't worth it anymore. So they even wanted to go for that, giving up their original position, but later on realized, no, this is not going to be worth it. Let's go back to our positioning. You always have a chance to back out of your engagement. And these players that have so much experience know exactly when you have to do that.
And talk about a planned strategy coming out from Tavern and Nico. They immediately turn back and go to that same position, not only for the box that they already have there, but the main reason is to go back to the cannon. That's a huge rotational tool for these guys, and they're just making sure they get the surge, they can rotate if the zone even pulls far away, because last game, they stayed in the same spot for 3 straight zones, just like Clay brought down.
I mean, they could do just that again, depending on where these zones pulls. Second zone will appear in just 30 seconds now, so we'll see where it ends up closing. But looking at typical gamer Noah, I mean, they are playing incredibly off spawn in that early game, in those first engagements you get through. But in the 11th place spot, it wouldn't come in too bad. They can get a nice end game here, get a good bit of placement alongside some more eliminations in the late game. So see if they can pick it up here as Nigel and Angel are looking to get some tags, looking to get some damage from afar.
Couple players over peeking there. Nigel lands a couple as the zone once again moving to the western portion. That tilted towers cluster is going to have to figure out what they want to do. Do you go north and in? Do you just beeline it? You try to go south? You go all the way west? The decision is definitely theirs, as Nigel and Angel had 18 elims day 1, the most of any duo yet to advance. So you got to imagine if they have that same performance, this is definitely theirs for the taking, already sitting in 3rd place.
I mean, we saw last match how strong they were playing in the late game. They were getting elim after elim until ultimately Snacky and Fab took them out. But speaking about engagements here, Slick and CZR looking for an engagement, take down Kaden now. 2 versus 1 against 40R. They already got the box. They got the finish here now. With that player advantage, they're going to decide, do we take this engagement or do we leave it at that? We already took down 1. Do we want to keep getting aggressive or do we want to just take this loot and keep the rotate going?
Yeah, it does look like they're going to go for the latter. Take the loot, keep it going, because they realize they still have a rotation yet to do. As you see how it all went down, cannons yet again directly towards Kadenox, and allows him to easily get in towards the covers to take the pieces away, and eventually combined with the combat SMG, it's basically like taking candy from a baby.
I mean, they did it so perfectly. I love the use of these cannons, not only for aggressive plays, but also for rotates. Thinking back at Nico and Tavern, they were at the Fortress. Once that zone popped at the northwest side of the map, they had the rotate, and they can just use the cannons to get a quick rotate onto that side, not having to worry about going on foot. And now, looking at Slick, CZR, speaking about going on foot, that's exactly the rotate they're looking to do.
I don't know where. I don't know how. The Tavern did go down. Nico's by himself. Gotta imagine Tavern just dropping down low, trying to make the great play, but still a target. Nico trying to overbuild, trying to hide where he's actually going to position himself, but he gets tagged up. Shield's going to be dropped, forcing out the chug splashes, minis as well, but the duo hot on his heels. They're not wanting to let him survive, along with Tavern as well. That's 3 straight points, especially for a team sitting in 27th place. Those are points that they desperately need.
Now Nico seeing if he can get that angle onto his opponent as Leo gets cracked, but his duo partner Tavern is going to go down, so now he has to play it out as a solo. Favs is close by. The third party has come in. It's Snacky and Favs, and they're hungry for some elimination.
At least Nico was able to get one onto Creep before he goes down. The defending champions who are looking to get things heated up here in this game, moving up into 2nd place. But like you said, as this one started, this is only game number 3. We're not even at the halfway point yet. And a lot of these teams, especially the ones that are vying for that top 6 consistency, need to realize this is a marathon. It's not a race. It's just as important to finish strong as it is to start strong here in this day number 2 of the FNCS semifinals.
670 above, Jacob. They've got 2 eliminations, but they have so much damage. Now being in zone, I'm curious to see what are they going to do. They just got a refresh here, so there are more materials on the ground. Are they going to choose to leave those materials, rotate more into the center zone? Or are they going to stay here, wait to see where the zone closes, and kind of make use of that extra loot as time goes on? Looking at Poppy Blast, connecting shot after shot, going above the Storm Surge threshold, and looked like he was even going to get a knock there.
Yeah, just trying to put the pressure down to alleviate it off of the back of Show. Don't know how, but looked like he took a ton of damage there. Just before we jumped on board with him, 42 above the damage threshold. That's nothing that's going to get them content, as Q Yor is taking a ton of damage. Bolt's trying to turn and once again be that guardian angel. Put the shots down. 70 above the damage threshold. And this cover is pretty weird. You can't walk through it. It's metal. It takes 600 damage to take it out, but 3 shield kegs on Crew Yor. If he can get in that sweet spot, go ahead and put it down. They can have all the tags in the world. They can continuously, almost for a full zone, put out those tags.
I didn't even notice it at first. I looked at, oh, he's only got 1 mini shield. Darn, he's going to have to get some shields, and boom, 3 shield kegs in his inventory here. I mean, that's going to work well for Storm Surge if he wants to just play it safe, relax, and get the damage while that shield keg is just constantly giving him shield, which I wouldn't be surprised if he actually uses now. But right side of the screen, we can see another duo partner here that needs to get damage done. 133 below, actually playing a bit too risky there, getting tagged. Now only to 10 HP to work with, popping a mini though, so he will not get eliminated.
Yeah, it almost makes me feel that they might be looking to get aggressive, because I think both of them do have a little bit of a shield keg on them, not choosing to use it. They want to save it for a little bit later, or now, as 2 more players still need to go down, and they realize, hey, I have a shield keg, you do too. So just go ahead and use one right away. 86 below the damage threshold. And there's so many players left, right, and center that it almost is a risk to just peek and get the damage that you need, because that can instantly turn into damage being put on you. There's players at the high ground, the low ground, just all around, and there's so much traveling for everybody to do here.
I mean, this rotate looks dangerous. You can see the majority of players here on the southern side of the zone here, and it ended up pulling more north. So all these players have to rotate, but they're going to be rotating at the same time. So if they rotate and need damage, they're going to end up holding themselves back, not rotating in time, and might even get eliminated on that rotate. So they really have to consider what are the options, what should they do here to make it to zone safely. Do they go for the tags after getting into zone? Do they go to tags while they're rotating? It really just depends how much damage they need to do as Kytrex takes down 1.
Yep. Panda, what did you see that impressed you here?
Well, you know what? I talked about it before this game started. Quinn and Defiable now have a bit of a different loop path. Since Landjock and Punisher were able to qualify last game, they now actually have an entirely new area that they can hit up and actually loot up here, as well as rotate from. You see them use the Rift here, which is a huge addition for them as well. So this is going to be a big change and a big momentum shift for them. Will Game 3 be theirs? Stay tuned.
Big brain rich homie Quinn. Changing up the drop spot with some coaching, changing it up yet again, realizing that was the only them a lot of trouble on that southern portion. And he is the one that I learned a lot, especially the content pieces last season, saying when do you go to zone, how fast do you go to zone. It's all situational, and he is reading the situation perfect.
I mean, he's doing it so well, and it might just pay off here in these upcoming matches now that he got that freedom that Panda was saying. We'll have to see if he can bring that to the late game and make something happen, as we're looking at Noah. W plays, typical gamer here in a great position in the zone, even having mobility with the launch pad, having floppers, having chug splashes. I mean, they're feeling good here. Fabs, though, 64 points, 2 eliminations for the duo. They got those initial eliminations, but notice that they haven't played aggressive since then. They have everything they need here, so they do not want to risk it all, especially seeing that 4th zone is going to be appearing here in just 7 seconds.
See this replay here. You see Saul, Goodman, and Buzzo. He's taking a ton of damage, but he turns just in the nick of time to get not only the Elim, but the Siphon when things were really looking rough.
Saul here now with that 1 elimination. We just saw Uzo going into the storm, picking up the rest of the loot that they weren't able to secure as zone closed. And now, fortunately enough, the zone, 4th zone, appeared pretty close to the southern side of the map, so they're not going to have to make as big as a rotate here, but they still have to rotate, and just having to rotate is dangerous. So hope these duos have a plan in mind as Buzo and his duo partner look to start that rotate already.
Yeah, I was thinking for a moment, maybe they could take the water, but immediately see it's going downstream, outside of zones. So that's not going to be a great plan, and even if they choose to use it, it's basically going to be one of walking on a treadmill. You're not really going to go nowhere, and if you do, the entire team's going to see you. And honestly, they're just going to wonder, what is he doing while simultaneously putting down those shots? As you see Noah plays in typical gamer, they're not giving up. And that's the thing, when you get enough damage very early on, like they got off of their drop spot with those 2 eliminations, you can continue to rotate, and get one of the best spots in zone.
And that's exactly what they have. We saw from 1 elimination to maybe even another here as they just keep raining down onto their opponents. Already have 3, got those eliminations off the start, and now they're looking to pick up some more as their opponents are using that shield keg. So that might even be a sign that their opponents might be getting tagged by Storm Surge, might be in a risky situation having to heal up here. And Noah is just going to keep looking for angles because, you know, he's feeling good with the 523 damage above the threshold.
Yeah, especially with only needing 3 players to go down as they're just getting dwindled. And if I look at the map right now, I feel bad for everybody on the southern portion of that circle that is just so congested together. One wrong move could cost you your game, especially if you're just like them with not a lot of builds to your name, not a lot of resources. Using that harpoon, but I did see some wood there that he probably could have grabbed. Maybe he just didn't see it as he's forced to rotate in, but the shot's going to rain down onto Boz, using the harpoon to get into cover and force that player back, because that easily could have been both of them getting into the box with a couple spray weapons.
Boz here, Diego looking to see what they can do. Their positioning is a little scary as they don't have a lot of options. His builds aren't theirs. They can't edit it. Only 2 builds to work with here. They're out of materials. They really have to make something happen as Diego might just have the play, and there it is. 149 pump onto Victim, taking him down, getting the materials that they needed.
You ask and you shall receive. You said he needed to make a play, and he said, God, I got you. And you see Buzzo. He might not got you in this one as he does go down to 2 HP. His teammates already out. It's definitely going to be a hard one for him to live, but maybe it's a replay because he's making magic happen. Nope. No magic. No magic, Takata. No magic's happening.
No magic at all, but a duo that might be able to make some magic happen here is Snacky Favs as they are looking around, waiting. I mean, they've got the damage we saw, even though they only have 2 eliminations. The amount of damage they've done throughout this match has been an incredible amount as Favs keeps racking up that number, getting more, and he's looking to get more than just a bit of damage here. Maybe an elimination, maybe a knockdown. It's typical gamer Noah on the receiving end.
Yeah, I know they're looking for the elimination and the damage, but honestly, as long as that team does go down, if everybody else in the lobby makes it a play, and I see my pick towards the backside, 21st place, not exactly where they want to be, but they make sure to kind of let them know that it's got a positive mindset. You can really make anything happen in a couple of games. All it takes is one big victory royale. Noah plays typical gamer, 3 eliminations, 44 points. They're trying to take away the high ground as the zone is moving up the hill, forcing a lot of players to either recycle the launch pads or use a ton of materials to get there.
And they're doing it perfectly. Still looking for tags, still looking for damage. They have the ammunition to do it. 427 small shots and 163 medium ammo. So they've got what they need. They just got to connect those shots, and that's exactly what they're doing bit by bit. Securing more and more as first moving Jacob is going to appear shortly.
Yeah, Vibesy and Slixies, that passive style of game. Not really the strong suit here in the lobby as a total, not just them as a duo. They need to figure out a way to get the Storm Surge damage very, very early. Doesn't have to necessarily be eliminations. That'll allow them a little bit of comfort to move around a little bit more freely instead of sitting back in zone, waiting for everybody else to go first, and then recycling the launch pad. Because even though he did go down to somebody else, most of that damage came from him recycling launch pad in the storm.
We We got Keto, we got Typical, we got Prism Flame, we got Vanillas, and I mean, Faxfity, which is Wavy Jacob. Feeling good here on the high ground, but who knows, right?
Can you imagine actually doing a viewing party, but instead of the traditional one, he's just pretending to play? I did qualify. Vanillas is my teammate. You guys see me here.
Faz and Snacky, 673 above Jacob. They're going to get into this rotate, and I'm feeling good about this match.
I'm feeling good indeed. A lot of people calling it for Panda. It's Quinn and Defiable to take it. I know you're rooting for Faz and Snacky. Everybody having their favorites here, including everybody in chat. Which let us know, who is your guys' favorite that is still left in the game? Who do you think is going to be the victors here after 3?
Typical Gamer, though, gonna have to clutch it up as a solo, as Noah has been taken out by Ghosty. Now popping that big pot, still has enough damage to tank the Storm Surge, but taking a look at that high ground, it's Faz, it's Snacky, they're up top and they're feeling good.
Yeah, they gotta be able to feel real good here in this one. They have a ton of resources, a ton of different ammo variations to continue to put the pressure down from above. The choice is definitely theirs, and the first target they see is Jasir and Kevin forcing out the armored wall. That goes to show that they might not have a ton of the resources to hold off that pressure and defend against it. As Faz and Snacky doing a good job. Snacky tame towards the backside to make sure that anybody launch padding has no chance to steal away that height.
I mean, you can see they're playing height, but they're also connecting to second height. They want to make sure that nobody is going to take them down, because this is the 7th moving. This is a moving zone where duos might try and contest high ground. They might try and play aggressive. They know how big, how strong it can be to be on that position as Nigel. They can rotate down below, has lost his duo partner Angel, gets into an opponent's box and ultimately going to get eliminated there, as we still have so much duos up, so much action to happen.
This is a blessing in disguise. Did Fabs go down?
No.
Was he able to save himself? No, he was not. The mistake. It almost makes me wonder, did he run out of ammo or builds of the sort to go ahead and extend that far? And they were just there as the zone is moving up the hill. That would have been a great play if he could make it happen, but Witch Homie Quinn going down. Kika, CZR, so many players getting lost in the transition.
Now, Snacky. It's all up to Snacky on the high ground here, playing it out as a solo. 22 players alive. That's 13 duos up now as this zone is pulling up this little ridge, little hill. If it keeps pulling far, it could be a problem for a lot of these players. As Typical Gamer has gone down. Now Fecoy might not be able to make it into zone here, just about getting eliminated, but zone does pull back.
He's going to go down as well. B-Dog, Defiable, stuck in the mix. Chris Yagvir as well, looking the backside of zone, or at least the front side, I should say, is that's going to be a good spot for them, but they don't have the resources to build and lead that charge to hold on for it, as Yashir and Kevin surviving from Fabs and Snacky early on, making it count, making it happen, as they're still looking for more points, as Wavy Jacob has to do it by himself as Vanillas went down.
Does not have any shields to recuperate his missing HP now, just has to make something happen, as Snacky still has the high ground, has 79 builds, has 4 Chug Splashes. This is incredibly doable for Snacky. The only issue is he has to make sure he lays confidence down on the duos that are below him. He does not want the duos to know that he's a solo on high ground. He has to constantly apply pressure, constantly look for shots, and Wukong here with 3 eliminations has to do the same here, looking to see what he can find, as Kevin and Yazir are looking to make something happen.
5 eliminations. They're a very, very aggressive team. I've seen it last season. I've learned it firsthand. 5 eliminations to Wukong as well, though. This is a loadout. If he could just get into a box from the striker to the 2 different SMGs, that is definitely screaming that he can put out a lot of damage in the blink of an eye. He just needs the opportunity. As Snacky still looking good at the high ground. Still about 150 ammo between the light and the medium, so he's going to run down a little bit too soon.
I mean, you get BMD, you got B-Dog, you got his duo partner here, getting Elim after Elim. 6 total eliminations for cheaters here. We got Combat with 2, and his duo partner as well with 2, looking good. Wukong still up as well. Jacob is a solo. He's making things happen here as he drops down, gets 1, looking to make another elimination happen here. Play it slow, though. Be careful as that zone ticks quickly.
He just went back in. He knew the Siphon was going to come through, but he gets taken down. But look at Snacky, still at the high ground. If you guys can call this, I'm going to go ahead and just be a big fan of your guys for the rest of my days. 4 teams remaining here. Snacky is going to be a solo, but it's not going to stop him from acting like he has the world on his shoulders. Kevin, Yasir from the low ground, they find another elimination onto Cheaters, and they're going to be the last duo team remain here. So it's definitely going to have their work cut out from a Snacky. Finally gets dropped down low. He lands a big shot onto Kevin. Can Snacky do it from the high? Snacky makes it happen. Snacky gets the 2v1 and makes history.
Snacky clutching it up, losing Favs on a previous moving zone to handling it all the way through to those last moments and securing a 1 versus 2, getting the victory royale and qualifying himself into the finals.
The only other player that has ever made me like scream like that was Jerky in the same situation. No builds. He makes it happen. Snacky proves why he's the defending FNCS duo champion.
I'm speechless, Jacob. I am absolutely speechless right now. Snacky just made history with that clutch, and now he's going to be feeling good going into the finals. I mean, I want to see the reaction of that duo because they had a rough end to that match. But, I mean, you still have so much more games, so much more opportunity to make something happen.
Yep, man, making me regret switching my pick at the very last second. Oh, this is going to be a doozy for me if I don't make it in at the end of the day, but I got to see that leaderboard. Kelly, Panda, Clay, show me what you got.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Taka. I think we're all catching our breath here because what an incredible play. Favs going down in Zone 7. Snacky deciding to not drop down and stay as a solo on height, which we've seen before being so risky. Typically, if one of the top players goes down, the other one will drop down to the low ground to play it safe. But Snacky said, no, I'm staying up here and I'm going to show you why, Clay.
Yeah, I mean, he had 127 builds. Like, look at it right here when they look to go for the high ground and they realize, hey, you know what? This is an opportunity for us. This is where we can make our mark. They do pick up elims. This is when you see Favs, unfortunately, takes a lot of fall damage and does fall down, but he's sitting on 100+ builds throughout the entirety of the match. That's what you want as a solo. Takata said it well. He's trying to make sure that everybody realizes it's a duo up on high ground, and then just perfect execution there on the play, right? Drops down, gets an elimination onto Kevin, and then follows up onto Yasir. What more could you want, Panda?
Yeah, look, if there was any other team other than Quinn and Defiable to take the game, it has to be Snacky Favs. Look, they're the champions for a reason going into this. And this is the team we've been looking for, right? We've been talking about it through the qualifier. We talked about it yesterday. We haven't quite seen them in full form. And sure enough, Snacky clutching up there is exactly what happened last season in the semifinals.
Yeah, that's right. A repeat, and maybe it's going to be another repeat for being our champions, but we'll figure that out next week. Right now, though, we have to look to Yasir and Kevin because they also had a great run on the low ground there, Panda.
Yeah, they definitely did, and it was interesting, right? It did look like this game was in their favor. They were doing really good at controlling the pace here from the low ground. They did a great job of eliminating other players on the same layer and kind of creating this space, but staying box to box with them. So really interesting to see how this is going to continue to unfold here for them because this was definitely a consistent game, but the final moments, right? We talked about it from Snacky and Fav's perspective. It looked like Snacky was going to go down, but Kevin opens himself up quite a bit here to take that big shot from Snacky, and that's what ultimately results in him going down. If Kevin was able to avoid that shot from Snacky, it definitely would have been a different story.
And I mean, those eliminations and also that placement in second is going to be pushing them up the leaderboard right now, which we're going to be taking a look at in just a moment. Because remember, everyone, it's not just the 6 VR winners that are going to move forward into the finals next week. It's also going to be the top 6 teams. And there we have it, everyone. Kevin and Yasir actually knocking down Tabitha and Nico from that first place spot. But tied for second, it's going to be Etso and Monk. Ignite, Jagbeer, and Chris, my team right there, moving up 4 points into 4th place. Cheaters and B-Dog, of course, we saw them have a great performance, moving up 18 placements. Wow. And then in that 6th place spot, it's Zeras and Fikoi. But there is only a 1-point difference between 6th and 7th, and then a 1-point difference below that, Clay.
Yeah, and take a look at how close it is. 63 points from that top 6. That's only 8 points away. We know that as 3 eliminations coming through for these duos. So by no means is this leaderboard set, and will it ever be set throughout the night? Because we know A, victory royales change a bunch, and B, it's West. The shooting, we haven't talked about it all this season.
This is true.
But it happens.
You know, I'm actually kind of surprised that we don't see Wavy and Vanilla's up here. They actually had a pretty good performance in that last game. So let's take a quick look at some of the highlights that we saw from them. Panda, I mean, starting off 7 zone, only 1 elimination, but still, placements are important.
Placements are key, right? Again, it's about balancing the two. Obviously, eliminations are great, but if you can stay consistent with placement, that's what's going to make you climb the leaderboard and stay successful in these games. We're going into the second half of the games on the day, and for a team like Vanilla's, like Wavy Jacob, they need to not only be consistent, but they need to change up a few things. I feel like they're making a little bit too many mistakes going into the end game.
Yeah, and it came down to there. You saw it right there. Wavy Jacob was looking one way, and Vanilla's opened it at it the other way. And right, like me and Panda can be hip to hip, but if we're back to back, ain't nothing gonna happen, right? You know, so you got to make sure you're paying attention where your teammates looking and what's happening.
I think a lot of that comes down to synergy and just kind of experience, not only playing the game, but playing together. Obviously, IGLs are so important. We heard Tavern talk about that earlier, where you need to have that IGL. You need to be able to believe in your leader as the IGL. So I'm sure they're going to be looking back on that game and changing a few things up into game number 4. But I also want to give another shout out to a player that I rarely ever see, Wukong. You know, usually he's taking on the Jade Emperor, but right there, the Monkey King himself going down, grabbing a lot of eliminations as a solo player. So I'm really excited to see how he's going to perform in game number 4.
Yeah, I think it's almost around the corner as well, Kelly. So I can't wait to see what they do because, again, there's so many opportunities to qualify.
Well, you say you can't wait, and you're not going to have to wait anymore, chat, because game number 4 of the FNCS is starting right now.
Thank you so much, Kelly. I mean, Jacob, we got the best analysts in the West. So now, with 3 games down, we're halfway through day 2 of the semifinals. Some duos coming from day 1. Some duos, this is their first day, Jacob, and they're just getting started.
Yep, it's their first day, like you said, and honestly, some of them not coming out of the gate swinging like they would hope, but there's still 3 games left. Anything is possible, especially when at the end of the day, all you need is a victory royale.
All you need is that VR, and that's what Snacky showed us in that last match. You saw how confident he was feeling, but the battle bus, the engine started, it's ready to go. Let's get into game 4.
You want more? Well, here's game 4. Second half of the day begins, and a lot of these players are going to have to figure out the situation they're in and really begin to adapt. And if they realize, hey, our only hope is going through a victory royale, then they have 3 straight chances to do so.
I mean, it's what we were talking about early on, Jacob. When you start the tournament, you already need to have a game plan, but now going halfway through game 3, game 4, kind of want to figure out what you're playing for, right? Are you playing for that consistency? Are you already in the cutoff of top 6 to qualify to the finals, or you need one of the victory royales? And we're starting off strong here in Sleepy Sound with Noah plays and Typical Gamer that have been doing an amazing job in these early game engagements, and let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, you see Echo this time around, staying away from that 50-50, not faring the best form, and rightfully so. Typical Gamer and Noah plays, saying, hey, you don't want to contest them this time around. We're just going to loot up, get what we can. But as soon as they get the loadout, the desired loadout that they want, I could see them beginning to get aggressive, keeping things going, just like Kevin, keeping things going from Yasir, taking first place, and taking NG out for the first elimination for the duo.
I mean, you know, Yasir and Kevin, they might not be feeling great, but they're feeling good right now. First place spot, they just missed out on that victory royale last game, but that just fuels you up even more, Jacob. That just gets you even more ready for this next match, and you can tell they already got 1 elimination. They got 90 points. They're getting close to 100 here, and they're just getting started.
Yeah, that 1 elimination, I like it simply because it's easy to get down on yourself after that last game, especially considering what happened. But these guys have a confidence that's at an all-time high, sitting in first place, knowing the players around towards Command Cavern, they've been here before for 3 straight games, so they know exactly what to do. And that's why Yasir is taking that ground loot, holding on to the high ground, and disrupting everybody's rotation and loot path towards the low.
Farming up, making sure that if they get into one of these engagements, they're ready for it, right? Because they do have the weapons, they have the shield, but the materials, it's so important in the early game engagements that you have to make sure you're always farming it. Yasir just was able to pick up a nice little elimination there, just 2 shots, bop, bop. I mean, that's 3 more points.
You like that? Bop, bop. I might have to use that one day. Bop, bop. I'm going to go ahead and coin. Let me write that one down for later on in the day. Might have to surprise it, throw it back at you. As Yasir and Kevin just slowing down from looking for the tags just to get the resources on up. And as they mat up, we're going to show you some of the action all around that you might have missed. And This is that bop bop we were talking about. The quick 2 shots, and he only needed one of them. The second one went on the vehicle.
Second one was just a little flex, you know, said, you know, just in case. Better safe than sorry. As they're still in this position, farming up, looting up. Kind of showing what they're made of here at 93 points, getting close to that 100-point cutoff. But, I mean, Sal and Buzo, they're close by, and we saw how well they've been playing previously. They're all about that aggression, but they play it right. They don't want to get too aggressive. They don't want to play too slow either. They're doing it so well, and a duo that's doing just that is Noah Plays and Typical Gamer that seem to be looking for an angle on Echo here. It looks like West is also up, so it is a 2 versus 2 if they decide to take this engagement.
Yep, and this time around, I like how they're keeping their opponents on their toes. For the past couple of games, they have been getting a little bit more aggressive. They got the loadout they wanted sooner rather than later, and that allowed them to do so, but they're going for the angles. But Typical Gamer getting shot from the side. You kind of have to readjust and reassess the situation and figure out how he's going to play it out, just like these players over towards Daily Bugle. Notorious, he's separated a little bit too far from his teammate, but that's no worry because he immediately knows that. Probably hearing the comms in his ears, make the rotate, because this time around, the Storm, it is kind of close, but I think they want to go to the slower side, which means they're going to have to travel a little bit more south than most teams would.
Getting that dead side rotate, right? But the danger about taking a dead side rotate is if you don't have enough damage, I mean, there's not going to be too many players around, so it's a lot more difficult to find those tags, to find that damage. So you can see that right now, that's what they want to do. They want to get as much damage as they can if their plan is to take a... So if they already have enough damage, they're feeling good, they can do it. But if not, could get a little risky.
Yeah. It did look like that, what they were looking for that moment. But they realized that far pull. They realized how much rotating they're going to have to do. So they see nothing and immediately go in the blink of an eye as Defiable and Quinn looting their side of Greasy Grove and immediately trying to move on over to Landjock and Punisher's old spot and seeing what's there. But Sedna and Physics also making drop changes from Chonker Speedway on over to this side. But that's what happens when players are no longer able to drop into the map because they qualified already. That frees up a lot of position. But Quinn, Defiable may not have seen this one coming. They're going to be stuck down low with Physics and Sedna having the high ground for now.
Trying to take a look at the zone here. I believe that they are inside of it, so they can take this engagement if they want. For your positioning here, what you're doing is you're playing for time that you could be taking, farming your materials, getting more shield, looting up a bit more ammunition. So if they have enough mats, ammunition, and shields, they can really wait this out as long as they want to get those eliminations.
Peeking through Defiable. Just waiting for somebody to get a little aggressive, maybe even jump the gun. Rotating on out along with Quinn. They want to get right out of that position as quick as possible. But the vehicle under siege, that one's going to go down. It's going to combust, dealing damage to both of these players. But I think they created themselves enough distance to go ahead and pause here. Reassess the situation because I know that team has the high ground. They're not going to give it up just to chase them down.
It's too risky, right? I mean, you can only do so much for some eliminations, and at a point, it just... You can take it too far, and it's just not worth it in the end. And Nico and Tavern, they know exactly how to avoid reaching that point. We've seen how they play this fortress spot. They've rotated here almost every single game, and they use it to get tags, but also if they have the opportunity to play a bit aggressive, because they do have those cannons that they can use to rotate. So if zone does not pull in their favor, maybe the second zone pulls far, they can always rotate with those cannons. But crew your bolts. I know you're liking this action here today, Jacob. Let's see what they can do. Currently with 25 points, have mobility, have shield, but they might be wanting to get a bit of damage.
Trying to go for these early game exchanges here, but a couple more teams rotating into the fray. Probably hearing the shots fire off into the distance, and what they thought was a slow side rotate definitely was not that, as Notorious and Coxie find themselves in a little bit of trouble. Kika quickly rotating in as well, or at least rotating right by from the Daily Bugle. So a lot of these teams trying to go for what they think is the slower side of zones, but it's no longer going to be a slow side if everybody goes there.
That's the thing, right? Especially in these lobbies where all these duos have so much experience. If all of them take the best rotate, then will it really be the best rotate? As we have some duos here kind of jumping around, looking to see what's happening in their surroundings. It's something I always want to focus on. You want to be doing something in every moment, whether it be farming while rotating, looting, or even if you're just waiting in your box, figuring out what's happening in your surroundings and planning your next step ahead of time so you can make that decision just a little bit quicker.
Proactivity is the key, just like Takata broke down, just like these players. They're not just running away. They see so many of those teams that we were just talking about going to the southern portion of the map, the slow side, and they take that as a signal. It's no longer the slow side, so they immediately adjust their rotation to try to hope to go where those players just left. Maybe it's going to be a little slower there as Kevin and Yassir are still over towards Command Cavern. I think they're finally going to start to make the rotation, but they're making sure they have every bit of loot necessary. That includes every ammo box as well.
Every ammo box, every chest, everything they can get here as Yassir starting off strong with the 2 eliminations we saw early on in Command Cavern, and now they're going to be rotating from Command Cavern to Slick also on the Elim feed. Going to take one down. I'm curious to see how they decide to do this rotate with the cannon, because if you go up too high, I mean, you can get tagged out of the sky. It's a little bit risky, but if you rotate it perfectly, it can be one of the most effective rotates in the game.
Not going to take them long to get into the zone. Just like Nigel and Angel here. It's not going to take them long as well. Peek into the cone, looking for information. And you can see that lonely team still towards Command Cavern, a couple teams towards Crony Crossroads. But this time around, this map's going to be a pretty center map. Everybody having an equal opportunity to try to get in towards the zone, get their piece of the pie, which honestly almost makes it to where is there a slow side anymore if it's super center?
That's the question, right? It really just depends on the game, right? Like Show Me Quinn told you, it's all situational, right? It just depends on what is happening as we have Nigel here. Isn't that harpoon to fish up a bit of loot there, but is it worth it? As some of his opponents saw him do that and just took a bit of his shield away, just like Noah plays as he got cracked here and he's not in the zone yet.
We've got more traveling to do. They're one of many teams towards Coney Crossroads. Shields trying to find their way in, including the one directly outside of the storm that can try to hold them there. A typical gamer goes down too many shots without a teammate to hold the wall. Noah plays taking damage as well, but it's less concerning for him. 4 floppers, 2 splashes, the minis to get his shields up. So he's just going to go ahead and stagger. And I like this play because it's still very, very early on. He has a chance for the reboot as long as he can survive this exchange.
Right, I mean, West and Echo, they have the advantage, but the issue is they're in zone, so they can't really take this engagement forever. They have to play it, I mean, as quickly as they can here to try and eliminate Noah, but if they don't end up doing it soon, it's just not going to be worth it at some point here, and they're going to have to rotate back into zone, but the question is how long are they going to wait until they make that decision to rotate, as Noah is doing a great job right now, staying up.
Doing a great job indeed, still using a couple of splashes early on. 3 floppers to his name, more than enough to get his HP right back on up as he's bobbing and weaving, going in and out of the covers, making sure they don't know exactly where he's positioned, but they're still hot on his tail. That's Echo taking a portion of that high ground, trying to move in. Western slowly by, trying to cut off the angle as well. They're going to go down towards his lair, attempt to get into the box. They're going to get denied entry for now, but Noah plays still under siege. His floppers are definitely getting cut down, so it's only a matter of time before he runs out of the necessary heals to keep this one going.
I mean, he's doing so well, though, Jacob. The zone's already started to close. I mean, I don't even know if it's worth it for Echo and West, but they're going to get that elimination. Finally, I mean, they're going to get a bit of damage too, so they're above Storm Surge, but now they've got to rotate as the zone's closing in. So if they don't have initial boost to get ahead of that zone, they're going to be taking a lot of damage, and I'm not sure if they have the heals to kind of make it up.
Lucky for them, though, it's not too far of a rotation, as long as they can maybe get some extra mobility to get there, so that way they don't have to use all the resources that they just gained from the med mist to the floppers. But Yassir and Kevin, thanks to the early activity to get their Storm Surge up and the rotation because of the cannons, they got themselves a sweet spot and nothing to worry about other than being one of those teams to not overpeak, to be honest, as Kytrex and Doritos 25th place trying to get aggressive. They already have 1 elimination to their name. They're looking for more, which is actually going to get stolen right out underneath their hands from Trolling, who takes down Flixies.
Now, still with that 1 elimination, they just got 86 above. Look at that loot, though, Jacob. 12 Shug Splashes, 2 shield kegs. I mean, on heals, they're feeling more than good right now, but Jeffers might not be feeling too great as his duo partner has gone down. He's gonna have to find a way to get the reboot, or maybe just play it out as a solo, right? You can always do that. It's difficult, but we've seen it happen.
Tries to go for the big pad, but he doesn't know there's another ramp above him, so it's going to be a short pad. More traveling to do for him as Rich Homie Quinn and Defiable still staying around Greasy Grove, getting the most out of it. And that's the important part. They realize there's so much loot. There's vending machines that even if they leave Greasy, they could easily try to go right back in like you see them doing, but there's still 3 teams right on the outskirts of that zone that could possibly hold them, but it could possibly be another way for Homie Quinn and Defiable to get aggressive, to get more Storm Surge, because right now they're sitting 100 105 below that threshold.
And I wonder if this is because they started taking Landjock and Punisher's drop as soon as the spot got opened up. They're not as confident. They don't have as much practice with that drop, so they don't really know where the best location is to get those Storm Surge tags. So right now they have to get 104 damage. I mean, Zone is already active. The Surge is going to be taken here, so they've got to make something happen quite shortly here as they're already getting focused, and now there's a position you just really do not want to be in.
Almost looks like they have more than enough heals to try to out-heal it, especially with shots from below. They try to get them above the damage threshold, and they're going to barely inch themselves above 4 damage. I think you could tickle somebody to get more damage than that.
I mean, yeah, give them a little tickle, do the damage, then you're above. But the question is, are they going to be able to get that done? As Quinn is looking for some shots, but unable to connect a single one. Still going to start losing HP if they go down just a bit more. But, I mean, so far, it went down 1 damage to 3. So, 1 good shot, and there it is. Quinn getting a crack on the Kytrex. Defiable, taking him down even lower now. They're 49 above. They're feeling a bit better, but they want more.
Yeah, as soon as that Storm Surge started ticking on those players above them, they immediately went in to try to take advantage. Damage on top of damage to try to get the elims. They were just above by 49. Now they're below, or not below, but barely 17. It might as well be below if you're not finding the shots that you need, as only 3 players continuously need to go down. But the fight right in front of them is going to yield any one of these players the damage necessary, as Haritos might be doing it by himself, as Kytrex is barely there with no shield. 1 shot can definitely take him out, as he's still suffering from that Storm Surge.
In the 25th spot right now. They do not want to get eliminated in the 37th spot of this match. So they're trying to heal up. They're trying to tank this Storm Surge, but 3 players still have to get eliminated. But there it is. Just like that, it happened. Storm Surge is no longer active. Horitos and Kytrex might have just been saved, but Defiable and Quinn know that they're damaged right now. They're not looking too healthy, and if they take the engagement, they'll have the advantage, but they do have to rotate, so is it really worth it?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. Not only you're asking, but they're probably asking themselves. That's why you see them instantly trying to break out of the box and get out of there. But a launch pad is going to be used by Kytrex and Haritos, so they may even go back in the Storm, take some damage to try to recycle that one. But Tavern and Nico, very few rotations for them, rightfully so. They're picking the sweet spots time and time again to get the damage necessary to stay above the damage threshold, regardless of elimination count, as they're staring off into the distance, continuously finding the necessary shots. The game plan is sound. They just need to execute and remain in that top 6 or get that victory royale.
And that victory royale feels so good, right? They're just looking down, seeing how do we get it? How do we secure it? But, I mean, you can also play for the consistency, Jacob. That's what we're talking about. When you're already in Game 4, if you're in that top 6 spot, you really don't have to risk it all for the VR. You can just play how you've been playing and maintain that consistency, as V-Dog and his duo partner here might want to do exactly that in the 5th place spot. But look at the zone, Jacob. Full west pull. A majority of the duos on the east side, northeast, southeast, they are just all over it. But where they're not all over is the zone, so a majority of these duos are going to have to rotate. And which ones are going to do it first? Which ones are going to rotate slow? I mean, you don't really know which is the best option. It really just depends on what's happening in your surroundings.
And the danger and most concerning part of it all, you said it was a western pull with everybody being on the east side. Sooner or later, that western side of the zone is going to get highly congested from the northwestern to the southern, or the northeastern to the southern eastern part. That's going to be so hard to traverse to for anybody that is late to rotate. So this is where typically I would bet against it, but you might be seeing some early launch pads come out.
338 above. You can even see that replay from Chris and Jagfear annihilating Etso, and Etso's actually in that cutoff right now. So hopefully his duo partner can make something happen here. But looking at Chris and Jagfear, they're continuing the rain. They're continuing the damage and shots. I mean, they have 1, but they want more.
They definitely want more here in game number 4. As Homie Quinn and Defiable still boxed up near Kytrex and Haritos. But it's only for a moment of time where they're trying to drop down low and make a safe rotation before everybody else has that same thought. But running in front of them is another duo team from the high ground to the low ground. They're just so packed on this side of the map. And that's why, like I said, you're seeing so many players choose to use their launch pads early, even try to recycle so they can go ahead and cover as much ground as possible while saving as much of their material.
Quinn here, going to land close. Some opponents that are actually in engagement right now might just go for that third party. Checks the bush to be sure that there's no duo inside, and now Defiable seems to have been positioned inside of the zone. Great job making those boxes quickly, but it looks like he's looking for a bit more. It's Wavy Jacob close by, but be careful as another duo from behind, taking the shots, doing the damage, and now Quinn Defiable, they're 4 below.
Yeah, 4 below and out of mats, running out of heals as well. They're looking for a refresh on a team that boxed up away from everybody else to try to minimize the potential for third parties coming through. But Monk goes down, 65 players left, 15 of them need to go down before Storm Surge is out, but 21 below. Defiable Quinn still going at it, but the armored wall is going to slow him down for now. They're going to reassess the situation in this moment, but they still need to find 21 damage out of nowhere.
And now 5th zone's appeared. The Storm Surge is going to be activated. Quinn and Defiable are going to start losing shield and HP here if they cannot do 44 damage, but it's moving up. 46, nice tag from Defiable, gets 2. That should be enough to put them above. Now 41, but they got to keep doing damage here, Jacob.
Yeah, they can't slow down. They can't not let up off the gas here. But luckily enough, 41, 25. That damage threshold just ping-ponging around, and somebody's going to have to serve up Defiable and Quinn a spot to get the damage that they need. But right now, they're not getting antsy. They're not forcing it because they are above the damage threshold. They're not taking Storm Surge, so it's not as important on their list as everything else. As you see Miles scored, they're taking it low. They're taking a lot of damage, only 16 below the damage threshold. Make it 25 now. Easily able to achieve if you just find the right target, but they're going to go against that. They don't want to overpeak with 3 players only needed to go down. They're going to use all their shields and resources to try to out-heal it and stay alive as long as possible.
Now the rotates are coming through. The launch pads are being used. The players are doing what they can to make it into zone as Gord is going to recycle a launch pad here. Does a good job of doing it, but now he's going to have to regroup with his duo partner that also seems to have hit a launch pad, but great job landing in zone to avoid that risk of landing onto an opponent, and now they've successfully gotten a good rotate in.
2 minis, big pots being spread around, making sure everybody can get as much shield and HP as possible. And since he recycled the last launch pad, he's able to pocket the other one and make for another rotation if his team does not get the pull that they want, especially if they get the max pull. Because that's not a chaotic one that I want to travel through myself without some sort of plan B underneath my sleeve.
Just 2 more seconds till first moving appears. This could be an opportunity for some duos that want to get that high ground early, but we know how risky it is, especially in the semifinals. High ground is more beneficial to be taken later on. So we're looking at Tavern, looking at Nico. They're deciding what to do here. They have 2 eliminations. They have a good amount of resources. And now they just have to figure out what's going to be the rotate here. Are they going to keep going on the low ground as first moving zone? The majority of duos will end up using launch pads. So they might just be able to sneak through the low ground and make something happen. But looking at Yazir and Kevin, you know they want to win this game, Jacob.
Yeah, first place or not, they just want to punch their ticket to the finals and not have to sweat about it anymore, to be honest. As you see launch pads being used, they're going to go and stagger themselves out, hopefully force it out from opponents. That way they don't have to use their own. As you see, it's finally getting dropped. They have no other choice. 9 below the damage threshold with 2 eliminations as they jump 32 above. This damage threshold ever changing here in this lobby. That's how active everybody's trying to be. And that's the key, though, that we talked about early on. Proactivity. You must be doing something at all times.
And taking a look at that high ground, it's EXE, it's Talkin' Ben. They have it currently, but Yazir and Kevin playing second high, doing a great job of using that new mechanic to run towards the zone, not use as many materials until you're already ahead. And now with 57 builds on Kevin, Yazir continuing the tarp though, but look at the high ground. It's Kika, They want to contest it. They want to take out Talking Ben and EXE, but will they be able to do it successfully?
So Ben probably got the call. Drop me. But it's too connected. He's unable to do so. So Xy's trying to drop down low, reunite, knows the damage is there, and he's simultaneously getting aggressive, holding onto the high ground because him and Ben reunite. 7th moving zone. The only thing that worries me is the mats. They're looking a little thin, but luckily they're going to be able to recycle them as the zone moves over previous build. But Yasir and Kevin not afraid to continue to get their hands dirty towards the mid ground.
They've passed the 100-point threshold now at 7 damage above Storm Surge. Tavern, though, and Nico 65 above. They're feeling a bit better as Storm Surge has stopped 30 players up. Decoys getting some nice eliminations as Chris keeping the rotate going. And look at this, Jacob, 6 eliminations for Decoy, and he's just getting started.
And there's another one for 7, another one for 8. DJ Fecoy looking strong here. The siphons are necessary, but the Storm is going to take 43 HP. He has no choice but to abandon his teammate. But that doesn't matter as they're both sent back to the lobby, but a massive amount of eliminations means a massive amount of points regardless of your position in the game.
Here we got Combat and his fan going for that high ground. 1 elimination for the fan 2 for a duo partner combat here. Looking like they're at 80 points, but they want to get this victory royale. They have that positional advantage on the high ground, and now they need to take shots. They need to make sure that nobody contests them.
Nico Tavern still working really well towards the low ground, staying on the outside portion, trying to stay ahead, even cut off a few players, going through previous builds, making their job that much easier. 8 teams remain, 14 total players, as this one is really coming down to the very last moment as Chris and Yagvi are looking for shots, editing open, knowing this one is going to have a little bit of a southern pull as they continue to kind of stay on their layer, looking down at every moment, trying to find the shots necessary to take out another player and inch themselves closer to the top of the leaderboard.
7 duos up, 13 players, drops down to 6 duos. Little by little, it's getting to those last moments, those last duos trying to make something happen. Is look at Jagveer, look at Chris. They went inside his zone. They might just try and make a high ground play, and that's exactly what they do, taking down Combat.
They got caught slipping. Combat can't watch every angle. He's going to go down, and the only player as a solo right now is Combat's fan as the high ground goes over to Chris and Yagveer. But how long can they hold on to this high ground? Because it was yesterday they also had the high ground, but they let it slip to Arkham and Epic, who took that game at the end of the day. But this one is a different story, a different tale as they look to finish strong.
It's all about learning from your mistakes, Jacob, and that's exactly what Chris and his duo partner have to do. But Tavern trying to make something happen here. He's split up from his duo partner Nico, but he has to pop those shields. He's not looking too healthy, as EXE and Talking Ben aren't either. They do have 6 eliminations, but they do not have any shield to work with.
Yeah, at one point or another, they did have possession of the high ground. Tavern and Nico go down, so they go again. Still in a strong position, though. Yagveer, Chris holding on, running out of resources, but they have the high ground, and they have ammo to continue to put down the shots from above. They don't want to let this one slip through, as 3 teams remain, 6 players.
This could end in a 2 versus 2, but we got BMD, 5 eliminations here, already 115 points at the 2nd place spot. He's the solo, and he's secured the low ground. There's a duo on the mid ground, duo on a high ground, and also a solo down below. Now it's Chris, it's Jagveer. Who's going to take it home?
Yep, dropping down early here, trying to get the eliminations. Like you said, 6 to their name. Cheater's the last one left for his duo. B-Dog already went down, but he has some splashes. He can stagger himself in the zone, but Chris Yagveer read that play from a mile away as they're looking to take him down, chop him down to their level. 2v1 for the game. It's theirs for the taking, and they're going to snatch it up.
Applause for Chris and Yagveer. What an amazing high ground retake, using that zone, tanking it a little bit, going for the flank on the opponents that already had the high ground, knocking down one, eliminating the other, getting that advantageous positioning and closing the game out for the VR. I mean, that's one of the best plays we've seen today.
Yep, we saw it yesterday from Aiden and Moose in game number 1. They told me that was their game plan. Stagger back, steal height, and that's exactly what you saw Chris and Yagveer do. And we talked about adjustments, and that was a great adjustment because yesterday they held on to it, and they forcefully held on to it, and it cost them the game at the end of the day. This time they made the adjustments, and now they're moving on to the finals.
I mean, that's what Fortnite's all about, adapting, right? Adapting to your playstyle, learning from your mistakes, and having that opportunity to play yesterday and now take the time to learn, improve, see what you did wrong, and correct it for day 2. Exactly what Chris and Yagveer did to secure that victory royale, and I mean, I can't wait to see them in the finals.
Yeah, you said to see what you did wrong and to fix it. We need our analysts to break down what everybody who didn't win that game did wrong.
Well, Jagveer and Chris definitely won, and I won myself because that was my prediction. I had them yesterday as well. There was a moment in game number 5 where it looked like they were going to hold it. Just as our casters were saying, they held height for just a little too long. And when the team on below is Arkham and Epic Whale, you have to be aware of all of your surroundings. But who needs to be aware when you have your ticket into the finals? Congratulations to Chris and Jagveer. Can't wait to see how you perform next week. But lots of great plays, lots of great teams in that game, Clay.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of different players to look at because that was just all around a great game for so many different teams in the NA West region. But you got to give, again, shout out to Jagveer and Chris. That was a great game. I thought for a moment, hey, maybe, but no, they hit it home.
And it wasn't just them stealing height there. EXE and Ben once again held height and had it stolen from them by Combat's team. But then right below Jagveer and Chris, Panda, how did they know when the right time was to steal height?
I'm going to be honest, in duos, it's been hard to tell when the right time is because a lot of times we've seen players go super late. They get the high ground in the 8th zone, 9th zone. But there are teams that are being successful getting it earlier. However, here, it was the last final moment. Chris and Jagbeer climbing up here, cleaning up combat and duo. Now holding the high ground was just a piece of cake for them. They didn't have too many material here. You can actually see it from Chris. 0 builds, but Jagbeer cleaning it up down low, says, you know what? Don't worry about it, Chris. We're going home. We're taking the VR, and we're going to the finals.
And although he did knock Cheaters out in that moment, we do have to give props to Cheaters because what an incredible low ground solo run he had. I believe he had 5 eliminations, maybe a little bit more, Clay?
Yeah, let's take a look, right? Already starting off getting that Elam onto Nico is very good. You see him drop in and get Tavern as well. Taking out first place overall, so 3. Mind you, by himself, right? B-Dog is there, but he's getting this all in the back of the tarp, so B-Dog doesn't have to worry about that. You take a look, just finds both of those players, chunks them down to both 1 HP. That's just great gameplay right there.
We always talk about angles, and Cheaters might have the best angles that I have seen so far this weekend.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Does a good job of not overextending, right? Kind of holds his walls, holds his cones, holds those different little areas to effectively damage the other player. However, it's not everything, right? Your fighting abilities can only carry you so much in a game like Fortnite, and that's why we haven't seen them quite walk away with a VR just yet, but that could change here. Ooh. But it doesn't matter. Look at that. Cheaters, B-Dog on top by only 1 point.
That is scary. There is still, look how close everyone is in the middle of the pack. 88, 86, 86, 84. Guys, there's only so many games left, and these teams are not just fighting for that victory royale, but they are fighting for that top 6 spot. And this is day 2, meaning that tomorrow is the final day, the final opportunity. And I'm sure these teams don't want to be there because 11 or 12 new teams are going to be jumping in there. Zayrez, Fekoy in that 3rd place spot, Kevin and Yasir in the 4th place spot. Tavern still holding it pretty strong. But let's take a quick look at Zayrez and Fekoy.
Yeah, I mean, Panda, look how many elims Fekoy gets by himself right now, sitting on 3, just picked up elim number 4, and they just absolutely pop off. Look, popping in a 1v2, doesn't matter. They are in the box. They are there, 6 elims now.
Yeah, look, aggressive gameplay here from Fekoy, and they're doing a good job of surviving here into the end game and then focusing on getting those eliminations in the end game. However, I still think they're being a little too aggressive. We see Fekoy actually get lucky there with the pad, and unfortunately, though, it wasn't enough. As you see, those final shots rain through from the top and end up taking them out. But it's all about the leaderboard, right? And I want to shout out Tavern and Nico. They have consistently made it to the end game every single time. Clearly, I don't think they're going for the VR. If the VR comes naturally, I think they'll take it, right? But I think they really are focused on consistency, and that's why I don't see them not qualing today.
Yeah, I want to point out that over 90% of the winners today have been from day number 1, right? You talk about tomorrow being the last day. Well, that's a terrible stat for those players that are playing tomorrow. They really want to get that games in today so they don't have to worry.
I mean, they've said it best, everyone, and I know that you are ready for the next game. Who is going to be grabbing that VR? Well, we're going to find out right now, everyone, because game number 4 of the FNC, yes, NA West is starting right now.
Who is going to win game number 5? That's a great question, and I'm hoping for my own sake it's Bolts and Kruyar. I need my predictions to come through, and honestly, where they're at in the leaderboard, they might have no other choice.
I mean, that's what it's about, right? Are you going to play for that victory royale, or are you going to play for that consistency? If you're Tavern and his duo partner, I think you're going for the consistency. But if you're Bolts and Kruyar, it might be more beneficial to play for that victory royale. Do a play like we saw from Jagbeer and Chris in that last game. Get high ground at the perfect time and, I mean, secure the VR.
Yeah, and how they're doing is absolutely insane. They're staggering out with some chug splashes, med miss, tanking that storm, and just waiting for that team towards the high ground to forget they even exist, and then they just strike and surprise a couple of those players. That's definitely something that we've seen throughout many different regions, and I can almost expect we're going to see it here as game number 5 is ready. Let's get into it.
Day 2 of semifinals, getting into the 5th game. Just 2 more matches left. This match and 1 more, Jacob. Which are going to be the 2 duos to secure these last 2 victory royales? And which are going to be the 6 duos that qualify through consistency. Reminder, they still have a second chance tomorrow in day 3 of the semifinals if they don't make it today, but you know, it's gonna feel nice to qualify on day 2.
Yep, and as you see, typical gamer Noah plays not straying away from that game plan, going for that same side, looking for the floor loot to try to go ahead and put the shots on, and as soon as they don't find it, you can see immediately they're going back to the farming, but Noah plays a striker burst, an epic one at that. That's going to deal a ton of damage. Then he gets a shield keg, minis, there's a big pot in the distance, there's definitely 2 in the distance, so he's just definitely waiting for his teammate to go ahead and mat up and get ready, and then that's where they're going to go ahead and try to put down the shots, get aggressive, and that's literally the 3rd big pot, 6 minis. Noah definitely came to play.
Noah's got the shield needed to come out on top in this engagement, but notice how he was not getting greedy. He did not go for the loot. He knew he did not have materials, and if he's caught off guard in a position like that in the early game without having any builds, I mean, it's most likely going to end up as him being eliminated. So curious to see if they're going to play it aggressive, seeing how they have such a good amount of loot early on, but it's all up to them and what they decide to do. But Slick, we know that he got a nice elimination here on Reigns, and starting off pretty strong. I'm trying to see where Reigns' duo is. Might even be close by. It looks like Slick might continue this aggression.
Yep, CZR immediately getting the information. He's in this building. As Slick slowly but surely moving up, spots the build, and this is where they're going to be a little bit more careful. As they move in, they're taking piece by piece, trying to get it underneath their control, but Kitby by himself, the piece control is going to go over to Slick. CZR trying to take another angle. They're both getting aggressive, but as they split up here, this could be the moment to strike, and CZR goes down. Kipple reading the play absolutely perfect here, coming down to a 1v1. It's all up to Slick to try to save the day here, just like it was up to Kipple, who's now playing defensive, taking that elimination in stride and trying to reposition as he lacks the shield necessary to take this fight straight up.
Will Kipple be able to secure this 1 versus 2? He doesn't have the effective HP advantage anymore, but he is in a 1 versus 1. Coming from a 1 versus 2, you know he's feeling good, but is he feeling good enough to come out on top as Slicks takes out 14 of his HP, but he's going to have to do more if he wants to get that elimination.
I like where he's not slowing down, though. He realizes this player has not been able to get the shield necessary. So he does have that advantage, so he's not slowing down. Doesn't want to give him the moments to breathe, to go ahead and pop those minis, but he gave him just enough. One gets popped, but he pops it back into the cover. Damage is there from the Stinger, and it followed up by the Striker as he takes down not one, but both of those players to save the team's game. And that's why he's going to go back for CZR's card.
You know, he got a little scared there. CZR went down and Slick's like, oof, okay, got to make something happen. But look at that first elimination that they got using that bolt action sniper rifle to secure a nice little elimination and start off with that advantage.
I like that because it's not something you see every day. You never really see those snipers. That's a rare play, but a beautiful headshot nonetheless as typical gamer Noah plays, getting closer and closer to their opponents for the high ground. Going to go to Echo and Western, and that's going to give them a little bit of advantage to put the shots from above and put a little bit of damage onto typical gamer, force them in a defensive position, but they've been here before. They've faced harder foes, so this one is definitely the potential for them to win, but it's now with Western and Echo falling down on the leaderboard, they realize how important this fight is.
I mean, normally we see Noah and typical pushing West and Echo, but it looks like they got fed up of that as Noah goes directly into his opponent's box, but almost getting knocked down. Did secure that elimination though, but typical gamer's gonna have to clutch it up for Noah now. 1 versus 1 as Vanilla actually is going into this engagement. The third party has showed up.
And in comes a new challenger. Vanilla's pops off here along with Wavy Jacob. They too are realizing their position onto the leaderboard, and even though it's easy to say 21st place, it's all or nothing, victory royale, but honestly, with 3 points per elimination, if they start off hot, they already have 2, that's 6 points, and they keep it going, find more and more eliminations along their path, and get a great placement, they can put themselves in a top 6 bubble position.
Wow, I mean, you can see how well Vanilla's played that from securing the solo elimination onto Echo, from continuing on to Noah, typical gamer. I mean, looks like you have it at one moment, but quickly after that, it can all end with a third party. This is exactly what happened in Sleepy Sounds, but looking at B-Dog here, alongside his duo partner, seems that they're contested by Squid and another opponent, but looking at one of our top teams on the right, it's Tavern and Nico in the 2nd place spot, and they just got an elimination.
Playing a little bit different this time around. Or possibly not, honestly. They could have been sitting on that same cover, got damage on the Ghosty or Flameback. I did see Nico get it down very, very early on, using the cannon to put themselves in the position to pick up those eliminations, which is perfect for these guys, the way they are playing that sound gameplay, whether they go for the victory royale at the end of the day or just max amount of points, playing for consistency. They are definitely doing a great job at controlling their own destiny.
One elimination for Nico here. Slixie, though, going in Logjam, Lumberjam, trying to see if he can secure an elimination as well. Has the loot, has the shields, has the materials, but does he have that confidence to get an elimination? And that he does, taking out Reeks. And now they've secured Logjam, Lumberjam, having a little bit of a victorious dance there, feeling happy, feeling hyped.
DQ there towards the side. Possibly waiting for them to kind of leave, get the reboot. Tavern, Nico looking strong as can be. Especially in that metal box. They know they're safe to do exactly as they please. One elimination. So very, very early on, Storm Surge is not going to be a worry. And even if it is, with the amount of heals they possess at this moment, 78 total players, they could potentially out-heal it as well, as this is looking like it's going to be more of a wild game. Players are dropping like flies.
Also want to shout out the new POI, the Collider. I mean, you can see kind of flames coming from inside of it. You can actually use those to rotate. So you've got cannons, you've got launch pads, and you even have that new tower in the POI to make a rotation happen if it's what you have to do, right? Especially if you get staggered behind zone a bit, maybe doing an engagement or trying to secure a last little elimination. So always making use of that environmental mobility can be so crucial to making it to that late game.
And if you guys are just tuning in, first question, why? Why have you not gone here sooner? And what do we have to do to get you in that seat sooner, whether it's online or at Legends Landing? Second, I'm Jacob, caster extraordinaire, joined with Takada, one of the best pro players in West. All these players are lucky he retired to join the desk. Otherwise, he'd be causing some trouble of his own. Russo and Keto, though, they did pretty good yesterday. They were like right on the bubble, almost able to qualify. And they're once again on that bubble. 9th place, they're not too far off, and they have a chance, just like a few of these other teams, to control their own destiny.
I mean, they're close, right? This is a position that is kind of hard to figure out what you want to do. If you want to play it extremely safe for the late game and secure as many points as possible, if you want to make a risky play for high ground in second or third moving and try and get that positional advantage. But for now, they're not thinking about the late game. They're thinking about getting to the late game. What are they going to be able to do? But Yasir right now taking a cannon to rotate, but was it too risky as he actually gets knocked down here? And now Kevin is going to have to make something happen.
Yeah, but he didn't take that same rotation over, so he's going to do it on foot, still getting shot from the side. Combat's fans spot him from a mile away, but it looks like they're going to continue on, try to rotate out. I don't think they know that he is exactly a solo here in this situation, so instead of going and taking the 2v2 early on, they're going to continue rotation for later on the game. As Slixie takes some shots, 28 shields, and it drops even further below. No shields, 48 HP, has to find a moment to breathe here. Pop the splashes, the minis, possibly the big pot as well, to get up to 200. And because of Slixie taking damage on his own, he's going to have a moment to do so, as the high ground is still going to be held for now. But Vibesy, one layer below, they're trying to build up, taking it in stride, and that's what you got to do. You cannot force these plays at any moment.
DQ here, one elimination, seeing if he can get that clutch up on Vixie, who's down with Slixie. Love the combination of names there with the duo, but actually look at Slixie down below. He's actually going to chop down the builds. He does it successfully too, knocking down his opponent. Now they have the advantageous position. They have that high ground. They're going to push it together as a duo.
I think he heard the chops. He heard what was going on, so he was able to kind of dodge and get out of there before a lot of fall damage was a thing, but the armor wall is going to be placed. Tries to go for the revive. Honestly, if he has one more armored wall, he could get it out, but they're finally going to go in. He had no choice but to go ahead and get out, and that's going to force him to the backside of zone, and they know exactly where he's going to go. With the high ground right back, they're going to chase him and try to take him out.
Looking to see if they can find him here. He's inside the porta party. I mean, sometimes when you got to go, Jacob, you got to go. And that's exactly what's happening here, but when you got good friends to wait on you, you know? Not going to leave him alone here on the hill, right? They got the time. Zone's pretty close by. Even if it closes, they're not too far away. But a duo that we've seen having some amazing rotates, right? It's Tavern, it's Nico. Not in the fortress, which is interesting. Seems like they're rotating on foot this time. Maybe wanted to play a little more aggressive for that elimination we saw in the early game. Caused them to move up their position a little bit. But, I mean, it's not a negative rotate at all. They already have that elim. They're inside zone. 40 seconds till zone even starts closing. I mean, they have so much time to pick and choose where they want to position themselves.
Judging by the elimination feed, he's done. He's done going. He got taken down. Porta potty's now theirs. if they want to use it, is Ben Exy. Good spot. A little bit of high ground here. Top of Shifty Shafts next to Logjam Lumberyard. As you see the replay here. It's finally how it ended. They really waited. That's a patient game. As soon as he pops out, he deals a ton of damage onto Slixy, but 2v1 is just too much for one person to overcome, especially when they're shooting from so many different angles.
Too difficult, right? I mean, when you have a lot of materials, a lot of shields, you might be able to make it happen. I mean, we saw Snacky made it happen there to secure the victory royale, but it's one of the most difficult things to do. As we look at Talking Ben here at EXC, they've been very close to securing a victory royale, currently in the 7th place spot, but now 0 eliminations and 442 above the Storm Surge. They are getting damaged correctly.
Yep. With a little bit of that high ground. Players rotating in right next to him with the taxi, and honestly, I would love to have seen them try to save the taxi for as long as possible towards the end game, not just let it slide down the mountain. But sometimes when you have a good spot in zone, you have a good spot in zone. You just got to box up, take it, and figure that out later. As you see the shots from B-Dog and Cheater still firing off from the distance. 109 above the damage threshold, with 6 players needing to go down. That's not too much because that can easily sway to either side.
71 below. Nigel Angel, we saw how confidently they play in the late game, how much eliminations they can secure, how dangerous of a duo they are on that low ground. Trying to see what they can see, right? Great way to get some vision here safely. Editing the wall, editing the cone, get a bit of vision, see what's happening in your surroundings. I can't emphasize that enough. It's so important to know what rotations are available, which ones are blocked off, and what might be the best way to go depending on how the zone closes. But what they know is they need to get damage right now, and that's why they're getting close to this opposing duo partner. They have the pre-edit. They want to go for it.
Instant armor wall. They don't play no games here. You see the piece control going over. The pre-edits are talking about playing an impact, but Nigel taking too much damage. He's going to have to slow down for this moment. Pop in the last of his shields. 42 below the damage threshold still. As you see, sharing his Karen, popping that mini over, making sure if they're going to take this exchange and go for that damage, they want to get in tip-top shape. 200 shield and HP.
42 below still. The trade turned out well, but it wasn't enough. They still need more damage. They just don't want to get fully in here because if they play it too risky, they might end up getting eliminated. But all they really need is just one big shot, and that's what Nigel just secured right as Storm Surge is going to start getting activated.
I like this, though, because they still have a good portion of that high ground, and they have a view of the edge of zone where a lot of teams are going to try to put themselves in, and they're not too far off themselves, so they can easily stay in this position as long as they like and start to go for those surge. But who cannot stay in this position is Homie Quinn and Defiable, as they are looking like they have to have a moment here to breathe, get that HP and shields back up, sitting in 14th place with 1 elimination right now. That's a good spot to be at, especially 259 above the damage threshold, but you know this is not where they want to sit. They're gonna have to start getting proactive themselves.
Taking a look at the replay of how Quinn got this elimination. It was actually Kevin who was a solo, and Defiable went directly into that box, securing the elimination. Not much Kevin could do there to get out, but now with that elimination, they have the damage, they have the Storm Surge, but I don't see any spare shields on Quinn. Maybe Defiable's holding them all, but I mean, there's a big pot there, so he might just take it, and that's what he's doing.
Take it indeed. You asked about shields. Rich Homie Quinn receives said shield. Ooh, chest right above him. He gets a second big pot as well. So it's definitely raining loot for him as he continues to try to hold this position. Since it is inside of a house, he's going to be able to refarm a lot of those materials, place them down, and be able to peek in and out to find the necessary shots as Nico and Tavern have a high ground spot themselves. And this is something that they've been doing every single game to get the shots that you're seeing right now. 3 straight shots being fired and landed by Tavern to get even more damage, to put themselves in more of a comfortable spot. And you see them expanding their layer below them, so that way no one can kind of sneak up and try to steal away the high ground that's theirs.
Not only that, looks like they got gifted. A little bit of a surprise here. Loot drop. Will they be able to get it, though, is the question. Is sometimes you kind of get yourselves into risky situations where you're trying to secure these loot drops, but it looks like they might have just done it perfectly, or maybe I spoke too soon as it landed right on top of the wall. I feel like that happens every time you try and box up a loot drop. It's just bound to be as Combat and his Fan once again playing together.
I like that southern portion, man. That's looking like it is going to be messy. The only thing that's going to save these people, and I'm just looking at where the zone's right now, is if it kind of pulls or stays to a portion of the south. But the way this game has been going, max pull after max pull, I don't know if I would want to bet against that.
I mean, look, we haven't been so great at calling zones, but maybe the chat is. Where do you think it's going to pull? Is it going to pull north? Is it going to pull south? We're going to find out in 20 seconds here as the zone is closing. Little by little, we have Zayrez here and Fikoi. I mean, they seem relaxed. They're both crouched up in their box, maybe talking, saying, hey, what are we going to do? Or, you know, maybe just let whatever happens, right? They have the floppers, have the chug splashes. I don't think we've seen a heal off today, so that still could happen in one of these last two matches. And Zayrez, Fikoi, they might be the duo that does it.
Get a little bit of a southern pull here. You guys can't change your votes. The chat is permanent. We know exactly who's right and who's wrong when you guys made your guesses. I'll make sure to credit you guys later as X-Rays and Fikoi, third place, peeking in and out of the covers. And that's exactly why they're resetting the covers. That gives them an extra bit of visibility while remaining safe behind that layer. Not seeing what they want. Forced to probably rotate here in a bit, just like you see Vanilla's and Wavy Jacob do. Saul, Goodman, and Buzzo as well, just peeking through the cone. Getting that information that you're talked about, even though it might be looking like they're staying stagnant here, no, they're just gathering information of all the duo teams around them, figure out where their rotate is, so they can make a decision based off of that information.
Who's out here? Saul. Looks like they're making some edits, seeing what's the rotate, what's the path. There's V-Dog. The duo playing a bit aggressive against the Kika duo here, but remember, you don't want to get too aggressive. Zone did pull more to that south, like Dick was saying, fourth zone. 15 seconds, though, until it starts closing, and now the duos that are on the north side, you have to make something happen here, but we got Cheaters trying to see if he can find any angle, any shots, as they do have 0 eliminations, so they might have to do some damage here.
Actually, just continuously peeking down low, making sure anybody sneaking below him is going to get caught out, spotted out, and called out, but it's they who are now forced to make the rotation. Not in zone just yet. Shots firing from above. They're just going to drop a layer. And it's going to make their journey that much easier. Somebody else now becomes the target as he's going towards the side of the mountain here, trying to take and keep as much of the high ground as possible. It's not going to be a lot, but at least it's something. But he opens, he peeks, he takes a big shot. His shields go down as B-Dog now trying to alleviate some of that pressure, holding the walls, but the shots are still firing through as Cheaters is doing what he can to get his HP and shields back up.
Ooh, Tavern. And Nico, though, has to be careful. Went to pick up his duo partner, but was not able to do it in time. And now the opposing duo has seen it. They want it. They want to secure those eliminations, especially having the advantage. Nico's called it. I'm dropping my loot. You got to get out of here, Tavern.
Yep, unable to pick up Flopper, but he did get everything else. Med miss, minis, chug splashes. He just needs a moment to kind of pop them as he finds a way to breathe here. 9 below the damage threshold. Pressure is on. Tavern, Nico do go down. First place. How long can they hold on to it? Luckily for them, though, they is a 6th and final game after this, where they either can get more points on top of that to remain in the top 6, or maybe get a victory royale at the end of the day. And that might be something Rich Homie Quinn might have to bank on, as it does look like Defiable does go down. He goes and barely gets himself in towards zone. A med kit just right outside. Is he going to go ahead and pop that? Needs 10 seconds to be able to pop that med kit with so many teams around.
Anything's possible, Jacob. We saw it from Snacky's VR with the 1 versus 2, and we're about to see something happen possibly here with Rich Homie Quinn. He got the med kit. Feel like that was a sign, you know? It was Fortnite saying, make it happen. Here's your opportunity. Here's your buff. Let's see if he can do it. He has the launch pad, has the mobility, has decent amount of materials. Could be more, but he can make it happen.
Yeah, it was Monk and his duo there, shooting some of the covers. Might have been the reason why Defiable did go down at the end of the day. Is it does look like Quinn might be looking to use his launch pad early, or maybe even force something to go out, waiting for everybody to rotate in, trying to recycle as much of the resources as possible, but sooner or later he's gonna find exactly what he wants. He gets the cone. Monk and his duo do get separated. This is Quinn's time to strike. The box goes in. The damage is out. Quinn is gonna be able to get the down onto 1. The refresh is in. 3 more points added to his total. A magnificent play from Magnificent Leader.
What a great way to get that elimination. That's a 3 extra points for Quinn here. Now playing as a solo. You can see his materials have went up to 115 builds, almost full materials here, but the problem is only has 2 minis. He's going to use them both now as well. It's going to be hard to recuperate the HP he loses, but with the materials he has, he should at least be able to secure a good amount of placement.
Yeah, as a solo, he's going to have to do everything, every fiber of his being to stay inches close to the top 6 as possible. Spotting out the next rotation, spotting out some heals as well. He's going to try to be the first one there. Like you said, thanks to that refresh, he was able to get a ton more builds, so it's going to be a little bit of a safer travel. Gets the big pot. He's going to pop that one right away. Get up to about 150 effective HP and heals as B-Dog and Cheater sitting in second place. 120 points, looking good, but only about like 59 builds between the two. That's something that might be concerning later on in the game, but for now, it's the concerning part is that team that's right next to him, one layer away, that's looking to wait for them to rotate before they strike.
Scary, right? Sometimes it's even worth it to take a bit of storm instead of rotate early, as you just can get yourself in a caught-off situation like we saw what Quinn did on that one opponent blocking off the launch pad. But it looks like a majority of the duos here want to use that launch pad. We have Kruyar, Bolts, your prediction, Jacob. We have Combat and his duo partner doing a great job of doing damage here, but you might just get caught off in the last moment. That's why important is focusing on that rotate.
Yeah, same thing happened very, very early on. When you take the launch pad, your timing has to be right because you can get separated in the blink of an eye. Now Combat is down and his fan is the only one left, but still looking good when it comes to that damage threshold. Nothing to worry about for now other than being solo. You see Creep Leo traveling towards the low ground, trying to conserve as many of the resources as possible as Mantling and Victim for now claim the high ground. 6th zone. Depending on their resources, might be too early, but might not be, especially if they're able to put down the damage and not let anybody look up.
Quinn now, only 9 below, just has to do a little bit of damage. He's doing a great job of not losing shield. Remember, he had none since this first moving zone after getting that refresh, and he still has a good amount of materials to work with, but it's only wood. Will Show Me Quinn be able to clutch this out as a solo as he gets a nice tag? Is it enough, though, to go above and stop taking? It is 55 above, and Maiden, Victim, they still have the high ground, but they're holding it since zone 1. Will it be too risky as Vanillas might be looking for it? Might drop down on top of him. Is he going to make the play? He is not, but height does get dropped down. It's 40R. It's Caden. They're ahead of zone.
Holding on to the high ground. Perfect way to hold on to the high ground as well as Kruyar might be trying to do this one as a solo. Half HP as well. This one's looking dangerous. A couple of duos still floating towards the side. Rich Homie Quinn, all that shield just getting taken down. 34 HP. No builds as well. Looking for something here. A refresh, a siphon. As he spots Crimson towards the backside. Going to be able to put down the shots, but not enough to get the elimination or the siphon. So he has to continue to look for more.
Quinn is doing such an amazing job clutching. He's used all his materials. He's used all his shields. He's just going through everything, staying up, staying put. Now already in top 14 here. Looking to get a bit more placement, but ultimately going to go down. And look at that high ground. Jacob Victim getting knocked down, falling down back to the lobby. But now Caden, he's still up. Madden trying to make something happen, gets a nice tag, but it's not enough.
Yep. He's fine moment. He has so many heals, but he's not going to be able to use them. Those go over to 40R Storm and Cadenox. Not only do they have the high ground, they have the loot of a llama is what it seems as they're using the chug splashes, launching down, trying to stray away from the high ground as multiple players are now looking up to take them down. But with that launch pad, they just claimed the high ground just on another layer below them.
Now it's Keto, it's Russo. They decided to give it up here, but they might just get into another engagement on second night. But be careful, 40R. They're still up top. They're still on that high ground, applying pressure from above. And look at this zone, Jacob. It's pulling up a hill. You have to be ahead here.
Yep. Only 5 builds on the one. Do they have enough to stretch it across? Otherwise, they risk falling, crumbling down below, and the high ground goes over. Jeffers sitting in first place. Elimination falling left and right as Prism picks up one. Splashes, only a little bit of the men miss, so he can't stagger for too long before he finds his way in towards the zone, and simultaneously going up to the high ground. Elimination is not going to be picked up. He will not get the siphon. Back to lobby he goes.
Back to Talking Ban here with one elimination, trying to clutch it up for his duo partner, his 40 Arcade, and they still have the high ground, but they're looking to secure some eliminations, looking to do some damage. Caden is actually trapped below, gets himself into an engagement, is going to get knocked down, leaving 40R up as a solo.
Ran out of builds too early. That's because of the build fight that we saw very, very early on as Jeffers has first place. Vanilla is here. 4 teams remain, and they're all solos, looking like a real battle royal here as Vanilla's 2 big pots, but does he have the time to pop them? Kompolov, only a med miss, already at 100 HP, trying to recycle the resources towards the low ground. 40R Storm still at the high ground, but with no resources still.
Jacob, it's turned into solo FNCS. There's 4 duos, and there's 4 players alive. Now take that down to 3 as 40R gets knocked out back to the lobby. Now Kompolov trying to make something happen, has med miss. Jeffers also with a med miss, and 5 eliminations, 6 for Crimson. They're already in the double digits.
And everybody outside of the bubble right now is a huge Jeffers fan because that gives them life. It gives them another chance here at the leaderboard. But Vanilla drops down low. He gets taken down by Kompolov. 1v1 for a chance at the finals here. And for Jeffers, it's only bonus because he's already sitting in first place. It's Kompolov that needs it now more than ever. 24 21st place. The low ground, the builds, Jeffers just biding his time. He has the ammo, he has everything he needs. He just doesn't have the shot until he drops down low, but Kompalomp is gonna fire up first, force him into the storm. He's getting staggered out. The med mist is coming off, but he doesn't have enough. The med mist is no more. This is his chance here. Kompalomp has no build. The shot will be fired off, but he fires one back, and he takes the game. Kompalomp is through the finals.
Kompalomp does it for him and his duo Jeffers, sitting in that #1 spot through consistency, but Kompalomp needed it more than ever. You said it yourself, Jacob, securing that victory royale and that ticket to the finals.
You know, when I said Scissor's name wrong, I was calling him Psy Razor. He said, hey, at least they don't call you Merc. Well, Kompalomp, you definitely earned your name rightfully along with Seer, advancing to the finals. Congratulations, boys.
I mean, what an amazing way to go to the finals, right? Being kind of a bit below that cutoff, right? But clutching it up on the last moment, the second to last match from 21st place to the victory royale, 1,000 points up in the leaderboard straight to the finals. You know they're feeling good.
Yeah, depending on how many points exactly, that was their only way to the finals, and they've definitely deserved it there by just holding on to the very end. You saw it as basically a triple threat match.
But I want to know what else happened in that late game, and there's only 3 people that can let us know. Kelly, Panda, and Clay, take it away.
Thank you so much, Takata and Jacob. And I swear, we were watching a solo tournament there at the very end, a 1v1v1v1 there.
Yep.
Although it going down to Jeffers and Kompalomp, and it looked like Jeffers was going to take it for the longest time. But let me just say, if anyone out of those two is going to go down, it's probably better that it was Jeffers, because he was currently sitting in that first place spot with all the points. So he's still within contention, Clay.
Yeah, he's still got the chance, right? He's got one more game after this if they don't want to go for that victory royale. They're sitting pretty comfortably, depending on what we see on that leaderboard there. But yeah, it's still a saving grace there for them.
But Kompalomp, where did he come from?
I don't know. It was an interesting play, to say the least. Obviously, they stayed up, which was kind of the key factor here. You see him struggling quite a bit here. Did have some eliminations on the board, so it showed that the teammate going down here in Seer was not for nothing, right? They did get some points across the board when it came to those eliminations, but here it is, that final moment. Kompalomp on the low ground, just trying to survive, has 8 builds or no builds there in that final moment, looks to take the shot, a huge shot there from the shotgun, ultimately turns that fight around, and fortunate for them, they're going to the finals.
So excited to see them in the finals next week, everyone. And of course, we still have one more game to go. And it kind of looks like Crimson's team might be that last team to grab the final VR, or at least one of those coveted top 6 spots. Because although we saw Jeffers have just an unfortunate peak at the very end there, they clearly had a great run until the very end.
They did. And honestly, it's good, right? They were in 6th place going into it. Moving up into that top 1st spot is really what you want to see. And they fought really well together, Panda.
They really did. And that's the nice thing about these teams, right? We see them fighting and learning to stay box to box, and that's super important. Clay mentioned it before today, and it really is what makes or break a successful team. Not everybody can solo clutch like a Snacky like we saw earlier, right? So you really have to play with your teammate. You have to understand how close you are to your teammate and how effectively to play together. And I think some of these newer teams like a Jeffers and Crimson are starting to understand that.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the eliminations that they have. Unfortunately, Crimson going down with 6 eliminations there, but that does not make Jeffers worried whatsoever. Still staying on height there, grabbing great eliminations. But at the very end, even, yeah, another one. Ooh. Just such clean elimination after elimination, but this is where he fell a little short.
Yeah, it was that earlier shot actually from Kompalomp that took a little bit of that shield off, which made it such a big issue. If he hadn't taken that shot, it would have been fine. But, I mean, Kelly, let's take a look. They moved up 8 spots. They got a 30-point lead. Ooh. They are big chilling right now. Take a look at everyone else. You got Nico and Tavern as well, Cheaters and B-Dog. We see Ben and X moving all the way back up as well.
But look, again, everyone, we are looking for the top 6. And as you can see, 6th and 7th place, it's only a 3-point difference. Below that, it's only a 1-point difference. It is still so close for the competition here. And with 3 points per elimination, I think we're going to be seeing a pretty aggro final game here. What do you think, Clay?
Oh, 100%. If we don't see an aggro final game, what is NA West?
I mean, you're absolutely right. I think the aggression is going to be is good. And I think we're going to see less calculated aggression than we have in the past, right? We talked about calculated aggression before and how important it is, but this is the final game. This is the final moment for some of these teams to qualify on the day. Obviously, there's still one more day tomorrow, but the final opportunity today to make their way to the finals and punch that ticket through. Will they be able to do it? That's the question, Kelly.
The fact that it's also been an EXE that's on the cusp, that 6th place spot, and they constantly have height stolen from them. I'm wondering if they're going to go and try and get height again early on. Are they going to be the one to steal height? Well, we still have just a moment before we hop into that final game of NA West. Remember, everyone, the top 6 are going to be moving forward into the finals, and then we have 12 new teams that are going to be joining us. And then that's it, everyone. Tomorrow is the last day of the semifinals. It's going to be 12 more teams joining the 15 that have already gone through the qualifiers, the 11 that's already gone through yesterday. And then it's the finals next week, 2 days. It's going to be absolutely insane, everyone. And speaking of insane, game number 6 is going to be absolutely out of this world. And who better to bring all the action? It's Jacob and Takada.
Did you say game number 6? Time really does fly when you're having fun. But for some of these teams, this is the last moment, the last chance to book your ticket to the finals.
This is the most intense moment, right? It's the last match of the day. You either get that VR or you qualify it through consistency. If not, you're going back tomorrow to play the last session, day 3 of semifinals. So the duos right now that are on that borderline, on that cutoff, we saw Ben. I mean, you gotta be feeling nervous.
Yeah, it's still anyone's game here as a Victory Royale punches your tickets. But when it comes to consistency, I feel like there's only a few teams that can really play for the extra points needed to punch themselves in that win qualification. So it's going to be very interesting to see how, depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, what your game plan is going to be.
And I remember yesterday, the average threshold was 107 points, but that was only 5 matches, Jacob. We got 6 matches now, so that threshold is going to be higher, but you heard the battle bus. It's ready. We're going into the last match.
Last match of the day. All the marbles, everything you got comes down to this final moment. And if you don't find a way to qualify, you can be confident tomorrow. You have 6 more games, a couple more chances, but that can also be a doozy. Going to bed, realizing those are your last and final moments.
Definitely going to be stressful if you got to clutch it out tomorrow, going from day 1, day 2, day 3, but like a typical gamer here. Are they uncontested right now? Looking at Sleepy Sound in the south side, I see Noah plays, I see typical gamer, but all I see is Vanillas on that north side, so I don't know if they will be getting into an engagement in this early game. And you can actually see, I saw Echo over here. It seems that West and Echo might have switched drops to the Collider.
I mean, you heard Clay. He said it was the wild, wild West, and already it's being delivered at the start of this game. So many drop spot changes going down because they realize the pressure they're under as Reigns and Kipple must go again tomorrow. They are out of the game, and they're out of contention.
Now, looking at Zuko here, Digital, 36 spot. This might be one of the duos that's going to go for that Victory Royale. Going to be difficult to get into the number 6 spot. But Victory Royale, I mean, it's possible. Anybody can take it in this last match, as we see Tavern also continuing his rotate, going to the Fortress. Like always, we got B-Dog in the 4th place spot. So many duos right now that are just playing on the borderline of that cutoff, and they're really just going through their route, right? They know how to farm, they know where to farm, they know where their duos are in regards to their rotate and how to loot up as quickly as possible, especially now since they're in their last match and they already practiced so much today.
And the only outlier on the leaderboard is Jeffers and Crimson, 145 points. Everybody else is jam-packed with anybody going down early. It could cost you your game, as Rich Homie Quinn and Defiable trying to get aggressive. They want the early elimination. They want to boost themselves up the leaderboard. Quinn takes just a few shots, but he runs out of builds. He can no longer continue to contest for the high ground, but Defiable finds the separation needed. They get the elimination, and they get not 1, but 2. So Greasy Grove is now theirs.
Quinn and Defiable said, you know, it's the last game. I don't want to play with a little bit of loot. I want to play with confidence. I want to play with damage. They took that engagement in Greasy. They took that risk, that 2 versus 2, and came out on top, getting both eliminations. And now they have all of Greasy Grove to loot. They can farm up as much as they want. They do not have to worry about damage in these first zones. So it's all about how they play that mid and that late game. And looking at Kevin, looking at Yazir, 8th place spot now. They're below the threshold, but they're close.
Yep. Five and Quinn. They know what they're under. They're down roughly 30 points from that bubble spot. So they want to control as much of their destiny as possible. It's not all or nothing. It is going to take a good number of eliminations mixed with a high placement game. Theoretically, it is possible to still jump into the top 6. They're doing all they can to keep 2 different win conditions alive. As Kevin and Yasir still command Cavern, looting up, business as usual. Tavern, Nico, business as usual, sitting in 3rd place. They too do not want to slip out, as 121 is enough to be in the top for now. But if you go down earlier than you have hoped, especially something similar to last game, that is definitely going to have you biting your nails watching from the sidelines.
And I love always seeing them around here by the fortress, you know, like they have a game plan and they stick to it every single game. And it's such a good game plan. I mean, they have the mobility from the cannons on the fortress. They have the elevated position to get tags, not risking that much at all. I mean, they're going for tags from afar. They're not getting to the box fights. They're not getting to these engagements, which could end up causing them to be eliminated early. They're doing everything they can to maintain that consistency, and it's working so well because they're still up in that top spot in the threshold. And I mean, they're en route to qualifying to the finals.
Yep, and already saw earlier games that said none physics did switch up their drop spot, leaves Chonker Speedway near uncontested as can be, and this is one of those POIs. You get this one uncontested, you're going to get a massive amount of loot. You're going to be able to get all your resources and farm back up. The only thing really holding them back is it's a little bit of a northern pull, so they got to travel sooner than later, just like 40R and Canestock. They got to travel together to try to find this elimination, as Miles is going to go down. Their job got that much easier as they take down Gord as well. They get the wipe, they get the elims, and they get the damage necessary for Storm Surge.
There's a second duo we've seen now play extra aggressive in the early game to finish it off strong, right? Rich Homie Quinn and his duo partner Defiable in Greasy got the 2 eliminations, and now 40R and Caden just got their 2 eliminations here in Tilted. So you know these 2 duos, they really want to make something happen in this last match.
Yeah, starting this one off with 74 points. They too want to get a good number of eliminations, so that way they don't have to do all or nothing on that victory royale. But sooner or later, the zone's going to push everybody in. Getting those eliminations is going to be so much more difficult here. As Prism, Backety sitting in 4th place, doing it with not a lot of camera time either, waiting for their moment to strike here. And that's something that we see at least 1 or 2 teams do every single season. We may not know them, but we're definitely getting to know them as the games progress.
We got Russo here, 6th place spot, 115 points alongside Kido. They're close, they're getting there. You know they're feeling a little nervous, but at the same time feeling that excitement. Thinking about what happens if we just make it to the finals here. Do we qualify through that consistency, or they can finish it off strong as well? That victory royale, 81 players up, 41 duos. You can tell that this lobby, it's getting a bit more aggressive. Clay was saying it wouldn't be West without a bit of aggression here, especially in the last game. Let's see which duos can really just step up their game and make something happen.
Nobody really wanted to share the loot anymore. No one's caring for anything but their own accord here because they want to advance to the finals. Like I said, yeah, you can feel confident knowing you have 6 more chances tomorrow, but that same confidence could be your demise, as you might get down on yourself saying, hey, I had X amount of chances maybe on day 1, X amount on day 2. It hasn't worked out, so it's all on to our final day as Wavy Jacob and Vanilla's coming up big. These last few games, some great placements, but unable to really find the consistency that they need to boost them at the top of the leaderboard. So it's going to come down to this final moment here, trying to set up good for Storm Surge, so that way they don't have to worry about it through the mid game.
Prism back to the 120 points here. Might be going up against Faxfity. Vanilla's here, 71 points. Launchpad, Chug Splashes, Bigs, Minis, they've got it all. And even a zone position here, you can see it's closed quite north here. If the second zone also closes north, that means the teams on the south side of the map, for example, Wishromi Quinn, they're going to have a tough job getting into zone, but it really depends on how quickly they rotate and if they try and predict that double far zone pull, as Vanilla's is going to end up getting cracked here by Back Kitty.
Going to get much and much harder to rotate this side around, because even though there is less players on this side of the map as now, but you're going to see Sleepy Sound contested. Another team going towards the Lighthouse, that's Kika, and Kika from Daily Bugle already making their own adjustments to try to get themselves a better spot. As you see the adjustments being made once more, trying to reunite back together along with Prism. Because we know a little bit of separation is all it really takes for a team to kind of lose sight of what's important and get taken down from afar as Combat and his fan trying to loot up as much of Command Cavern. The resources are absolutely going to be theirs, especially they have the car. They're going to be able to get into that vault sooner rather than later.
Now, see what they can pick up. They've got the points, they've got the loot, and if they can get into that vault, Jacob, just like you were saying, I mean, they will have more than enough to finish out this game. But you can see Command Cavern, it's a popular drop spot. You got to do it on the west side, east side, north side, inside. And we've got Remy here and Riek going for some aggression here, actually taking down one now, having that player advantage of the 1 versus 2, and Riek is going to finish that up quickly. But you got to be careful as Jeffers is from afar right now, just applying pressure with that assault rifle, with that AR, doing as much damage as you can.
All right, Jeffers. After that elimination, they got some shots, exactly like you said, but as soon as they didn't land it and they realized the duo was going to be able to box up, they immediately turned. They got to get to zone just like everybody else, and for them, they still can control their own destiny, either winning this game and advancing through a victory royale or staying within the top 6, which is 100% possible for this team. As Riek and Remy moving up the leaderboard, trying to make that their own viability here as 2 different ways to qualify. 9th place, 92 points. And if they're able to take Jeffers, that's going to be a great way to boost them up well.
Remy here, seeing what he can do, seeing if he can eat those cabbages, make sure he recuperates the HP they're losing from Tank and Storm here. But it's all about making it in safe here. Noah, typical gamers, they're boxed up and they want that victory royale. You can see them looking for tags, looking for damage. They were not contested in this match, so we can see that West and Echo did drop in the new POI, the Collider. So they did get that rotate done, but the question is, will they be able to get the damage? Because normally they get it from that early game engagement, and now that they didn't have it, they've got to find new ways to get tags, but it does not seem to be a problem for Noah.
Still firing down from below. Not letting up. Down goes Sweat. Bo Crows with just a sliver of HP as well. Gonna have his work cut out for him if he wants to get this revive. And you can see in the minimap so many other teams hearing the shots fire off, and they're trying to clean it up for themselves, whether they get the elimination points or not. The loot is gonna be a huge bonus. But Clay, you see something, break it down for us.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just want to take a look here. At this fight. We talked about aggression, right, in NA West, and so you see Fikoi got a good shot on the Baka and Delta, but they decided not to take it, and that's because it's game number 6. They cannot afford to go down right now. They realize, hey, it's better for us to disengage, and so they both come to terms, decide it's better for us if we just both go.
Yep. Even though they're in 23rd place, they realize the only way to qualify for the finals today in our last game is through a victory royale. And they're going to have to curve a lot of the risks that they're going to take very, very early on in the game, as if they want an elimination, that'll naturally present itself as the game goes on.
I mean, it's all about waiting for that perfect moment to strike, right? If you don't have a very big advantage, you're taking a risk in the engagement. You've got to wait to see if you get into that advantageous position, and then you might not. So you will have to do something a little bit risky, but you don't want to do it too early in the match if you don't have to. As you can see Tavern here with their Nico, making their rotate, not from the fortress, but once again through Shifty. I mean, it's almost like they have multiple scenarios, multiple rotates, multiple plans on how they can move along through the zone depending on their positioning and also their opponent's positioning. You can tell that they really prepared for these semifinals, and it's showing because they're in top 3 right now.
Yep. This time around, though, they're not able to just sit at the top spot. They're forced to rotate this time around and traveling through Shifty Shaft. They're just looking for a way to kind of sneak that high ground away. What you see in your mini-map, kind of like a little bit of an overhead view of Shifty Shaft. There's so many teams vying for a spot into the zone. So many indeed that they're even battling out for the high ground, chopping each other down, trying to take fall damage mixed with actual spray damage. But you see Talking Ben's loadout. He's kind of banking on that drum shotgun, getting into a box, ending the fight quick.
Ben here gets the drop down, but is it enough to get that elimination? He did not knock down an opponent here now alongside EXE, taking some angles, looking around, seeing what they can do here as Bat Kitty and Prism are back up here, 120 points, 4th place spot, but they got to do damage, 33 below. The thing is, they do not want to risk it. They only need to get a few tags, and what a nice double shot from Bat Kitty there, hopefully bringing him above, and there it is, 25 above. They got to do more, but they're definitely doing their damage.
What was that you said earlier? Hits him with a bop, bop.
Bop, bop.
Back-to-back shots, 82 damage in the blink of an eye. But I like how he's continuing to stay proactive. 55 above. You see that dropping down to only 25 above. He realized this is not a place I want to stay at, so he's trying to find the information. Spots a couple players freshly building outside of zone, quickly turning, trying to put the shots down, but nobody is giving him the peek that he wants. And that's why he's continuously looking all around. Bolts Kriori finally spots him off into the distance. They got a good high ground spot, but they too are going to have to rotate just a little bit more. Sitting in 30th place for them. It's victory royale or we go again tomorrow.
Tavern Nico, we can see they've been continuing their rotate, and we can see they're actually using their wood here because they know these are temporary bases, right? These are not the final location they want to be positioned at, which is why Tavern's already down to 78 wood, but still has almost max brick and metal. They want to find a good position, maybe even on this hill or somewhere that's just a little bit more elevated before they start using those harder materials like the brick, like the metal. And that's exactly what they're doing up here. But looking at Nigel, he's lost his duo partner, Angel. Now have to clutch it up as a solo, Jacob.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of players, including him, lose their teammates, forced to do it as a solo, but it doesn't mean they're out of the game just yet. Just means it got exponentially harder. Men miss, though. Big pots, that's going to be enough to get him to 100 shields and HP. He just needs the time to pop it, dropping down low, making sure he doesn't become a target, but it's the resources that I'm concerned about, the materials. Only 8 builds left to his name. It doesn't matter if he's 575 above. He's going to have to look for a refresh.
Right now, has damage, just like you said, but does he have what he needs to stay up until this late game to get enough points to qualify him to the finals, or will he have to go again tomorrow? Nigel here using that mantling mechanic to get up, get into an opponent's box here. He's safe for now, but how long will he be able to hold this up?
There's Tavern and Nico trying to put the shots. Even more surge to their name. See Jeffers and Crimson first place on the side, looking good for themselves. 40R Storm, 14th place. A little bit separated from Cade Knox, but not too much to worry about as they're both proactively trying to look for shots. So they don't have to worry about surge as there's 69 players left in the game. That's going to be something here if Storm Surge does become a problem. That's about 19 players that will need to fall.
I mean, you can tell it's the last game. Storm Surge, it popped up, but not for too long. It's not as strong as it was in the previous 5 matches. And now, did it just go back up to 70, yep. Jacob? I mean, I don't know if I've got some sort of power, but Storm Surge, if just one more player goes back up, could be reactivated. So these players might have to be careful as right now Noah plays, and Typical did secure an elimination, even though they did not get one off the spawn. But with the 4 floppers, 3 minis, they got the launch pads now. They're just kind of securing the little bit of extra loot that they can.
Yeah, checking like a 20, 30-yard bomb with the big pot. It's just kind of unfortunate that he's trying to put the big pot and keep it as like bonus, but now he's not even able to grab it just yet. I know he's looking for it, but he's forced to use it almost right away. So everything that he was trying to do there in that situation goes to the wayside, but definitely love the attempt that he's trying to do. Like we talked about, proactivity is going to be the greatest part of these guys' success. See where the next zone pulls, though. See how much work they're going to have to do. Not too bad for some of the lobby, but everybody on like the northern, eastern portion of that lobby is going to have to rotate in, down mountains, up mountains. It's going to be a doozy.
I mean, yeah, that's what I was going to say. The scary part of the zone is not where it closed, but what's inside of it. You've got multiple kind of hilltops, even a mountain inside of it. So it's all about that positioning, who's going to be able to get it. But looking at the Nico replay here, oh, already had the edit, already had the build place, and that's why you have to be careful, Jacob, when you're going through builds that are not yours.
That was absolutely perfect there. I don't know who called it out, but A++ for them, whoever called it out. I'm just going to give credit to Tavern, simply because he welcomes me with open arms, so I'm going to give you all the love in the world. And he said he was going to qualify. I was talking to him in his stream last night. He was feeling confident. He was feeling good. He said, I'm going to do it for you. And I said, don't do it for me, man. Do it for yourself. You definitely deserve it. Prominent pro in the West region, XC and Ben, though. 4th place. At one point or another, they were so close to getting that victory royale. They had high ground for so long, but it slipped through your fingers at the very last moment. 4th place in the top 6. That's something they need to go ahead and control their destiny here, because you imagine if they slip out of the top 6, that's not something you want to have to end your day.
I mean, they got into this match just on the cutoff, so they do not need the victory royale, but they just need to play consistent here. Make it to those moving zones, maybe even secure a bit of eliminations, but they have to make something happen here. They are below on Storm Surge. They're going to have to do some damage, and that could get very, very risky.
Talk about risk, though. 225 below the damage threshold. They're going to have to take some risks, take some peeks here, because they don't have a ton of heals to try to make that a strategy to try to out-heal it. 10 players do need to go down. Slick's going to be one of them, taken down by Bolts. He's trying to make last game heroics happen. B-Dog spotting some action in the distance, though, in the storm, trying to get a piece of it on his own. There goes a shot, but it's not going to be enough to get them above the damage threshold. They must continue to look for more here. And those players that went down, Vanilla, Squid, Baka, that's not how you want to end it here, but they do have their teammates as solos that still have a hope in this game.
107 above. B-Dog. Cheaters, will they be able to clutch it up? Will they be able to maintain that 5th place spot or even go up? As Sweat and Bocros down below are taking some shots from the duos which are already in zone, but right now the BMG or BMD duo, they are playing kind of safe here, playing kind of slow, even splitting up materials, making sure they're ready for this rotate as they have to switch it up for this 5th zone. It did float on the opposite side of the map as a majority of these duos are going to have to rotate, but some of them are going to be rotating a little bit more happily as Tavern just picked up an elimination, and now you can even see, Jacob, there's only 2 duos inside of this half-and-half zone, the 5th zone, so literally almost all the lobby has to rotate here.
Yeah, it goes down the hill from a little bit of those north teams that are there. Everybody's going to have to travel in. You best believe that somebody's going to have to drop a launch pad. Everybody is going to go ahead and try to converge, make a mad dash to try to use that launch pad before it's no more, before they get shot out of the sky here. But for those duos that are close by, they can wait till the last moment to rotate in, get the damage that they need to stay on top here, just like X-Rays and Feekoi, staying on top, 3rd place, 131 points. And they're one of those duos that you pointed out that got gifted the zone.
Gifted the zone, but will they be able to take that gift and put it to good use as Feekoi getting a great tag? Maybe even knocking down 1, knocking down 2. Those could be some nice little eliminations, but it looks like they weren't able to pick up Annie. But will he be able to pick up 1 more? There's so many duos rotating through here, and it seems like that launch pad was a dangerous one.
My prediction might have went down, but come on, boys. You guys are listening to this. Please stay positive. You got 6 more chances tomorrow. Don't want to let it crumble before that day begins as Feekoi X-Rays continuing to put the pressure all around the lobby. They don't care who it is. They said, you can take shots. You can take shots. They're just dishing it up as everybody trying to find that sweet spot in towards zone. Feekoi, X-Rays, Combat, and Combat's fan are right below them. Above them, Noah, Typical Gamer. See, as everybody's just jam-packed together, just like 2 duos got gifted the zone last time. Only one has the front side of zone convincingly.
South side rotate, make sure you don't want to slip here as it is a snowy rotate. Going down in the first moving. Typical Gamer Noah, they've got their plan. Back Kitty though, up as a solo in the 4th place spot. Any point here could be crucial to qualifying.
And imagine going down this late. That's something that we have seen before, so it wouldn't be crazy to kind of think that would happen. But that also leads for these big storylines to clutch up as a solo, trying to recycle as much as he can, but he gets shot out. And as he goes down, you see him drop into 5th place.
Oof, you know he's feeling nervous right now, but will it be enough? I believe he was at 129 points, and you can even see here the BMD duo are at 127. They're that much closer to the 5th place spot here, 191 below, but it's Saul. It's Buzo on that high ground. They're in the 11th place spot, but they want this victory royale. Will they be able to maintain it?
420 above the damage threshold. Short pad, so they don't go too high in the sky and get shot out from above. But still figuring out a way to hold on to that high ground. They know exactly what they want to do here in this situation. They just can't lose sight. They can't lose focus from another team here who's trying to contest them. That's Noah Plays. That's Typical Gamer. And it only takes so long before they build. They take the high ground and continue to put the pressure with that Combat SMG. But Noah Plays, they're probably waiting because we've seen this a couple of games already today. You take the mid layer, second height layer, I should say, and you wait. You stagger yourself backside of zone, and then you can go ahead and take it from there.
Will they be able to do the same play that Chris and Jagbeer did to secure the victory royale? They have to play it flawlessly, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do. But Nico and Tavern, you can see they're not even looking at the high ground. They're in 2nd place. They just want to keep up that consistency, get as far as they can, secure as many points as possible, and they're doing an amazing job.
First place, though, Jeffers and Crimson trying to take it by a large margin to start this one. They were 21 above 2nd place. So they're doing a good job of holding on to that lead, especially with the eliminations mixed with the placement that they're gaining time and time again, as Saul Goodman is holding on to that height. Buzo got separated for a moment, but it was only a short moment before they're reunited. Noah Plays doing a good job of getting one on the Combat, but he lost Typical Gamer. So he, like much other players in this game, are going to have to do it by his lonesome.
2 eliminations for Noah. Has the loot, does not have the materials needed, but he might be able to get a refresh, get a siphon to bring himself back into this game. As the BMD duo is going to turn into a BMD solo. It's Cheaters trying to see what he can do if he can clutch this up.
Everybody in the top 6 still alive here for now. Just remember, Backety and Prism did go down from 4th, already moved down to 5th. So they're sitting on the sidelines, preying on everybody's demise here. We're trying their hardest, like Tavern and Nico playing purely placement, playing purely as if they're already in the finals, trying to take that first place spot. Not just barreling it down to a victory royale this time around as Etso and Mung drop to the low. They're trying to recycle. Remat up 7th place just outside of the bubble. This could be their chance.
7th place on the low ground, 9th place on the high ground. The Latin American duo on the low. And we got Buzo and Sel on the high ground. Either of these duos could make it to the finals if they just clutch these last moments up.
Stavage just trying to stagger himself with the splashes, with the med miss, but sooner or later he's going to have to make his way in. But this is what we've seen so many times. You stagger yourself out just good enough. You can sneak up on not one, but a couple of players. As Noah plays, biding his time, waiting in the wings, but forced to go up. Drops down low at the perfect time, gets a big amount of damage before he gets taken down. Those placement points that he was able to earn were great, but it just wasn't enough to boost him to the finals.
Etso, Monk, they have the double med mist. If they can stay up long enough, they might just be able to play the heal off. But meanwhile, on the high ground, we have Saul Goodman, we have Buzo. They're feeling happy, they're feeling confident, but do they have what it takes to eliminate this duo, which is contesting them?
Sitting in 9th place, just outside the bubble. Jeffers unwatched, sitting in 1st convincingly. You got to imagine he definitely has this one in the bag. That's why they're chasing him. They're trying to get the elimination. Not only do they need the placement, they need the eliminations, more points, more power, but he's able to use the mantle to get out alive just barely.
No materials for Buzo, but that's not a problem for him as he looks for another elimination. There's 4 duos up. That's 7 players now. Saul and Buzo as a duo, seeing what they can make happen here. This is the last match, the last moment, most intense part of the day. Jeffers with the high ground, Etso and Monk with the low ground, and we still have some players up on the mid ground.
Only 3 teams remain, but they're all full duos who have just as equal chance. But Jeffers and Crimson 1st place, that could open up a spot if they pick up that victory royale. But Crimson takes some shots from the low ground. Buzzo saw Goodman, not too many builds, but they're trying to mantle their way towards the high ground. The battle will begin, but Buzo's gonna go down. It's all up to Saul Goodman, but he goes down as well to the low ground. Jeffers, Monk, both of those duos getting a piece of the pie. Both of these teams have reached the finals. They got into the top 6, but they want more. They want that victory royale. They want the bragging rights. They want the confidence to call themselves victors at the end of the day. But Buzo, Jeffers, Crimson, they're dropping down low, layer by layer. They don't have the builds. They're trying to do what they can to kind of close the gap here and end the game strong. They don't have the heals for it to come after the heal off. Etso, he gets dropped. 2v1 here, but Crimson, he's by himself. The refresh is going to come through. 1v1 opportunity as they're trying to look for each other deep into the storm, not wanting to come to a heal off. And Crimson and Jeffers qualify through Victory Royale, which means just like yesterday, a new spot has opened up.
And not only that, they got the Victory Royale with double-digit elims. Just one of the duo had 11 eliminations, Jacob. It was Crimson. You can see there him with 10 and that last elimination bumping it up to 11, plus the 2 from Jeffers. I mean, that's one of the best games we've seen today.
Yep, they didn't want to just take part. They wanted to take over the semifinals, and just like Arkham and Epic, it's like deja vu. They not only got that 1st place, but they get the VR qualifier. Like I said, though, that makes me wonder who just earned that spot thanks to their VR.
That's the question, right, Jacob? One player, well, one duo gets that Victory Royale, gets that qualification, but it opens up another spot in that top 6 through consistency. And there's only 3 people who can let us know who is going to get that spot, and that's Kelly, Panda, and Clay. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Takata and Jacob, and we'll be seeing you in just a moment to go over our predictions. But who could have predicted Crimson and Jeffers coming out on top? Actually, probably a lot of you, because they did really well the entire time. But my goodness, Crimson grabbing 11 eliminations by himself. I mean, Panda, what a play.
What a play indeed, and this is what you love to see, right? Jeffers had a bit of a misplay in that last game, going down there in 2nd place, and now cleaning it up and doing quite well. You see, they were very aggressive. We talked about it going into this game, that there was going to be a little less calculated aggression, But I mean, I don't know that I can say that this was uncalculated because they walked away with 10+ eliminations and the VR.
Yeah, incredible plays, Clay.
Yeah, just look at it. He's just all by himself. It didn't matter if Jeffers was nearby him because Crimson was like, I got this. Don't worry, I'll put the team on my back and we should be good to go. Look at this, just immediately going for high ground. 1v1ing Turtle Tavern right there, Kelly. That was just unprecedented.
And just such a confident play here as well. Never did they ever doubt what they were doing, and they had just such good positional awareness the entire time, all the way coming down to a 2v2. But at that point, both of them already stamped their ticket into the finals there. But we saw so many teams right at that edge, right at that cusp, between the 7th, between 8th, between 9th. So eventually we're going to be looking at our top 10 leaderboard chat. I know that's what you want to see right now, but we're going to be looking at that in just a moment, everyone. Guys, we have to take a quick look at Saul Goodman, though. Chad, I was watching you during that last game. So much love for Saul Goodman, and well-deserved.
Yeah, Saul and Buzzo were doing such an amazing job holding high ground. Eventually we saw them have to drop it just to the lack of materials that they had, but the awareness that was on low ground also went for them on high ground.
But look at that, going from 10th to 9th to 8th, Panda, I mean, I could only imagine how they were feeling.
Well, fun fact, and we'll see it here in a moment, when they were the third last team, right, and they go down in third in this game, they were in 7th place. And guess what? The other two teams were 1st and 4th, meaning that this game was the reason that they will eventually qualify through consistency in that 6th place spot. But I don't know the rest of the leaderboard.
That's right.
But I know that they should be punching their ticket over to the finals.
And we're going to be looking at that in just a moment. But real quick, everyone, we want to remind you the 6 teams that made it through Victory Royales that are going to be going to the finals. And who better to remind us than Jacob and Takata?
Thank you so much, Kelly. And let's break that down, Jacob. There was 6 duos that qualified to the finals today, starting off with Trey and Dom. What an amazing performance from that duo. And I mean, they must feel good. Go into game 1 and finish on game 1 with your ticket to the finals. We also had the veterans, one of the many veterans in today's tournament, Landjock Punisher, opening up a drop spot for Quinn and his duo there. Did a great job holding that high ground. And then my prediction, Jacob, you know it, Snacky and Favs with one of the best 1 versus 2 clutches I've ever seen.
One of the best I've ever cast, and I'm really kicking myself that I switched my prediction at the last moment. But game number 4, Chris and Jagveer coming out on top. Kompalomp and Seer. Kompalomp, we're definitely going to remember your name. No more Merc for you unless you're continued to sign to your org. But Jeffers and Crimson, they didn't need that Victory Royale, but they wanted the bragging rights, and they wanted to snatch it away anyway.
I mean, it's been great. The 6 matches have been seen, but let's head it back to the front here. Kelly, Panda, and Clay, I mean, what's going on?
I mean, this has been such a great day. As soon as we saw Snacky 1v2 solo all the way for who knows how many zones, we knew that this was going to be the best way to end up the FNCS semis day number 2. But let's just take a quick look, everyone, at what 6 teams are going to be joining the 6 that made it through. Of course, Tabitha and Nico up on top in 1st place. Combat and Combat jumping up into 2nd. Of course, you saw them, Etso and Monk also jumping all the way up. Cheaters and B-Dog consistently staying in the top 6 all day long. Zayrez and Fekoy just barely missing the mark there with that tie. Of course, King Keto and Russo, 134 points was the cutoff there. And you can see so many teams chat. I know you guys were rooting for Saul Goodman, but there is still one more day of competition. 12 new teams are going to be joining us. And there you have it, guys. These are the qualified players that we have going into the finals. Of course, first and foremost, it was Rex and Reed. I don't think that was too much of a surprise for us, Panda.
Not at all. Obviously, predicted them week 1, a qualifier 1, and they didn't disappoint. Just like a lot of these teams are showing up and showcasing why they deserve one of those spots in the finals. And guess what? The finals is looking pretty stacked.
But Clay, as you can see, there was 12 missing spots right there, and those 12 teams will find their spot tomorrow. But, you know, let's make a quick prediction right now. Is there a team that you saw today that you think is going to make it tomorrow?
Ooh, honestly, yeah. I'm going to give it to Angel. Right there. Saw him do so well. Got to go with them.
Angel and Nigel, an incredible performance. But of course, we got to remind you guys our predictions today. And oh, look at that. Jagveer and Chris, they grabbed a Victory Royale in game number 4. So excited to see them move on to the finals. Panda, how's your pick?
Okay, listen, I still support Defiable and Quinn. I think they did exceptionally well today. They improved day over day, which is why I may just have to pick them again tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I don't know. I agree with Panda, but I don't know if I can trust him anymore after that. He kind of threw me under the bus.
I mean, I saw it happen. Quinn and Defiable, they were playing so well, right? But will they be able to do it again? They have one more shot to make it happen, and that's going to be the most stressful part, right? Those last 6 matches in the last qualifier of the semifinals.
And I have to think, if anyone can do it, it's Bolt and Courier. We saw them have a great day 1. Day 2, not so much, but I'm sure they're going to be doing some VOD reviewing, Jacob.
Yeah, I still feel confident in those guys. I do think they have what it takes. I said to myself, if they made it in, I might pick Quinn and Defiable, but I might have to go back to the drawing board altogether because there's more teams coming into tomorrow that we didn't even see today.
That's right, everyone. This is just day number 2 of the semifinals. Tomorrow is going to be the last day where we're going to have 12 new teams, 12 more teams going to the finals. And everyone, we got EU, NA East, and NA West tomorrow, so do not miss it. Put it in your calendar because it's going to be one for the history books.